Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Challengers Elite. Woo, buddy. It's the final day of round robin, and even though EU is a little bit more clear-cut as far as who's making it and who's not to playoffs, there are still a lot of really intriguing matches on hand today. My whole chip. With me, I've got Austin Visions, Neil. Brother, the thing about this season has been, as always, unpredictability, but for a different reason. Europe had the most roster changes that we've seen really up until this point in any historical moment of Challengers. So things have been very mysterious for certain reasons over the course of the first 3 days of action.
Yeah, that's probably the perfect word to use, right? Coming into this season, it's kind of a huge shakeup. We don't know what's going to happen with some of these changes. And like some surprising ones where like teammates have been together for like since last season, right? With like the Global Bobs and stuff. So very interesting, huge shakeup. That's what we like to see though, right? It creates some new storylines, got some new rosters to work with. So it's going to make for a great last day here in the round robin.
And it makes a lot of sense, too, because there is no major open coming up here for Season 4 of what is the CDL. So you got some time to kind of feel it out before you eventually talk about Toronto. But let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Let's take a look to see how exactly the broadcast will fare today and what our schedule will look like. Interestingly enough, there really isn't a clear-cut favorite in the midst of what we've gotten across this this first group of action, where we've got Atlas Lions going up against Noctum Esports. A bit surprising to see the Atlas Lions only at 1-3 so far. And we'll finish off the day going over to Group B, where we will have a pretty high-tier matchup between Signs and Deviants based on their current records. Down in the We Are Clutch GG stream, pretty important matchup between Wubble Bobs and VVV, whereas for Team Notorious and Unnamed, that will be another one of those where it's just, again, trying to play for seeding. So you can check out all these matches both here on the Call of Duty Bravo channel as well as on the We Are Clutch GG channel, where they'll be kind of doing a couple of appearances to other matches. But here is those standings as we take a look at Group A first and foremost. Clutch Rain did get a forfeit win today against Team Falcons, who apparently are not in Europe at the moment. And then you've got Wubble Bobs, VVV, Noctum, and the Atlas Lions, who are all trying to battle and try to secure their spot into playoffs coming into this next day.
Yeah, and how about this Clutch Rain roster, right? Throughout this group, I mean, it's been incredible to watch these guys come together. There was a lot of question marks around, some of the teammates that were coming in, like Twiz, etc. But these guys have definitely showed up with a really good map record. So without a doubt, the squad to look out for. But Noctum and VVV, man, these guys, right, they're fighting over some huge seeding throughout today. They got some massive matchups that we're going to have the luxury of being able to tune into here and there, too.
Lots of action. And then that's really the only spot that's kind of weird, is the VVV, Noctum, and potential Atlas Lions tiebreaker situation in this group. Otherwise, over in Group B, it is clear cut as far as who's going to make playoffs and who will not, with two teams in Group B at 0-4. So hopefully we'll switch over the graphics so I can talk about that with a little bit of reinforcement here. There it is. It's got Wubble Bobs Academy Revive. They do play up against one another looking for that sole win. Otherwise, Team Notorious, Deviant, Signs, and Unnamed have already locked their spot in towards playoffs from this group.
That's exactly it. 3-1, 4-0, 2-2. So you can kind of see where the bottom end is right now, 0-4. Not really a whole lot that can happen there for as far as the seeding and the placements, but this top four at least a little bit could potentially shake around. Unnamed, they have a really big matchup. If Signs lose their matchup, not sure how the tiebreaker goes. There's a better map record, so maybe they still lock in the seed 3. But either way, still a bit of a shakeup. And Notorious, well, they're still looking notorious, Alan, after they come off that last major win. Still looking really good there with the 4-0 record here thus far.
And in our last day of action, again, want to give you guys a chance to get active on social media today as we can at any given moment in time. Our Twitter social soundboard will be live and ready for you guys to get involved with throughout the entirety of the day. So you can tweet at WeAreClutchGG or use the hashtag ChallengersElite if you want to get your takes potentially shown on stream. Make sure you jump onto that. It's a lot of fun. We're trying to get you guys involved. Want to hear what you guys have to say about how the action's going, and of course, who you may think could be potentially a favorite after we get through the European region today, and we look at that playoff bracket at the very end. But let's take into our matchup that we're going to be getting first and foremost, the Atlas Lions versus Noctum Esports. Again, the surprise here is just the fact that the Atlas Lions, after a good resurgence in Season 2, a little bit lacking so far in Season 3, just 1-3.
And that's kind of been the season in full, right? Like, they make that miracle run last season, but overall, it feels like this team has just been super hit or miss, and more times, really missing, I feel like. So it's very similar story where it's like, are they going to make a change? No, they're sticking it out. They're still trying to work through the problems. But Respawn has just always been a problem for this squad as a whole, right? And it's just been very interesting to see these guys come together and not be able to kind of find any success there. The S&D is still looking okay in one map, but this is just, it's hard to, like, I feel like really explain this roster, because this entire season, Alan, they just have not showed up so far. It feels like, outside of that run that we saw in the last season.
Exactly. And the thing that's mostly curious about this Atlas Lions roster is the fact that you still have Super, who is statistically probably going to be the best European Challengers Elite player this year. Every single season, he's been 1.3 or above in overall KD, and typically he holds around the same numbers across every single game mode. It's not like he's reaping in one spot and kind of padding the stats in other spaces, but no, he's been consistent all across the board. And, you know, Rancor has, I think, improved this year compared to years previously. I think it's been by far his best statistical year, which is puzzling because we've seen moments of greatness from Yako and Sukri in the past. It just hasn't necessarily been there all the time for this Atlas Lions roster.
That really is the problem, right? I think Rancor has also one of the higher KDs, like 1.2, somewhere around there in like some of the game modes. So the guy has been cooking, and he's also the objective guy, right? Like, he wants to let Sukri, Yako, Super, you know, kind of just roam over the map, you know, pick their moments. But that hasn't really come to life here so far. So the sub pressure needs to show up here today. That is at least required if this squad's going to be able to find some respawn wins.
Indeed, the case on the other side, though, taking a look at Noctum Esports, this is a squad that, you know, we really were impressed by last season when they first made it in. And, well, I'll tell you, they had really stepped up their game as a collective squad coming into this season. Mostly you look at players like Rezi and Aroma, who have been great throughout the year, but you also have a long-standing veteran in PD that I'm sure is helping out with the calls and the comms, making sure they're all prepared. And then Cruz, who's kind of been, you know, an upstart in this year in particular. He's really had a pretty solid year for one of his first competitive years, I would say. It's not his actual first, but it's by far his most significant competitive year so far.
Yeah, he's made a lot of waves so far this year, but this team I'm still very big on. I mean, PD coming back, like, you can always just praise this man for what he's going to do on the map. He's going to make the right plays. He's going to do what needs to be done. And yeah, you bring up Aroma. Aroma has looked like one of the best ARs in Europe. Just watching his gameplay, I feel like you watch over this individual and you can see what he brings to the table. So he's been a lot of fun. And right there with him, Rezi can also pick up the slang. So this team is so dominant through the ARs, and that is typically how they win a lot of their game modes, especially when it comes down to the respawns.
Well, you're kind of teasing at some of the mode-specific strengths and weaknesses for both of these two teams. Here's the actual breakdown for you. Again, the Atlas Lions at just 1-3, Noctum holding strong at 2-2. But the problem really has been the respawn again for Atlas Lions. Not doing well in the hard point, have yet to find a control win. It's their search and destroy that's kept them going, and that's honestly where Super's power comes to play more often than not. We're on the other side, sure, Noctum have been really solid in the search as well, but at least they found some success in the respawns, and honestly speaking, those respawn wins have led to series wins for this Noctum team.
That's exactly it, right? Finding at least 3 of the 4, I believe, that they have roughly around there. It's been at least decent when it comes down to some of those hard points, but overall, I think you even look at the Atlas Lions and you praise some of their S&D win rate. Like, 3 of the 4, or how many maps they've played, like, are basically all in Elasilo, right? So
yeah,
a huge amount of them will all come down to one map. Interestingly enough, Noctum also like to play that map, so it could be a little pick we might get for as far as kind of a square off there in the series layout. But either way, I mean, if you do decide to ban this, you know, do we still see the same S&D win percentage, I guess, is what I'm asking from this Atlas.
Taking a look at some of the stars that we need to keep our eye on throughout this series, it's been one of those conversations where, like you talked about, Aroma has been great this season, 1.26 overall KD, and he's getting it done with a 1.0 at least in every single game mode, highlighted by his search. But on the other side, talking again more about what Rancor's been able to provide for his team, you know, this is what I think the Atlas Lions really kind of used as their catalyst for that kind of big drive that they had in the end of Season 2. Him being able to help out Super, so it wasn't just a one-man show, really assisted in their run, and you feel like that's going to have to be the case here again today if the Atlas Lions want to have a chance at possibly seeing playoffs.
And what a story it is for Rancor too, right? Like, being kind of like the negative KD guy who was mainly soaking up hill time to being able to also slay out now and just bring a little bit more to the table. He has certainly stepped up. This is one of his best performing seasons so far, without a doubt. And yeah, especially in those indies, watch for this guy to find some big picks. This battle versus Aroma throughout this best of 5, it's going to be a lot of fun.
Let's take a look to see what this best of 5 map series layout will include for us, and maybe some possible maps to look out for both of these two squads. Embassy Hardpoint, double dose of Elasilo before we get to a Hydro Hardpoint. And I know that we probably both have some flashbacks to Atlas Lions on that map for both good and bad reasons. And then Mercado Search and Destroy would finish us off. The Embassy Hardpoint, though, first and foremost, this is a very curious one. I think mostly look at this from Noctum's perspective. They're just 1-2 in the map thus far, but their losses have been pretty tight. So it's just about trying to clean up those little bit of moments that they've missed out on, possibly come out strong in this first map.
And how about it? We do get the, El Asilo search and destroy here for the map number 2, right? So this is kind of one of the maps that both teams have been winning. I'm very interested to see, what both teams have kind of taken away maybe from a little bit of game footage throughout last week's games to maybe kind of implement it into this series. But that one, I think, is going to be the big one, right? You talk about the respawns being a problem for Atlas Lions. They're going to have to now find a way to take this map here yet again and try to go for and own it, in my mind, as well as clean up, some of the respawns. I don't know if you look towards the hard points, do you look towards the controls? It's a little difficult, I feel like, for the Atlas Lions, but they're going to have to, pick something here if they're going to have a shot at being able to tie this series up here and try to go 2-3 and force this tiebreaker here up against Noctem.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. I'm excited about it. I think this is a learning lesson because we really have not had a chance to really watch Noctem too much, at least on this stream. So We're going to kind of get a full dose of what exactly this team has to offer. And you got to keep in mind that, again, in this particular grouping, 2-2 is not necessarily going to gift you a win. Like, there is an opportunity here where 3 of our teams could be at 2-3. So I think VVV is guaranteed, I think, just based on the head-to-head and how they've done. But there is still, I believe, an opportunity for the Atlas Lions to get into the mix, into the playoffs based on what they do here in this matchup. So they need like a 3-0, I think, though, is the thing. Like, their map count has not been particularly great. So a lot of interesting things to kind of get them into that tiebreaker situation. But if I'm not mistaken, there is an opportunity for possibly them to still jump into playoffs.
And that's what you got to hope on, right? I mean, that is basically the only thing you can kind of just hold on to. Hope that you have a great day. We have a clean 3-0. But it's so difficult, I think, to back that. Unless this is just the same team that we saw like at the end of last season where they just turn up in the final day. They turn up in playoffs. They start clutching up. And that's something that I think we've looked at, for a lot of these guys, and we've almost expected from players like Super, right? Like, we expect this guy to show up in the clutch. But will it happen again? Need a full-on performance here from every single individual. The Atlas Lions up against Noctem. Getting it off here on Embassy Hardpoint, Alan.
Yeah, just kind of looking at the tiebreaker situation from our GB admins, it very well may just be a case where if the Atlas Lions win and VVV win, then Noctem would find themselves in 5th. Any other situation, the Atlas Lions find themselves out. So there's also possible outcome situations as far as map ties, I believe, if VVV loses their matchup and we have that 3-way tiebreaker between 2 and 3 squads. So regardless, Atlas Lions have to win. That's what we kind of come to know. And then we'll talk about tiebreaker situations when we get through it. And how about this start? Clean kills across the board. Noctem only finding 2 eliminations, and Atlas Lions already up to 35 points to the scoreboard.
That's a fantastic start here. Sukari's already threatening Aroma here on the back of the truck. He lands a great Semtex, so might be able to force out some early kills here, maybe win this rotation, but doesn't get the full read. Roma will hold strong. Trophy system now set up, but that is a huge 35 seconds off of P1.
Yeah, I'll say. And now for Noctem kind of scrambling to get themselves in position here towards parking. So far, so good. Holding down some good angles. Aroma kind of playing the back anchor role while everyone else just kind of floats in and out of the bathroom towards admin. And also keeping their eyes on the front hit coming through this long lane by the Vans. Juan's still relatively in here for Noctem. Having a hard time getting on the zone, though, even with a couple of nice kills coming out. Yako can only contest for so long. Last player to possibly get involved is Super, and he's probably the player you'd want, but he runs into a 1v3 and only finds the first, allowing Noctem some much-needed time here on the trail end to P2.
Oh, look at PD. I mean, he's already set up mid-map. He's threatening some of these early engagements to the next hill. Absolutely love to see it here, as it's going to be at least a solid back 30 coming on through for Noctem. Crew's now the next one up. Looking to maybe take his route up through the bridge to see if he can try to crack something open. Doesn't have the AR. He's going to have to get through Sukari, but they got a good read on him. The trophy system doesn't find the nade, and over the top, Cruz is there to find him. So now has a chance to break this hill open.
Oh, Cruz nearly gets a transfer for a double. Super staying alive for a little while longer, plus a supporting nade tags Roma down to low HP, but ultimately, Noctem will secure a very quick break. 3 in a row for Roma, 4 in a row for Rezi. They have by far been 2 of the top leaders for this squad, and they are providing early as Noctem string together old to new here, and a chance to really put this into a significant lead, only allowing Atlas Lions to get the majority of their time off the first hill.
How about Cruz, though? He's really starting to turn up here. Looking for number 4, but Yako gonna end the spree. Can't get away with his life. Rezi also on a spree of his own. This has been basically all control from Noctem, man. That back push through the bridge has just been great. Could be a moment to fight for scrap time, but you gotta get through Rezi, and Rezi's not missing, baby. 7 in a row for him. Streak is now earned.
Wow, what a start. Noctem, again, only have given away a single second since the opening hardpoint. Atlas Lions defaulted to playing for rotation here to the 4th hill, and they will be in a really solid, picturesque setup. 2 towards the inside, Yako watching long, Sukri keeping honest the middle. But as Rencor drops, now the flood is in. But no one sees Sukri, but doesn't make a difference. Sukri still can't walk away with even a single elimination. Super in trouble, just trying to extend his life, put himself in the most finesse spot possible. And fortunately, Rencor picks up the 2 contestants from the outside. Now the focus back in towards the actual building itself. And even though PD's nade will take down Super, the trade was already in, and Atlas Lions will hold.
They will hold on here, and it is a critical hold at that. Noctem break in. They start to run away with a bit of a lead. Maybe the game starts to snowball, so maybe one of those saving moments, but still want to lock in the back 20. Rezi going to give it a go. Can't find the shots over the desk, and now the collapse coming through, but everyone holding strong here. Sukri, Yakko, they'll be good, and that will be now another lead change here for the Atlas Lions.
Looking solid. This has been a game of swings so far. But over towards the very messy kitchen, it will be Noctem set up first. Atlas Lions still spawning behind the old hardpoint are going to have to go on a bit of a trek, bit of a journey here to put themselves in a position to try to get an early break, and it's being watched largely through the middle of the map. Cruz, though, going to be a little bit of trouble, doesn't have the vacancy to kind of watch through P1. PD will spawn out, so now here comes the hit from Atlas Lions. Can Cruz take care of any of these members on the way in? No, not so far. Atlas Lions now with numbers. They get in, they find the kills, and it's just Rezi left in their way, and he really can't do anything besides hold his life.
Yeah, he's just got to wait. It's like, all right, well, no one came my way, so I'm just going to wait for my teammates to slowly come off spawn and work into the point. Sukri is going to deny him that opportunity. Doors shut once again. Hold looking good, but Cruz broken up in a couple of these hills, looking to try to do it again. Has to back down. Can't finish off the third. This is all time going the way of Atlas, as Sukri is now on a bit of a spree himself. He's on 5. Cruz will finally get in there with his teammate, and they'll fight for the scrap time. But this has been a very scrappy hill, and we're still seeing both teams try to get themselves into it.
Taking a look at the other matches going on again, this is the Wobbuffs Academy and Revived Gaming matchup. Both teams 0-4, playing for pride at this point. Revived Gaming off to a very hot start, 165-55. Goodness, what is going on with that Wobbuffs Academy roster? Meanwhile, here, after our first back-and-forth hardpoint, we have essentially a dead tie game. Back over towards P1, Noctem winning in the kill feed, but still having a little bit of trouble getting into the hardpoint itself. Yakko making sure of that by playing through Laundry. Now with Dead Silence, you can essentially just run circles here in the middle of the map.
Yeah, he certainly could. Yakko just trying to get a read on where some of the members are lurking around, and he's going to take a nice Dead Silence route right up top. Hello, Haroma. Thank you very much. Pick up an AR if he wants to, or just throw himself back at the time. As Yakko going to do everything he possibly can here to play his life. With 20 seconds left, this is, again, a chance to come away with some decent scrap time, and Noctem finally going to put some pressure on it, and they will be able to clear him off.
It's interesting, I think, as well, just to kind of see, again, a game of swings come through. It's provided some very convincing kills as well. Most notably, PD's on a killing spree looking for that possible cruise missile. That would be the second one earned from Noctem. In a very tight game, you think about what the difference maker could be in that extra resource, but naturally, we frame it up, we talk about it, and he dies before he has a chance to take the gunfight. So over towards parking we go. Atlas Lions currently in control with the numbers, but Roma has slipped into a pretty tricky position, flushed out by Rencor, and as Sukri capitalizes on the final elimination, it'll be a full team wipe, and Atlas Lions securing time.
Oh, and now Sukri's in this nice little spot and cut this cross right through mid. Get a read on PD, who's trying to also figure out where some of the arrows might be positioned. Aroma deep into the back, and now there's the pinch. That is wonderfully done here. Noctem able to fully circle around the point, find just about all the necessary kills, and then finish off Rancor, and they'll get in there for that back 20 seconds here on P2.
Back and forth, continuing this 50-50 game of tug-of-war so far. Rancor trying to shut down the rotation out of old. PD in a little bit of trouble here, already committed to the Dead Silence, but Roma's at least able to kind of keep him safe from losing that field upgrade. Not that it matters too much in the long run, though, as Atlas Lions will see servers open up to their name. Noctem kind of all over the map right now with a 3-man hit coming through Tennis side. And as they clear out everything from the back, now Atlas Lions focus on the front and deal with that hit before it even really comes alive. Rencor, a nice second onto Rezi, leads the Atlas Lions, getting the first 15 and then some as they continue to grow their lead.
It never feels good going 4 down when this hill's open, especially when you're spawning across on the other side. Have to find ways to get into orange before you can even see the hill. You're going to have to get through Super. Edie looking for an angle. Super says no. Looking to see if he can finish off the rest, as it's going to be one last final push. Super good for 3 in a row. Will Roma give him 4? He's just laying down, waiting for him, and Super cleans them all up. That is just about a full 60, and Atlas Lions, they're already pressuring new.
That was critical, not just for the full 60, but Noctem spent their cruise missile trying to break that into absolutely nothing. So now Atlas Lions have blown the lid wide open on this game. 200 to 138. Noctem empty from points, largely in the last 2 hard points. Sukri still lighting things up now on 5 in a row at 20-11. Talk about a clutch player that was part of the reason for Atlas Lions, previously known as La Nave del Mysterio, to get into playoffs. And he may provide a little bit of electricity here on 6. Able to earn himself the cruise missile off the reload. Not quite able to take down Cruz, who's there for the contest and a follow-up onto Yako. Plus another onto Rencor. A little heroic here from Cruz to try to keep things mixy, but Atlas Lions ultimately still in the hard point.
Oh, it's still the pressure here, just a little bit overwhelming from the Atlas Lions. Super just digging deep for some of these kills. That really feels like the entire story here for a lot of these members with the subs in hand here. Atlas Lions doing a very good job playing around the point. It is 15 seconds. That should go the way of Noctum as we start to make this movement across the map. See Revive Gaming also coming up with that win there on the Fortress Hardpoint. But coming into this one, Alan, a lot could shake up, a lot could happen. We need to see a big hold here for Noctum. At the very least, get themselves in a good position.
Yeah. Have to do this, plus win rotation, plus likely also extend this to at least another hard point, if not 2 beyond it. But as the cafeteria opens up, it's Atlas Lions who are in first with a lot of ground in their name around the hard point. Yako shot at from behind, just creates a little bit of space by nading his backside. Over in the corner, Yako still finds an important first win, but knocked him, overwhelmed with the numbers. Now a chance for them to kind of lock in this back 30.
Looking good for it. Could be the dub. Atlas Lions just holding on. Multiple members in the point, all flooding. Linked side by side, but all the shots come through. And we will see them get themselves back into the point. Cruz just fighting like he's been doing the entire game. 28 and 25, 10 seconds to go. One final push.
Shots not quite landing yet for Noctum, but they do at least neutralize the hard point for, maybe not long enough. It'll be close. For this final tick, Noctum's going to have to play through old and then also win over at new. 3 for 1 the exchange. Cruz the last one left. Gets in for more, and how about it? Now needs to take his focus immediately into P1, but can't quite get there in time where the final second is tallied, and the Atlas Lions use that to win map number 1.
All right, Atlas Lions, they take a respawn to kick off this best of 5. It is a totally different look based off of what we're used to seeing from these guys, so a much better start, and everybody was getting a lot more involved. We talked about, kind of the big standouts being Super and Rancor, but there was just a lot of great moments, I feel like, from everybody across the board. Yako was getting a lot more involved. You can see, Super 25 and 15, just about leading there side by side with Super. That's what we're missing. That's the inconsistencies we talk about, but when we get it, we get to see this kind of new level of this Atlas Lions roster as they show there in the map 1.
And that's the thing is, we've had our opinions on this team over the course of almost the last year and a half, it feels like, at this point. They've played, Sukri's Bakery was a lot of what this team currently is. And it always feels like it comes down to what Sukri are we going to get. Some days, he's very absent. Others, he does stuff like this. 25 and 15 with nearly 3K damage. 22 of those kills were non-traded, for crying out loud. So, maybe it's something to be said about what happens with the hosts. Maybe there's something to be said about just kind of how the map forms with the composition that the team likes to play, because very regularly it is Rancor to kind of lock down lanes and kind of be the pop-off player. But here in this map, Sukri just found himself in a lot of good space and very much so utilized that in combination with Super, who also had 22 non-traded of his 28. So a great kind of duality map between those two here.
Yeah, and that key I kind of talked about, coming in, right? Like shutting down players like Aroma and Rezi and just not letting them kind of get off the ground was also a pretty big factor. You didn't really see that same kind of dominant performance, with 25, 30 kills from the ARs. It was only mainly coming from Cruz. He's the only one that basically doubles up on all of his teammates' kills. He was finding a lot of great entries, making a lot of great moves, but it was really just him with the 23 non-traded. Other than that, it was full control, and that P3 hill, I think, was really what turned that game around. That quick break into that full hold is what gave them that firm control there to lock that one in.
So now worse news starts to show itself on the horizon, because not only do Noctum kind of get, outworked in the last half of that hard point, but the search and destroy in LSilo, we know what to expect here if you're an Atlas Lions fan. Smiles come across your face, I imagine. They are 3-0 on the map. On average, they win it 6-1. So you want to talk about straight dominance. No better example than this map mode combination out of TAL.
Yeah, no kidding, right? But to be fair, there is a couple of reps, at least on the other side. Noctum are 2-0 on it. They don't have that 6-1 record overall that they're kind of taking for as far as the round counts, but they have at least found a little bit of success on it. And so, that's got to kind of tell you that they've at least watched over, what they're doing. I'm sure both sides have done at least a little bit of research from last week. But you have to kind of imagine coming into this one, there's going to be some hard counters potentially kind of laid out here for you. If you're willing to throw it into this best of 5 series, then you got to have something prepped in my mind.
Absolutely. Have to have it, and very arguably have to kind of have the map win in certain regards if you're knocked up based on the rest of that series layout. We'll talk more about that in a moment. Into the hotel search and destroy, though, between Revived and Wobblebob's Academy. Nile for a counter in towards what was a pretty interesting opening engagement. Gets us to a 3v2 favoring Revived Gaming, and there will be a chance here for them to maybe even get a read here on FDOT, who is kind of isolated in certain ways over through bricks.
Yeah, if FDOT just peeks and decides to take maybe a route over to B or over to A, maybe there's a chance, but now he's going to have to cut through Detain, and neither player are going to see each other. They're just kind of ducking right underneath the sights, but with 25 seconds, FDOT realizes he has to make the play. Can he finish off Pack? It's caught on the swap, and Pack will make a punish. Now it's Alpha Maestro here, 1v3, 15 seconds on the clock.
He's going to have to force a play right into the waiting arms of Nile, who should have had a freer kill than it was. Say that, bud.
Must have stopped shooting, right? Surely must have stopped shooting.
I guess surely. We'll find out. Oh, yeah, he absolutely does.
yeah, he's like, I got him. Sheesh. It's one of those where you're like, oh, and then you're like, okay, we're good. And everyone's like, what just happened? No one knows what's going on, but he finished off the kill. He's good. Team comms, I'm sure, are still okay. Doesn't get turned on. Nothing crazy happens, and just a lockdown defense here. Jumping in about halfway through the round. Good for Revive to kind of kick this map number 2 off.
And it's, I don't know, like, this Wobblebob's Academy roster, I was excited about when they made their way through quals.
Yeah.
I think you look at players like FDOT and Dizzy who have shown some serious potential. Of course, Chaxter was at BO4 Worlds. You know, his story goes on. 3rd place at Cold War. How about Detain, though? Kind of breaking down this Wobblebob's defense just by diving into Bedroom. And that all of a sudden creates a ton of issues for Wobblebob's Academy, even though they're in the 3v3, mostly on what ground do we even have available to hold as Nile reinforces the play through mid.
Yeah, you can see Detain trying to get a read down low, and he'll finish off another. Looks like it should be the round. FDOT is in a good position to catch some people maybe rotating through, but going to be hard-pressed to make this one try to happen. Well, Detain might be the one he has to kind of come through. But while this happens, bomb's going down at B, so bad news here for FDOT as he has to make his way back across here with the sniper rifle.
Yeah. Kind of finishing the point, you know, Maestro, FDOT in their first competitive year. Dizzy had some moments in the Vanguard season, as now FDOT will see Detain. And he is just playing with his food. There's the nades, there's the stuns. FDOT is tagged by the stun, not the nade. So still relatively healthy. Quick snipe not going to land. Detain down low. Gives himself a chance. And, well, I mean, it's a shooting gallery. What do you pick?
Yeah, it looked like just like one of those, I don't even know, like some kind of like training like exercise that you would do like off stream or something. Just everyone's running at you trying to land some some crazy snipe shots. Just doesn't happen. Good look for FDOT to maybe make some kind of miracle clip happen, but no one gets tagged. Everyone just locks them down. Good stuns and nades come out there over the wall too. But pretty clinical, pretty clean, I would say. Revive just kind of doing their thing at the moment.
Yeah. Having their way, for sure. Wobblebobs on the We Are Clutch GG stream took map number 1 versus VVV 250 to 246. You can catch that live in action if you're looking for it. I know a lot of you guys are big Wobblebobs fans. Rightfully so, based on how they've played so far. But into this round, hit towards A, finding some legs, mostly off of Chaxter's first blood, but also with Dizzy controlling some space here, top bedroom. Revived are a bit trapped just underneath, and with Dead Silence available, Dizzy's going to try to make a play.
Yeah, I like this. He's getting good comms right now. Just needs to try to find 1 or 2, and even if he just finds that and plays his life, this is really good. Going to put a lot of pressure on them. They don't know if they're safe. They have nowhere to go. Now it's just going to sit down low, and Dizzy snaps on him too. Now doesn't even really get a chance to react to that. And now it's all up to 1. Detain gets at least eyes on 1. Can he finish him off? No, he cannot. That would have been a huge kill. Just needs to try to play his life, and that won't be the case.
Much better for Wobblebob's Academy. You know, a little bit, I think, just off of Revive, set up 3-man stack in towards the interior of this valet hallway. But also on top of that, just the forward play that's allowed further by the Dead Silence makes life very difficult for the defenders of Revive Gaming. So we'll try to keep our eyes on that as long as we can, but we'll head back over to our primary matchup. Again, this one has a lot of implications on it. It's the Search and Destroy in El Asilo, First Blood, and the bomb plan already for an attacking Atlas Lion squad. Rezi with the trade off of the snipe, and Cruz has taken away a little bit of space here at Checkers, but has a lot more to clear before there's going to be an opportunity for a defuse, especially as Yako is pushing forward into the defense with another elimination.
Yeah, it's a good route from Yako, and Roma now needs to kind of wait and pause. Like, is he going to shell back? Is he going to take an alternative route around the back? Not too sure, but no one's hopped to the bomb here, and now it's going to likely secure the round. Yako comes back after a delayed push, and that is the reason why the Atlas Lions have only lost one round on this entire map, this entire season, as they have a very clean opener.
Yeah, very clean. And that's the part of the problem. You know, is like, what exactly do you do when Super's dealing with hit flinches and finding shots like that? I was about to say, when Super's controlling so much space with his sniper rifle, you have to try to either do one of two things. Either try to counter it flat out by having Resi snipe against them and try to look for the 1v1, which is a difficult task. Or you just give up part of the map and say, all right, you go ahead, you take that sniper rifle, and we'll just try to avoid you. The problem with that, and what we've seen very regularly here, Austin, is the fact that it's hard to avoid the sniper rifle of Super because he's very primed and ready to take it into close quarters.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's like one of the few snipers that will actually do that in this game, and he'll connect on shots when he does it too, so it does make it very difficult. You're absolutely right. We'll see if it comes into play. Resi hits a snipe in the last round. See if he has any interest in trying to bring it out in this one, but so far, it's been very patient. Cruz and Super just on either side of the door from one another, waiting for maybe a sound cue or for that aggressive push to come in. Meanwhile, everyone is just posted up inside of A, just waiting for this move to be made from Noctin.
And Cruz wants to make a play. You can feel it with Dead Silence out. Yako staying alive so far. Good damage into the first. Allows an assist to come through. Rancor finishing the kill, and Yako finessing over the top of the bomb site. It will be a flawless round for Atlas Lions defensively.
Yeah, I think the most impressive thing about that entire defensive setup is that no one budges. It's just so much trust there you can see within the setup, right? It's like 2 or 3 players all kind of within this mid area. If you want, you can have Super, who's already kind of pinching through this back right rails area, so he can come through that top side door and just surprise any ARs that might be sitting on top of the balcony. So very well done. So controlled, and just, again, no one even budges. And now Yako, well, he's 4-0, and he's working towards some streaks potentially.
And that's what you love to see, because Yako really isn't supposed to be the guy to pop off right there, but when he's able to lock things down individually, it makes the rest of your defense feel so much more secure. Now into the offense, Yako with bomb carrier. Defense for the side of Noctem relatively split. Cruz is trying to hold a passive angle, which is denied instantly as Sukri just barges in, and he's got his eyes set for more. Already over towards B, into the windows, has PD in front of him, but the shots not quite able to land. Yako trying to get a trade, but will instead value the ground gain into 3v3.
Yeah, Yako could just move right over to A. He does have the bomb, so has to be a little bit careful with this deep movement. Going all the way to the back of the spawn right now. We'll see if he decides to wrap around B or just sit and wait for a pick. He's got time to work with, doesn't have to press right away. But he might be getting some sound cues out of PD. Was kind of running around down low. They're still trying to get a read on, is this play unfolding at B or A? And now Resi should have a shot, and he does. That will even us up. 2v2 we go.
Yeah. Roma, trophy carrier, not going to be able to move very rapidly, so likely just waiting for the information on where the plant is, and then you'll figure out with Resi, how do you want to try to break this post plant down? And Yako says, well, I've done it once. Maybe do 2 rounds in a row. Just finesse the bomb site again. Why don't we? Especially considering that you've got 2 ARs that are kind of coming in to you. No reason to move outside. So let that sub kind of sing a bit of a song. Desperate nade from Roma. Trying to clear off that top patio area, which often is the post plant setup. Not going to have a lot of information on it, but Yako drops. Now the question is, where is Rencor? Door opens. Rencor doesn't finish the first kill, though. And that allows Aroma to stay alive and secure the defuse.
That's just process of elimination, right? You clear out kind of top. You wait also with that top angle to watch the other side to see if someone peeks it, and nothing's there. The most troublesome thing about that entire play is the fact that they have the trophy system, so you just don't know how many players are inside or if any are inside. But they get the read, you just take their time, and then it's a good look for Rancor. Actually gets some heavy damage onto both players here. Doesn't finish off that first, but you think if he gets that one, he is more than likely going to close that one out for another round.
Yeah. Hard agree. But an important one here, not to drop down 0-3, and I'd say even more so, make sure Yako doesn't get any further or potentially earning that cruise missile early on in this search and destroy. Now Resi's on 3, could potentially threaten streaks of his own with another nice round here. Offense looking to move pretty quickly over, but this is what I'm talking about. Super just gets the stun open by Rencor, snipes the cross. Rezi not really expecting it, at least not on that timing, plus the stun effect allows a free first blood, and now follow-ups from Atlas Lions and their utility.
Yeah, what a great nade that is there. We'll find Cruz, one of the big playmakers, and one of the hot hands that we saw in map 1 has been completely shut down here in the map number 2, and, well, Petey can't even get across before Super finds him. And Aroma is just trying to make something happen through the outside, and that is also denied. Another flawless round comes on through as the Atlas Lions, they bounce right back and make sure they maintain that 2-round lead.
Wow. Okay. See what's going to be a difference maker here for Noctum. Again, it's just hard. How do you game plan against that if you're going up against Super Scope? I mean, very regularly, teams that play that pop open door strategy defensively, it's an AR watching, but I mean, at that point, it's like, oh, throw a shoulder, I got tagged a couple times, I'm safe, whatever, cool, we know they're there. Super changes the game completely when he just one-taps you like that. So, lots of questions for Noctum, this time defensively, looking to kind of use Aroma towards the outside of the map. It's also a 3-man stack in and around the A site. So, lots of predictions here that TAL are going to make a move in towards A. Stuns, nades, all coming in. No trophy system to keep this defense safe, but Cruz and Rezi actually somehow get out of the site and find 3 of the first 4 kills, leaving Super now by himself. And Rezi has confirmed that Super is up top, wants the gunfight. Respect to that, but Super stays alive to try to finesse this 1v4.
I love that chow there. Rezi also gets another read on it, but oh, Super finds his head. I'm sure he's not going to clutch this one. Surely not. Players are starting to close in around him if he can work some angles maybe, but he's just got no information. And oh!
No
You found
way.
Cruz. He's got 30 seconds, Alan.
Just don't peek him. He doesn't have bomb. Don't chow him. Don't give him a chance. But he's got dead silent. Stunned to make sure no one's on his quick flank. Pops the doors. Oh! Oh my god! Now down to the 1v1. And you know Petey is shaking in his shoes. No rifles to pick up off the ground. I think Super's looking for one. Takes the cross. And oh, it was close. But Noctum survive, if only just barely.
Am I biased caster for wanting that to happen?
No, because I wanted it to happen too.
Man, I thought it was going to happen. Oh, that third shot, though, laying down behind the desk? Come on, what was that? Dude, there is not too many people that can do what Super does with a sniper rifle in the game. Like, he is got to be, what, 1 of 5, I feel like, in Call of Duty that can do what he does, man. And I know he's in Challengers, but it is insane. It is just insane. That's all I got.
And even out of that argument of 1 of 5, I'm starting to think like maybe like 1 of like 3.
Maybe.
Just based on the fashion of how he makes this happen. Not done yet. Another pick off onto Rezi, who I'm sure is second-guessing the sniper rifle decision. I think Petey just got tagged as well, so, I mean, Super's just not missing. And oddly enough, we're still in a game that's only a 1-round difference as Petey does take down Super, so raid boss down, and now a 3v3 ensues with plenty of time.
Yeah, Petey, I guess, is the kryptonite right now. Wherever Super goes, that's where Petey needs to go, and that's how you shut him down, I guess, but Dukery will be shrugged off the angle. That gives Petey the green light to say hello. I've popped the dead silence. He'll get a reset on it as well. So he gets to go look at a little bit further if he wants to. He's going to spot Rancor, but Rancor apparently sees him too. Doesn't finish off the second. Trade is there, and now it's all to Yakko 1v2.
Yeah. Little chance at this. Dead silence is close to being earned. And Yakko could just decide to wait for this. Play the post plant. Roma watching down low. Cruz on the way in. Long-range shots land largely to Aroma, but first bullet was secured, and Aroma uses that as a chance to win the gunfight. And interestingly enough, Noctum is now playing the Atlas Lions closer on this map mode combo than anybody else, and that's after Super is doing the things that we just saw him do, surprisingly enough.
That's exactly it, right? Petey finds that great first kill onto Super, just able to make sure that he is not getting involved early, down low, especially with that kind of control. No one else would peek him after he finds Petey, but as soon as you find that first one, you can just see everyone else get enabled. It's like, okay, Super's dead. Now we can actually go use the outside lanes and maybe move around the map a little bit and discover what else is out there. So, nice kill. Able to come together with a couple rounds in a row now. We'll see if Noctum can try to pull ahead with 3.
Yeah. Super. Looking, maybe just caught the head of Aroma, but he's not interested. And meanwhile, through the middle of the map, Cruz has gotten aggressive and taken away bottom bar from Atlas Lions, who are now stuck outside. So now you have to, play for either retake inside or likely win patio and try to move this defense back by taking away their side of checkers? Sucre's kind of doing the former of the two, so he's gotten back into bottom bar. Super, meanwhile, has secured another kill under Rezi, and if they know Aroma's on the outside, this could lead to numbers potentially for Atlas Lions threatening A.
So I don't know if someone's above them or not, though, so have to be wary about so many different angles, so many different levels even, but Sucre flies out the door. PD's there and ready and waiting. That's going to be the bomb down, but Rancor does at least work for Aroma. Tries to get some pre-fire shots in there. Won't be able to do it, but they have to track right across the map here with 30 seconds left and grab this bomb.
Yeah, well done by Cruz as well. Keeping himself concealed from the play. Using the factors that already stack against Atlas Lions. To great accord, Rancor. I'm pretty sure he's going to be pretty privy to try to take this gunfight versus PD, but he will not have a chance to plant anymore. They have to find both kills. Gets the first. Does PD offer him a chance? Doesn't look like it. And Noctem will take the map now up 1. I mean,
in a row.
How? How have they done this?
I feel like they're shutting down Super. I mean, I hate to put it all on one player, but I just think they have a lot more freedom. And the second thing to that is the fact that as soon as they lose the first player downstairs in pool room, well, there goes your mid-map control, right? You're all stuck in the outside lane. You don't have a way of getting back in unless you force your way in, which is what they eventually do. But they don't know if their flank's open. They don't know if someone's above them. So it's just a lot of question marks. And just really easy to piece together there for Noctem for 3 rounds in a row.
Yeah. So now all of a sudden Atlas Lions are on the back foot. Super controlling top side of the offense bar, this office area. No dead silence, though. So he's just looking to kind of control this space. Likely, if there's going to be any sort of a plant towards A. And you can kind of see that Atlas Lions are giving up the A site. Maybe trying to allude towards Super being kind of the linchpin towards success if there is a post plant towards the top side of the map.
Well, with the first blood, I feel like the Atlas line should be in a pretty strong position to close this one out, especially with Yakko coming through on the flank. PD, he's doing the exact same thing, but doesn't look like he's going to be able to spot Sucre. Be a tough angle to check, but up top, Super in the corner says thank you very much. There's the double up. Now the last one up would be PD, who is left all alone. This would be for a 1v4 himself, now 1v3.
And that's the problem when you have nobody checking towards that top bar position. You know, you get someone in office like that, no dead silence, doesn't matter. You already control that space. And I love that idea from Atlas Lions. We don't often see them do stuff like that where, you know, often we get Yakko inside the site. Usually someone like Renkor's watching over the top to give him any early information. But to see them try to back off the site completely and almost decide to play retake because of Sucre's position is really cool, I think, just as an idea to kind of change up your defensive looks.
Well, 4-4 the tally. Super 10-4. He's on double digits. We'll see what he ends at. Aroma struggling to get involved with kind of one of the players that likes to be the island player, but so difficult to do in a map like this. The man that's just been this hot with the scope. See what happens. Yakko has that great opening round to slow down a tad bit. As everything will come to a pause. I think his teammate took shots there as the door opens up, so freaked out a little bit, tagged him, I think, once, and then just backed away.
Rancor. That's an interesting nade. Not going to hit anything, but wonder what that was designed for. Maybe trying to control something over towards the outside of A. And yeah, Atlas Lions are going to try to rotate back towards where that nade was intended for. Interesting setup here. Defensively speaking, Rezi's still kind of playing forward at B. And yeah, this is what I was worried about. You still have a lot of focus here for Noctem in towards the middle of the map. And I love this idea. Just kind of just keep Super kind of displaced more often than not. And now with the numbers, Noctem back off and play the 4v2.
Super looking for a shot, but might not even be given an angle. 25 seconds, just have to kind of rush into the bomb. Shots in the back, not going to connect. And yeah, this round all Noctem. After the hot start there, it has now been a great response. Great reads coming in. Great defensive setups as Noctem now are just on 1 round away from being able to take away this insane map that we always praise here for the Atlas Lions.
It's strange. But ultimately, team play is working out pretty nicely here. And if you're the Atlas Lions, I wouldn't be surprised to see them try to, I was going to say, put the sniper away and try to reinforce these sites in a different manner. Just due to the fact that Noctum have found a lot of success on this offensive side, largely in this kind of 5-for-1 exchange in the last 6. Stuns outside connect for Cruz. That information's pretty critical, but the problem is Atlas Lions are actually not really focused towards the outside. It's maybe a bit of misinformation here, as Noctum are worried about that same lurking play topside office when, in fact, Atlas Lions are heavy stacked inside the site.
Lots of nades coming out, lots of shoulders. And, man, if you can just get a read on how many players are inside of A and look for a rotation, that could be your angle to secure this offensive win. But they could also brute force their way in. This is the kind of the same setup we saw in that round 1, where everyone was just waiting for this push to come through. And now we're about halfway through the round. Aroma does spot Sukari. Has to now finish off this kill, but he's going to lose his teammates.
Yeah, again, look at the respect from Noctum here, just anticipating Super Scope. The dynamic has shifted, though, with him picking up an SMG this round, and that will be enough for Atlas Lions to get us to a round 11. Again, the flexibility, the variety that we've seen come out has been well credited, but Noctum have survived and sustained through it. Just comes down to, can they get it over the finish line here? And I guess it also depends on what side of the map everyone's going to be spawning on as we get into this round 11, because that could also be impactful as far as what weapons are going to be on the field.
Yeah, that's very, very true. And so here we go. Noctum on the attack here for the final round. We've seen a lot of their plays so far offensively been very, very slow. They have not really done anything with a whole lot of aggression besides just getting the early control in top and maybe bottom pool room. We'll see if any tempo change comes in, as the stuns and nades are likely to come out. PD gonna get tagged by that first one. The stun's also gonna keep him weak, so he's just gonna have to tuck himself away. It's good info, but luckily no kills come through, at least off the start.
Stun deep. That will land onto Super. Nade is going to follow this up, and Super's out of there, so he'll stay alive. Counter nade also from the defense, just keeping the A site honest. But it does not land, so PD will be allowed to plant. Post-plant setup, largely towards the second floor above this. Super denied in an opening pick. So 4v4 we go, and here comes Sukri. No dead silence again. Nade cooked, doors open, tries to finesse this one behind the bar. Gets an idea as far as where Rezi's positioned. Goes for the gunfight, loses it though. Good help from Noctum. Trades back and forth, 2v2 situation. 25 seconds on the clock, and Super is getting in the sight with a sniper rifle, but misses the shot. Keeps his life. Redcore takes down his teammate. What are you doing? And now it's a 1v2. Cruz down low, denied. Last player's up top. Clutch position for Aroma, just needs to check it at 7.5, and that shoulder will confirm the round and the map for Noctum. Oh, unfortunate situation from Rencore to take down his teammate, but I don't know if it would have made a difference.
Yeah, I don't know if it would have made a difference, but at least there still would have been a chance, right? Because Super still had the scope, so he could actually technically hold that top angle if they would have found the player down low, and he just needed one shot, and there could have been a chance, but Rencore, I think, you know, just with all the crazy comms coming out there in those final 25 seconds, just see someone fly out of a door, and I think the instant reaction is to always snap. And it is hard to see your teammates in this game, man. I will absolutely say it is, but that's one of those spots where you feel really bad, and you know after that you're thinking that entire map's kind of on you.
Yeah, I get it. Like, mentally, it's just like...
Mentally, you feel like it's your fault, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But I think as soon as Super misses that first sniper shot on that quick cross in towards A, the round becomes much more harder to win, even if they were to have stayed in a 2v2, just due to Aroma's position and due to where the clock was. So lots of props to Noctum, putting together and kind of scrambling together a handful of rounds there in what looked to be a very solid attempt and identity for Atlas Lions. But ultimately speaking, our series is now at a 1-1 count. Again, every single map loss in this series for Atlas Lions is a heartbreaking one, I would say, just due to the fact that tiebreaker situations can still occur. Mostly, again, we're kind of wondering, not only will Atlas Lions be able to win this series versus Noctum to force a tiebreaker, but also VVV would need to beat Awobabobs, I believe, in order to guarantee Atlas Lions to avoid map situational tiebreakers to earn themselves into that top 4. Otherwise, we start to go to the math, and no one wants to do that. I'll say that much. So, tight series thus far. Also, just we saw the update come through. Awobabs Academy did take the Search and Destroy versus Revive, so that series is also in a 1-1 map count.
Yeah, that one was also like a crazy start that we kind of tuned into on the other side. So, the fact that Awobabs Academy start to bring it back is something you love to see, as we'll take a look and see how things kind of were playing out for us. But either way, 2-0 in the control. 13-4 here for Chaxter. FDOT's also 12-3. So these two combined are having themselves a map. And on the other side, no one's been able to get themselves off the ground.
Genesis fighting back. Finally gets something going here. 4-9 for him. Detain just at 3-11. Really poor offense, it looks like, in the last round. And, well, the first 2 rounds. I mean, come on. 1 kill a round, essentially, from Detain and Nile combined. As well, Bob's Academy will get the first tick of progress at A. Detain gets only 1 of needed 2. And with that, now all of a sudden the second tick of progress becomes likely. Genesis prone on the corner, tagged by Nades. Tries to toss one of his own, and that will be enough for Revive to get back in, contest, and deplete the second tick of progress.
That's a good moment, right? Stop the second tick, slow it down a little bit, maybe slay out and start to get some map control. Something that feels like it was probably missing in some of the other rounds, but now it's coming to life here. As shots now do come through Bob's Academy, they'll find 3 down. That should be the green light here for the zone as they have numbers, but there is still a bit of a contest. Good trades come through. Now Dizzy looking for that second point.
Meanwhile, the rest of Bob's Academy are still focused here at B, and Revived are not finding the eliminations that they need. FDOT does get traded out. Pack turns that into a double. First tick of progress at B locked. Maestro looking to clear out backside bar. Pack, though, single-handedly walks into a 1v3 and takes all 3 kills. A still being held by Dizzy. Third tick of progress looking good for the extra 60 seconds to Detain, who won the first gunfight, was too weak to challenge anyways. So we get a minute 52, dead even on the lives. And Bob's Academy now look to make their moves over towards B again.
We'll see how they do it. FDOT trying to push through main. Will be shut down. Genesis just going to try to hold on. Need to get a read on the player in the back. Dizzy's taking a long route. And now you can see on off screen, at least Detain is onto him. Meanwhile, Chaxter's waiting to pop the dead silence. Start to move into top and bottom Benjamin. Clear this out. They're going to get good info on the Nile. Should be able to clean this one up. They do. Dizzy does die, at least in the back, but they're fighting for some of that Benjamin control.
Pack still on a bit of a rampage. Now on 6. Also running score streaks. Doesn't have the cruise missile earned yet. 16 plays 14. Now a minute 10 on the clock. And you're really kind of keeping an eye on number 4 in purple on the minimap, as Dizzy's probably going to be who has to make a play happen to open up this site, because Revived are in such a powerful position in through bedroom and at mid, and Dizzy will be turned away. So with that, now the defense starts to build some formidability, and they have a 3-life lead on top of that.
Looking to make something happen right through mid. Cutting off the reinforcements here. Big kills coming on through for the Bob's Academy. Genesis, the last one up. Needs to hold his life, and he does. It's a key win, but it is only him at the moment. Needs to wait a couple seconds for his teammates, and now the ticks are coming through. There is no time unless they can flood through mid and find the kills, but all the kills are just going one way, and a Bob's Academy 3-0 here in the control. That is just as beautiful. You'd never like it, man. That is insane to see them come alive and be able to bounce back like this, Alan.
And the thing about it, too, is just, like, Revive Gaming have a perfect picture defensively around the B site. You've got a player deep in bedroom. You've got 2 players watching mid. You win the battle on the flank over towards lobby. And then on the next hit, Bob's Academy just win and get into the zone immediately. Like, there is something to be said, I think, about the defense just not being as resilient as it should have been right then and there. So mistakes coming through, but hey, both teams are 0-4, and that's going to be things that we see, I think, throughout that series of maybe possibly why. Now, again, granted, don't want to come off too harshly. Both teams are brand new as far as the rosters that have been put together. Learning lessons is going to be part of the picture for the next, month and a half or so before we start to talk about Toronto at the end of May. So those are all things that will be kind of poignant, I think, in certain ways as we see these two teams continue to try to look for their first win in this first season for their rosters.
Yeah, still trying to get the first win, just battling it out. And obviously, everyone's still kind of going pretty hard for it, right? After watching kind of the map 1, map 2. So we'll see what kind of happens there for as far as that. But yeah, it's kind of building off of, what you have and seeing if you can try to translate that into the future with some more success. But either way, good at least in the control. I imagine, they'd probably take a little bit from that, Wubble Bob's roster from a lot earlier on with FDOT, right? So hotel control coming pretty naturally, I feel like, to that squad.
We'll see. Taking a look, though, back at our series layout for this particular matchup that we just finished off with. Again, it was a convincing scoreline that we saw just on the picture-in-picture in map number 1, but we did get to catch pieces of that hotel search and destroy, and the vast majority of that final half, so to speak, of that hotel control. They will be heading to a hotel hardpoint to finish off this triage. Not triage. Trio. Triage is what happens when you're, like, in critical condition in the hospital. That's a totally different thing. But regardless, Hotel Hardpoint is next for us with potentially an Embassy Search and Destroy. Again, both these two teams just looking for their first win.
Looking for the first win. Gonna get it done here in the Hotel Hardpoint. I mean, after a couple of wins in a row here, you know, you're looking for that big bounce back and that good control map one. We didn't really get to see, you know, everything that was happening in the map one, just a little picture-in-picture, but it was a pretty big lead that we saw very early on, right? Like 150 points to 50, so a chance maybe to replicate that, set it to a map 5. But either way, we'll take a look at now the control here as this series is all tied up. Knocked him up against the Atlas Lions, who just suffered a massive round 11 defeat. Now we'll see what the attack looks like here for Knocked him in round 1.
Looking to head over towards A immediately. Good control through the tower side of the map, leaving Super kind of by himself with Yako, both SMGs on the backside of the play. But as Yako takes a double down, they've pushed PD completely out of the play. I mean, he really can't do much besides wait for maybe a late pinch on towards A with an SMG. And well, he gets red. Rencor finally shuts him down, and Atlas Lions can get on their merry way, focusing their defense to the front.
Cruz just trying to scout things out through the back. Has to get through Rencor. Rencor able to hold on there to his life. That's a huge 1v1 win. It's going to slow down Rezi, who has to run to the top of the tower, and PD might be able to stop the clock. So the setup's starting to slowly come together. Members starting to find some kills, and now looking a lot better here for Noctum. They'll find 3 down. They can get multiple members on the point if they want to, and they should be able to stack unless Sukri can make a play.
He's thinking about it, and he's got some space to work this. Second tick of progress just about to get locked. Sukri opens the door. That will set off the alarm bells for Noctum that there's someone on the flank. But Super from one side, Sukri on the other. They pinstripe the kill feed, but it's just a little bit too late as the secure of the third tick of progress is in and the extra 60 seconds is added.
Oh, he does actually wrap back and find Sukri with the iron up. 1 HP. Vaznev able to take it. And now PD's able to roam a little bit free with his teammates here and maybe come around the back of P, but the ARs are just not able to find the critical gunfights out front. Rezi, the last one up, just trying to see if he can play spoiler. Just cause some problems to let his teammates come back up and maybe wrap around the back.
These individual gunfights are massive towards trying to keep this defense a bit more weary. Also important as Rezi's looking for potentially a cruise missile here early in this control. On 4. Back with his teammates, all coming to the middle of the map. They're looking to push through this, but Super makes safe tools. A little double up from him. PD trying to keep the play alive, and he does take care of Super and his double. Weak in HP, of course, but it does allow PD a chance to continue forward in towards the B bomb site if he wants to. This is not an angle you want with a sub, but still makes it useful. Sukri will drop again off spawn. Now PD with the dead silence, maybe trying to take away a little bit of space from Rencor in this back truck position. And he's at least keeping his focus a bit distracted. PD is just absolutely frying anyone who steps into his line of sight. There's the peek and poke onto Rencor. Just comes down to will he actually take the gunfight or actually get the gunfight? And, well, he's got Rencor trapped behind a rock. And eventually PD will try to make the move, but Atlas Lions off spawn will hold.
I was going to say, I was like, where are the boys at? You know what I mean? Like, PD's alive back there for so long, it felt like, but just not enough, I guess. Not everyone can kind of funnel through Junkyard freely. You can still see at least some of those positions paying off there for the Atlas Lions at the top of the brick wall and just kind of coming off the top of Pride Rock. But PD does everything he possibly could to try to make that be a successful offensive attack. Just can't get there, can't find all of the kills, can't fish them all out. Either way, first round good. Atlas Lions will be able to at least lock in the round number 1, and now we'll see what their attack is going to look like here.
Okay. Kind of felt for a moment there, just based on the success Noctum was building right after that A capture, that there would have been a chance to do more at B. But ultimately pretty empty. But PD maybe looking to get a hot hand here. A little heat check early. Shut down. I think he was affected by some of the utility that came through. Yako gets a pretty easy kill. Aroma, though, up top and a very key position towards tower. Trying to keep the defense somewhat contest-heavy over towards A, but no angle towards Yako in the first tick of progress is looking pretty likely unless PD wants to go for it. Tags are in. Yako wants the gunfight, but gets kind of baited into it, and with that, Noctum will hold just as the first tick was secured.
And
Actually, no, it wasn't part of me.
Yeah, he doesn't come through. PD's able to get right back out there in the nick of time, and Cruz now has to deal with all the pressure coming his way. He's diving, he's dipping, he's diving, he comes behind the back and is able to get a knife into Yako. And Rezi is still here, so you are not safe on the zone. You're going to have to look at your back as well as the front here. And I like this positioning. Rezi just going to take a different look, going to force some of the players forward here from the side of the Atlas Lions, as Rezi's now on 4, and he is still on a tear.
Yeah. Number 5 in front, but Yako finishes him off, so the killing spree avoided. Super, meanwhile, in towards the B bomb site. Now created some problems for Noctum defensively towards B, but big pickup from Aroma. Shuts down the potential from Atlas Lions, being able to kill players off the cross from spawn. But on towards B with Super. First tick locked, second on the way. Sukri just a little bit off the site. Aroma searching, hunting, trying to find a way to lock him down, but the kills are just not here yet. And every single moment that starts to tick by becomes a moment for Atlas Lions to get closer and closer towards that second tick. Cruz is bounced out, trophy system is down, and Noctum are going to have to chalk this B zone.
Sure will. Have to run right over to A. PD can play for exits, but that's really just about it. He has been captured. No ticks so far at A, as PD almost finds another huge double up. Sukri will be able to put him down with 1:20 and just about tied in lives here. You're in a good spot if you can get through here. The defense holding so far. Cruz locking down the back spawn.
Yako still trying to work around the back. Rencor, as mentioned, just trying to keep forcing the spawns towards the bottom. And yeah, Noctum are very aware of this. Cruz is in a pretty impossible gunfight here, you'd think, with the AR, but still chooses to go for it. The idea, I think, was team shots with the assistance of Rezi nearby, but now the kills are clean. 13 plays 13, 52 seconds is where the clock will stall as Atlas Lions are on with 3 members large at A. First take is rapidly in, seconds on the way. Retake has to come through and has to come through quickly. Sukri's waiting for Roma to come around the corner, and he does finish off the kill, leaving Yako and Super by themselves. Now a 1v1, and it's Rezi who finishes off the final contestant, and we go to 11v9 with 45 now on the clock.
They get there, they stop the final tick, and now they got a little bit of control down low, but you got to play perfect defense now for about 40 seconds. 8 lives, so it's still plenty to work with here. Cruz's position, you feel like, could really nullify the round if he can get into the right place and pick his moment correctly. Super finds the entry. Rencor gets the second. Cruz is now forced to go big from above. Can he find the kills? Yako's going to be tagged, but he doesn't commit. Doesn't commit. He goes down, but it's too late.
Wow.
And the Atlas Lions lock in the zone.
And just kind of reinforcing some moments here off of the tiebreaker situations. I believe the word is that the Atlas Lions have to win 3-0 or 3-1 to make it to playoffs. So that's kind of what's on the line. Must-win map by at least the assumption. Again, not going to say that with 100% confidence, but that seems to be the situation at hand here for us. And so a big start here into the control, 2-0 up. Noctum, though, showed some force on their first offense, so don't rule out the potential of them winning their second attempt here.
Right, got the A zone, got a tick on B, and had a good look with PD's push all the way up into the back of the garage. So a lot of great looks indeed. Looks like A will be the target, at least off the bat. A little bit of mid-control will come through here first, and Atlas Lions trying to put together on what the opening play is, in fact. As A will now be touched, Sukri's going to back up, and he'll start to play a little defense here with Super.
Shots are in. First tick of progress, still on the way. Good nades coming over the top now leads to an opportunity for Noctum to stack in. It looks like the call for Atlas Lions will be to reform. Not necessarily concede, but at least put themselves in a better position defensively to make sure there is no transition from A to B here, especially with how clean those kills were from Noctum. But even off the respawn, Noctum are still finding the eliminations. Will chase down behind the B site, as Rezi's kept his life and stayed relatively healthy on this transition. It also forces the concession of the A zone likely to come through. Yako's going to give it a try desperately, but PD will find the kill. And with that, 2 minutes and 5 seconds on the clock with a lot of lives here for Noctum to move over towards B.
Plenty of time. You can push through. You can start to fight for some of this mid-control. You got a lot of options to work with. You're not pressured to do it anytime soon. Super, though, he'll just run right into the old zone, finish off a couple of kills, and that's going to leave Cruz the only one up on the map right now. Has to try to play his life. Maybe make some early moves to B. He realizes he's got a lane to do so. He's going to get himself into a nice little spot. Good jump up, and he's now got a chance to be able to create some problems in the back.
Yep. Cruz up top, trying to work with PD around the back. These are both your SMG players, though, and PD is going to hard rush it towards top Pride Rock. And you see what that does to the spawns in the minimap. Atlas Lions now spawning bottom left, not where you want to be. Lots for Atlas Lions to do. Sukri trying to do the exact same thing to knock them in their spawn. And every kill is a major kill in this position. Sukri tagged. Still gets the gunfight. Now turning his focus back over towards the B zone, which is wide open, but Noctum are not going to take this as an opportunity to jump on. They're going to wait a little while longer.
And it took them just about that full minute to kind of, make this play happen and kind of get Aroma to where he is. The subs end up dropping. Now they're forced just to try to touch and at least draw out some of the players here from the Atlas Lions to peek, but no kills are coming through. It's still all yellow in the feed. Rezzy just can't get a look. The trophy system going to keep him safe up top as Sukri just continues to feast on the spawners. And I mean, this is just perfect at the moment. Atlas Lions looking good for a 3-0 unless something insane happens now from Noctum.
I don't even know how you begin this, though. Redcore, big gunfight. Makes safe. Yeah, exactly. B-Alley knocked him a little stuck in spawn. Rome was able to secure at least one elimination, trying to get around the back, turning. This is a low HP fight with Super, and it's eventually Yaku who comes from his flank to get and secure the kill, and with that likely also the map. 19 plays 7, 16 seconds on the clock. Last chance saloon here for Noctum, and no, door has been shut very sharply into their face. So Atlas Lions need the 3-1 here to put themselves likely into playoffs. And they are one map away from doing that with a convincing 3-0 here in the control.
Yes, very convincing, especially their defensive rounds, man. That was just absolutely clinical. You talk about stopping the playmakers from making any plays, especially when they get into those key areas in the back of the garage, the back of Pride Rock, just being able to nullify that. Come around the back and constantly shut them down, man. Beautifully done. Great control. You're in control. And that will seal it. 3-0. And man, I'm not going to lie. Like, I thought there was certainly a way the Atlas Lions were going to be able to win this series, Alan, but the fact that they might do it all through the respawns is not something I thought I would say.
No, definitely not based on what we saw statistically from them. It's been their weakest modes by far. We jump back over, though, to a very tight affair here at the tail end of a Hotel Hardpoint. Robob's Academy with 2 straight maps now find themselves tied, 210 to 210, revived every single member almost with the exact same KD line. Still in a little bit of a troubling position here on rotation towards New, though. They do have numbers, and it's really just Maestro and Chalkster that could threaten any early time here for Robob's Academy as they secure the scrap.
Good kill there for Genesis. Able to get into Kitchen, but won't be able to find the next win. Maestro able to find himself now 22 and 20, minute 42 in the time. Wants to try to seal the deal here as the nade connects, but won't finish off Pack. He'll hold strong, and he'll keep the setup alive. Meanwhile, Lobo Bob just need to get in here for about 20 seconds, but the hold has been good so far for Revived.
Oh, nice shots from Pack. Last player left to deal with is Dizzy, and Pack turns for his third. Now Revived have a win in their future by the look of it. Trying to zone forward, Detain, controlling the kitchen space. Do they actually know that Traxter's here? I don't think any of the utility actually connected, but, well, now he's been known. Traxter for a double actually neutralizes the hard point. Hold on a second. Traxter's changing up the angle. Dead Silence is in. He's going to get a third. Not one to contest. 228 to 243. Wobabob's Academy with numbers off the respawn. Trying to get back in. They will not be able to win it here, but Revive Gaming still can, and they will secure all the kills needed to do just that. Ooh, it got tight for a moment. With the proximal spawns, see Revive Gaming reinforced and set this to a map 5.
Wow, I almost thought for a second Detain's YY costed them the entire map there, because if he doesn't YY, they find 4 like cleanly. It's this play right here. Detain YYs, Jackster gets 2. He pops the Dead Silence and cuts through mid. And it is just a nice play from Jackster to try to make the miracle happen in the final moments there in the hard point. They had the lead, but Revive get in, and once they get in, they hold for just about all that time to get us to that map 5.
Wow. Again, you wouldn't know that those two teams are out of playoffs at 0-4.
Yeah, you really wouldn't.
They're playing with some heart, I'll tell you that much. Love to see it. And again, the thing about it is, like, not to just completely shy away from the conversation about, oh, they're out of playoffs and this, that, and the other thing. There is no Major 4 open. So these reps are important reps, because all you've got between now and what will have to be a Season 4 qualifier for both of these two teams are cups. And again, like, you're not really going to get a chance to really kind of get your ins and outs necessarily until you maybe get to like the top 32, top 16. And those are only fractions of games. Here's a previous look at M7 in Boston Academy for some reason. and again. Oh, all right. We're just trying to find the screenshot of that last series, or that last map for their Hotel Hardpoint. There it is.
Hey, let's go.
Wouldn't you know it? We've got a lot of elite games that happen. So some things get mixed. But yeah, pretty even across the board KD-wise. You know, I think mostly you take a look at how many non-traded kills, you know, come through for a player like Pack, who also found himself on an 8 streak at one point in time in the map.
Yeah. Jackster, though, 32 for the L there. Put up some big numbers. And We're seeing a lot of hill time coming through there, shared between just about every single member on just about both teams. I would say everyone's getting pretty involved, right? So no one's slaying out, just trying to play for KD. Everyone's trying to play for the win as well, but it is still, of course, Revive Gaming with that hole. The Niles dropping 2 minutes of hill time with 28 kills, having a heck of a game, 3,200 damage there to go along with it. To lock that one in, and now the spicy map 5. I mean, just both teams just with 0 wins going the absolute distance just to get one on the board, man. You'll love to see the passion come alive without a doubt.
For sure. I don't know if we have a chance to look back at the series layout for the Atlas Lions and Noctum game, but just want to have some moments here to talk about what is still left to come here. And ultimately, this series comes down to one map, the Hydro Hardpoint. Because Atlas Lions, based on some of their players' tweets, they have to win 3-1 or 3-0. Obviously, 3-0 is out of the picture here with that round 11 loss on the Search and Destroy. So we've talked about what's plagued this Atlas Lions team in the respawn. This map in particular has had some pretty salty memories on it. In particular, this split, they've played it twice, lost it both times, and each of them were about 250 to 175 losses. So that's not great news, but at least for the start, that news is not at least coming into fruition yet. 18 points off the first hill, plus a lot of kills to boot. Yako's on an early 3 spree. Steps away from Rezi and gets his 4th. And now a chance to rotate with Super trying to fight for spawns in the back.
Oh, yeah, Super's in a good spot here. Gonna throw the stun out. And he's gonna battle this out with PD, who will win the battle. Super maybe turns away a little bit too early. Yako is still back here. He's on 5, and it looks like the spawns will be good here for the Atlas Lions. Now, this is a very scary moment here for Noctum. They're going to have to cut through Rancor and then get into the point. This could be an insane opening here for the Lions.
Yeah, the timing of that play from Super was phenomenal with the rest of his teammates. So even though we got a pretty interesting look from his perspective, from the team's perspective, it was still very, very successful. Full team wipe coming through. Yako earning a 6-0 start and a cruise missile on top of that. And Atlas Lions are off running here in map number 4.
I'll tell you what, man, we don't see Yako start off 6-0 too often, but when he does, they usually lock in respawn. So not good news here for Noctum. Might need Cruz to bring some of that map 1 performance into this Hydro as he wins a huge one there. But can he fight in for the 15 seconds? Have to get through Super, and Super will shut them both down. That is just about another full hold coming on through a P2 as the Lions are up a huge amount to open up this hard point.
Oh boy. And they're fighting for 2 already. I mean, I'm telling you, we have moments where the Atlas Lions look like they could potentially be a major threat for a season playoff. And then other times it's just like, what's happened? 85-2. Noctum spawning favorably, still being challenged. They have not been able to really even get into this hard point, even though they played for this rotation about 30 seconds ago. Atlas Lions with kills. They're the ones in the hard point, and Noctum are just getting absolutely slaughtered.
Yeah, they're getting choke slammed right now, man. Like, they can't find any kills. There is just nothing to speak of. They're in the back with a close spawn, and they are just running into everyone on the Atlas Lions, mowing them down, man. My goodness. Player 6, Cruz, he's forced to make a rotation, but it's him against the world right now. He's got no one with him. Everyone else now looking to collapse, and it's only 3 seconds with the scrap time of 10 that Noctum get.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Not good. I think that's the easy thing to say. Cruz trying to hide in the grass. Gets 1, but the immediate follow-up is there. Rencor now on 6. He's earned a 2nd cruise missile for Atlas Lions, and the kills from the front are also coming through. Yako assisting off the pinch. Sukri still spawned in. And still, even with numbers, Noctum can't even see the hard point. Yako all over the map, just dancing in and out of windows, making the ruins absolutely his. And even though the trades are decent, once again, Noctum barely finding enough footing to even get into the hard point.
Yeah, the only good news there for Noctum is the fact that the first 30 seconds pretty much goes neutral, but will they get the back 30 when Super is hitting shots like that? Just about finishes off Cruz, and well, the Cruz missile does come in there from Yako to try to lock it in. Rancor still has his for some of these future hills, but the spawns in the back. Everyone from the Atlas Lions is basically across the map. Rezi's the only one here, and he's got a lot of work to do.
You just have to stop the bleeding. And even on rotation, Atlas Lions will get the favorable spawns just before the new hardpoint opens. Super critically taken down by Roma at range. That will give some numbers here for Noctum to try to break this out open. Yako stunned, naded, dealt with by Cruz. His self-semtex not even going to tag for any damage. Sukri up top. I'm sure would love to wait for help, but instead finds Vaznev, uses that as an opportunity to make his play in. Contest on the way through. Shots to PD are good, and it's a 3-kill feed for TAL. Last player left is Rezi. He will drop, and this snowball is quickly turning to an avalanche as Atlas Lions are up 100.
Oh, is it ever, man? My goodness. You need this time here. Have to find a way to get it, and Sukari's not going to let it go for free. Trying to put together another spree, and PD's finally able to get himself in the hill for what looks like a bit of time going the way of Noctum. It has been a little bit scrappy these last couple of hills, but still the Lions that have themselves the big lead. And PD, man, he has not had, feel like, one good look at a clean gunfight. He's just been under fire, under pressure, no trophies to help him, doing whatever he can to try to soak up time.
It's just there hasn't been any setups for Noctum. I mean, we talk about this a lot when it comes to the flow of this map. If you lose out on scrap time convincingly, and all of a sudden you spawn out and you're being pressured towards the new hard point, it's just you don't ever get your ARs into a position to lock down lanes. Your subs are kind of in terrible positions fighting up against long range. And now Yako trying to pick apart the head of Aroma up top. Does enough damage to allow Sukari the easy trade, but yeah, that's exactly, I think, the byproduct of what we're seeing right now. It's just Noctum is just not getting a setup. I mean, Atlas Lions are all over the map.
And they're collecting a lot of P1 time right now. And it puts you in a weird spot. PD realizes, I got to hit some of this time. I got to try to force them back. Some routes are being taken, though, from Yako to try to flip those spawns out. Meanwhile, all this P1 time is great to at least deny it. That's really what you need to do now. Have to start denying time and getting as much as you possibly can to get yourself back into the game. And it starts with this hill. Crew's in the back. He's locking it down. He's made sure no one has been able to slip through. But that needs to continue to hold strong.
Super looking for a route. Sub in hand. Not really the best weapon for the job, and Noctum will get the first 2 kills. So, okay. You asked, put it hold, and so far the answer is a very significant yes. Rezi, though, goodness, treading water. Getting himself a double. Stun will lock it. He will submerge himself while the rest of his team starts to hit from the front. And if this whole setup gets broken by Rezi from the water, or pardon me, Rencor from the water, that is... This kind of a sign of how the map has gone. Nearly finishes off another with a pistol, but his teammates will pick up the pieces. And once again, with 20 seconds to fight, Noctum are limited on how much time they're going to get here on what should have been a free rotation.
And they found a really big kill there on Aroma as well across the map. So no flip outs will come through just yet. It's at least some scrap time, and Noctum have been able to bring it to just about a hard point. So this is still doable. This is Hydro after all. A lot could be done here, and it starts with maybe Cruz's play all the way into the back. We'll see if he can try to break something open here. Pops are good. Movement is there. He'll find the entry. Can he put together a second? Doesn't need to commit. Just trying to be a little bit disruptive, doing whatever he can to find some kills through the outskirts.
Rancor's trying to find him with a pistol underneath the water. It's having a hard time finding it, so eventually gets to periscope level, and that will allow the AR to be pulled out. Yako making a mess of the hard point now all of a sudden as Atlas Lions continue to just run undeniably through the map. Yako a double. Rezi down low, feeling like he's got to make a play. Runs right into the waiting arms of Mr. Yako SMG, but still secures the kill. Sukari in a bit of trouble, but Rencor's nade takes down 2. It's just all gone wrong for Noctum. Rencor will finish off the final kill. Scrap time of 13 seconds earned by Atlas Lions.
I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like there's never ever trophy systems down here for this Noctum roster. Like, the amount of nade kills that have actually come out in this game, I think, has been significantly more than what we've seen in a very long time. Aroma's patient play should work out to maybe lock in some of these close spawns here for his squad. He's just going to sit in the back, post up, but the spawns do not come in, so he's still going to have to cut through some players.
There's just no help. I mean, everyone's coming in one by one from the front. Roma's going to get challenged. Nades are through. Sukari chasing down the kill, secures it. Super, in the meantime, making safe the front as he gets on to 3 in a row. 21 and 14 from Super. And it's just over an 80-point game, but feels like the final moments here from Noctum. Have to find something miraculous right here, right now. And based on the trends, it just does not feel like that's in for the picture, at least not at the moment. Need something convincing, and I mean, come on. Yako just runs through the front door and takes down 2. Give me a break.
Yeah, Yako's having him out, man. I said it. Man starts 6-0. It's very rare that these guys actually lose respawns when he plays that well off the start. So far, it's holding true. All that time comes through just about 224 to 125. 100-point differential. Raincore's in the back, trying to find some pistol kills. As Rezzy's up top, he's doing what he can, man, to try to shut them down, but you gotta be perfect from here on out. Need a full hold.
And then some.
And then some.
Yep. Laundry list is long. And they are not separating their whites and colors at the moment. Redcore, Yako, 2 kills. Now to 230. And that may be the game-winning play. Last player is up top, that's Aroma. Team Nade makes things a bit more interesting. Aroma's going to use this as a chance to jump on into the hard point. Good support from his teammates. The break is good. 23 seconds to fight for. Atlas Lions still spawning on the left side of the map.
They can still hit this, and you have to rotate, right? You're forced to rotate. You have to hold here if you're Aroma with the sub. Good for that first one, but you know he's panicking on where the next one's going to come from, but he actually hits a good route through the back. Can't get a read on the third. Aroma does everything he possibly can, but in the end, it looks like it does not matter. Just about all the time comes through. 5 more seconds. That's all you need to win this one. This is just absolutely in the hands of the Lions. Noctum going to have to do absolutely everything perfect from here on out. No more mistakes.
Yep. I don't know. Streaks in. Super floating. Waiting for a chance at a gunfight. Saw Cruz up top, but not a good look at it. And hold on a second. Nocturne are finding a lot of individual kills here. Super. Whoa! A big double. Yako will secure the trade. Just a 1v1 with Aroma, which Sukri takes as Yako. I don't even think he knew what just happened. He was just kind of like a little, I don't even know what, little jungle rat hanging on top of the barrels. Are there any rats in the jungle? I don't think there are. A little spider monkey on his barrel.
Oh, man. But, man, how about it, though? All respawn wins for the Atlas Lions. Like, what universe are we living in right now where this squad coming into this week was just as down bad as ever? And when you look at just respawn records, the S&Ds they've been relying on, but they take 3 respawns. They'll force the tiebreaker, and that means that they might be good there for one of those last playoff spots here, Alan.
Yeah. Into our winless teams. Map 5, Wobobs Academy. Up 3-0 early in this 4v4. A lot of time has passed in this round as well, so I'm sure there's some questions here for Wobobs Academy if anyone's contesting through mid. Back snipe, not gonna land. Second shot opportunity with Maestro will connect. And with that now 4v3, and Wobobs Academy just have no map to work with here.
I mean, you know he has the scope, though, so I'm a little confused why Maestro just kind of stays in the window. Maybe wanted to provide a bit of cover for Dizzy on the plant, but looks like he'll be able to get the plant down safely. Still has a player behind him. Gonna push up and he's trying to find this kill on Pack, and he does. That is a huge one to win. Now a bit of control around the site is theirs.
And the defense is just so slow. Nile is not even close to being a part of the picture yet. Detain is so far out that he hasn't been able to contest Orange. And the amount of positions that Revive Gaming have to retake are pretty significant considering the post-plant situation at hand. So F-Dot, he'll wait until Chaxter gives him a look. There's the shoulder. 15 seconds on the clock. Chaxter's going to come around the back. That should be enough for the kills. And yep, that will be the round. That was just way too slow from Revive Gaming after the first blood.
It really was, especially, yeah, you said it, right? Pack gets the first blood. You're thinking there's maybe a little bit more room to stop them from getting a bomb plant down, or maybe start to take away a little bit more control on the other side. Doesn't really happen. It's slow play it, hoping maybe players are just running around, chowing into them. It just never really happens. They're all set up across the map, ready to play for those checks if they have to. And this is now, what, 4-0 up. And F-Dot, did he, like, lag out and come back in, or has he just not been involved at all so far?
I would have to imagine probably the former of that, just based on how things have gone. But who knows? I might be very wrong. Here we go. Set play over towards A. SMG on the cross. Bold, but it works out. And in the same breath, Pack able to secure F-Dot at range. So now it's just down to Maestro having to rotate across the map. And no, not going to be able to find the gunfight down low and towards the bridge. Revive Gaming took a quick one here with a little bit of some special SMG play out of Detain.
Yeah, a little sauce here from Detain. Able to find, what, 3 in the round, it looks like. He's 0-4, so good stuff here. Nice double up through mid. I think he gets a good stun and nade off there as well. Able to weaken them up a little bit, line them up, take them down, to be happy with that. And yeah, it's something to build off of, right? It's a quick round, so not a whole lot to break down, but have to try to make something happen a little bit quicker if a bomb plant does come through. Or at the very least, maybe just stop it altogether. We'll see if Pack decides to kind of bring out this sniper and work through the back again here, too.
Yeah. Once more, Robobob's Academy looking to finesse, just kind of wait their time here out through mid. Jackster trying to keep the flank honest. Nile is on the rotation already, as Maestro will secure first blood. That's going to put a little bit of urgency here to Nile, who has to make the play around the back. And maybe he saw something out of Maestro here. And there's the nade that will confirm it. Jackster from behind secures the kill. Tane also shut down by Jackster, leaving Pack now into a 1v4. And he's already been pushed off the angle and dealt with quickly. Nice breakdown by Wobob's Academy.
Yeah, the Tane needed that trade, without a doubt, there on the Jackster through the back, but that was a great play. I don't know if it's like sound cues that were coming through there for Jackster. He's just hugging the door saying, listen, someone's back there. And then you see that top peek there from the window to confirm it. And once they get that information, Nate comes out, they'll collapse, Jackster flies out the door, and then puts together that two-piece, which basically seals it right then and there. Wobob's Academy, man, playing some really strong search and destroy right now. 5-1 up, looking to put this one away and grab their first win here, Alan.
Okay, let's find out. Defense looking to stay really reserved on the backside of this B site. Looking likely, I would imagine, to play retake here. You've got F-Dot on the cross. Dizzy's already making a play into admin. Oh my goodness, this is so quick. And he's not even needed. Oh, the stack defensively deep. Really solid Pack. Taking his time, trying to hit the shot, but now the pressure of having to check the bomb, or get the bomb rather, is kind of in play. And at least he'll be able to find himself a rifle to work with outside of the sniper. But, I mean, look at the movement. You've got Jackster taking away more space at admin, and you have to think that F-Dot doesn't even bother peeking this, but Pack is making a step forward. There is a chance to isolate these 1v1s, but no. Tack over the top of the heady. No problems there. Wobobob's Academy take the map 5 win and secure themselves one win in this, what is essentially first season for this conglomeration of 4.
They'll take it. Able to get out with 1. And it's a heck of a way to do it here in the final map. A lot of tight maps, though, to be fair. Maybe not so much the control on the map 5, but having a couple close ones here and there. Some of the hard points, at least the second one, looked pretty good. Either way, that's a huge win, at least to get to build off of, like you said. We'll see what happens with these rosters going forward, but able to at least get 1. So that's about all we got, Alan.
Yeah, it's correct. That is exactly all that we have. Wow. Okay, so with that in mind, that takes us to the conclusion, I believe, of what's going on in Group A. Although I'm looking over and I'm seeing a Wobobobs against VVV is in map 4, and that is, wow, a 100-point game at the moment with a Wobobobs in a very convincing spot. 209 to 102, the current score. So if VVV were to lose that series, which it looks like they're going to, that will 100% guarantee that this TAL squad will confirm to make it. But I also believe that based on them winning that series 3-1, they would have been able to make it anyways. The question then becomes, you know, how tight was it in effect? Because I believe VVV was already secured a spot based on particular tiebreaker situations as it was. So I think that gives us a chance to sit there and say that all of our matches are going to lead to a 4-team improvement. And yeah, there's the final score, 250 to 125. So this group, based on, I think, how the results have come through, should be, if I'm not mistaken, and I say that with a lot of restraint, Clutch Rain at top because they went 5-0. Wobobobs will be 4-1. VVV will be 2-3 in third, I think, and then the Atlas Lions will be in fourth at 2-3, knocking Noctum Esports out.
That's insane. Noctum Esports out. I mean, it's just one of those maps, or rather one of those series where everything is just on the line, and for some reason, every single time we see these Yakko and Co squad get into those, you know, must-win situations to get into playoffs, they do it. They find the tiebreakers, they get themselves in, and then sometimes they even go on a run to make top 2. So it's just not an easy team to beat for some reason, but coming in statistically, you feel like it would be, but definitely a heartbreaker for Noctum, especially for some of those guys, you know, like Aroma Rezi playing an incredible season, but not being able to see the postseason here.
Tough scenes, my man. Tough scenes. But such is life. The way it be sometimes. Sometimes it don't, other times it do. This time,
it be like that.
Here's a look back at what our match set series looked like between Wobobobs Academy and Revived. Both hardpoint wins go the way of Revived Gaming, which I'm sure will at least build some positivity towards their ability to contest. But the search and destroy at the end, a little lopsided and really not being a factor in the control, has a lot of room for both these two teams to kind of look at and say that here's where we need to improve if we're even going to keep this roster in the first place. Otherwise, you've got 3-0 in the Control, which, is not great news because of how convincing it was, I think, for Revive Gaming. And I think it'll just be interesting to see what these two teams decide to do here with their Season 3 coming to an end.
Yeah, it's hard to say, right? Like, I think most teams would probably, want to be obligated to kind of make a change, maybe at least one roster move. But, maybe at the same time, there's a lot of time, like we've been talking about, to kind of prep, get ready for the next season, and try to work up and improve as much as you possibly can over the weeks with scrims. So hard to say where they decide to go, but I mean, definitely, a performance that, neither one of these teams were looking to have, not being able to find a win until the final day here, at least for one of them. So tough scenes, but I mean, someone's got to be at the bottom. That's just the way it works, unfortunately, here when we have our top 12.
Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, and we'll to confirm here with the admin team, I believe yep, they actually did confirm it just a couple of minutes ago. With that win, Atlas Lions is in and Noctum is out. So Group A comes to a conclusion like that. Here is the final standings as we kind of alluded towards. And I don't know if it was because of the head-to-head map count or the overall map count, but regardless, that's how the seeding works out. Clutch Rain up top, Wobobobs in second, and then, as anticipated, VVV, Atlas Lions, and Noctum making that 3-4-5 list. Team Falcons not playing today. Again, last we heard they were not in the EU, so they will forfeit their match, finish 0-5, and have to have some pretty difficult conversations after their move dropping Pack and bringing in Roxas, not really working out whatsoever for them. I don't know. I can understand it's a full Saudi roster. I can totally get why they would do it, but results, again, will have to be a major decision point when it comes to these teams trying to get not just more formidable throughout the end of the season in the Cups, but mostly looking towards that Season 4 League qualifiers in about a month and a half time.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And, do they go back and kind of make another change too? Because they had, Pack in, right? They look a lot better at times, I feel like, with Pack, especially when we saw them kind of in that first season where they actually had made it at least into playoffs, right? So, it's a lot could happen with that roster. I think a lot of us are big on them because we don't get too many representation, from Saudi. So it's always great to see them in the mix, but haven't been able to put it together, at least versus, the top teams consistently. But we've seen great moments from, every single individual, at least on those rosters.
Indeed. So with that, again, that kind of takes us to the end of Group A. Still to come, and in just a moment's time, we have the Group B final matches, and there are no major implications as far as who makes it to playoffs, but the seeding can change. In particular, we've got a really interesting one between Deviants and Signs as our main focus. We'll step away for now. When the teams are all ready to go in lobby, we'll be back with you guys for the conclusion of EU here in Season 3's regular group stage. Don't go too far. Be right back. Welcome back! Slot 2 of our round robin phase coming to a close here for Europe is on deck and ready to go. Group B action. Again, we know who's going to make playoffs out of this group. This comes down to in which order will they be seeded, which could make some pretty big differences coming down to how you start off your playoff run. So we've got Deviants versus Signs. The big surprise here, Signs, again, find themselves not just in playoffs, but with a convincing record thus far.
Yeah, these guys have looked really good. Some of the respawn records looking pretty solid, right? So I think this has been one of the biggest surprises without a doubt. And sometimes we get some of these challenger teams that are able to put it together, use that teamwork, and it just happens to click, right? This is one of those squads, but this is a really big test, right? Like this is against some of the juggernauts here in Europe. So if you find a win here, maybe playoffs really start to look up for this squad without a doubt.
We'll take a look. Let's first of all learn about our rosters here as we get ready for this best of 5 series. Starting off with that big roster that you mentioned, Deviants in particular has been, again, hyped up. And surprisingly, again, all the roster changes that were moved, especially considering the success that some of the guys have found. Mostly, though, you look to Brezzy, who is kind of the new guy in for this Deviants now picked up roster, alongside Jerdy, Lucky, and Gizmo. Brezzy has been one of the most winningest players in Challengers Elite since it's been a thing. And this year, not only has he found a lot of success individually, but he finds himself another star-studded roster.
Yeah, and this one's really interesting for me because at some point in time, just about everybody on this team had an AR in their hands, throughout the year. So it was a really interesting team coming together for me, right? But I think that Brezzy showed us, after swapping some things up with the AR and sub, that he can do it with both. It does not matter. And while Journey has been a sub for just about the majority of his career. So overall, this team is very flexible, and I think that's what can make them, really dynamic when it comes down to their map pool.
Yeah, we saw that kind of at the end of last season, right? Brezzy swapping from the AR into the SMG, and you and I both were like, dude, this guy is moving. Like, he is 18 years old playing, again, it feels like he's just coming with a different type of vigor. So definitely been a main reason for this Deviant success thus far. But on the other side, Signs, really not making too many moves over the course of what they did last season to this season. Most notably, though, is Blade, who's in the mix. Not having seen him for quite some time, he finds himself back into the competitive sphere, and he's doing pretty darn solid. Mostly, though, this roster, I will say, is kind of highlighted in my mind by Deliver and Depa. Depa, I think at one point last year, we kind of looked at him as being like maybe he's the next up-and-coming French star. Season didn't really finish off as successfully as we would have, I think, anticipated based on his opening, but ultimately, this roster has found a lot of success and a lot of progress, largely through sticking together.
Yeah, they definitely have, and that's something that we just always kind of emphasize here in the Challenger scene, and the value that can come from it, right? We've seen it from a couple different rosters this year, despite maybe not making it to playoffs. They still have a really good shot at being able to pull off some of those upsets, use that teamwork, let that chemistry really do the work for them, and yeah, this is one of those squads where it just speaks volumes. So definitely an exciting one, and again, I'm maybe on the back foot going into this matchup, but with some of the members that you've just named here, like Depa and D3, having some of the performances they've had so far here in this season, it makes it very enticing for sure.
Indeed the case. Let's take a look to see how these two teams have fared thus far, though, until this point in the season. Again, both teams 3-1. Hardpoint, Control continue to be a masterclass out of Deviants, but on the other side, the S&D by Signs has largely kept them in the running for a lot of these close wins. They had one map 5 victory. Everything else, though, has been pretty darn polished. 4-1 overall in the Search and Destroy. And I think even more so, the more impressive part about this Signs roster is that even considering their poor Control win percentage, in map number 1s, they've been great. They're 3-1 in the opening hardpoints, which is maybe a necessity in this particular series.
Yeah, you feel like it is to set the tone versus a team like this, and don't let them kind of, picking up some of that steam, get the ball rolling. It's just one of those squads that you never really want to get hot, and you don't want to have to play against on the back foot. So I'm kind of with you there. Picking up that map number 1 would be huge, and the record's obviously good. Their S&D is also looking really good. The biggest one is definitely coming up with at least one of the first 2 maps, right? Because of the Control win percentage, you're looking at Deviants is a squad that's almost always going to likely, you can, bring that one home, especially if it's like a hotel or an El Asilo or something along those lines. So my mind, got to find one of these first 2, I think, for sure, before we see that Control on the map 3.
Well, there's a look at the teams. Let's take a look at some of the individual players to kind of keep our eye on here. Lucky has had a great season with this roster. And again, I think you bring up a really solid point that I'm just going to kind of take and run with a little bit further here, is the amount of possible role confusion has actually led to Lucky kind of establishing himself as being a mainstay in not just the roster, but also as a major threat in European challengers, where I think maybe in rosters previously, he kind of found himself kind of caught between multiple roles or players on his teams that have kind of wanted to play different roles. Everything seems to be pretty clear cut as far as the team has been concerned, and he brings a very solid KD because of it. But on the other side, talking about the search and destroy presence, how about D3? He has been lightning for this Signs roster in the search and destroy, 1.16 overall. It just comes down to, can they find a way to get him involved a little bit more in the control? Because that's where the roster and the team overall has kind of struggled with when it comes to their win-loss.
Yeah, it has been a bit of a problem. Lucky, I feel like, has been an MVP performer this entire season long, and he continues to put up the numbers. So insane stuff. These two battling it out, definitely going to decide a lot what happens, throughout some of these maps. So it's going to be very exciting, I think, to see these two battle it out yet again.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Pretty pumped about it. Let's take a look at our best of 5 series layout, though, as far as where exactly the difference makers may be in this particular head-to-head. And wow, 3 hotels to kick things off. I'm actually a bit surprised by that, just simply due to the fact that we have not seen Deviants play really any hotel outside of their search and destroy at all. And on the other side, for Signs, they kind of miss out on getting their embassy search and destroy where they've been so great at. So there are some interesting picks, I think, just based off of the veto and selection process here. Any thoughts for you in these first 3 hotels?
Well, when I think of players like Brezzy, I don't know, like Harry, like some of those guys, I just think that they love hotel. It doesn't matter what mode it is, like spots where they can set up and just lock down, areas of the map, or kind of get into these really pivotal spots where they can kind of make some plays with a sub. If it's Brezzy, is usually very troublesome, and you have to be very on the ball with not only finding trades, but also tracking players and making sure they're not getting behind you in control and getting behind you in search and destroy. So my biggest thing here is I feel like the first 3 maps look really good, I would say, in my mind, coming on through here for Deviants. But that said, the map ones have been very good. The respawns have been there in the hard points, so I'm not counting Signs out. But I think this puts more emphasis on bringing home this map number 1 than before when we mentioned it.
That is exactly where I was going to go with that. I think not having your embassy search and destroy available automatically makes this map series set look a little less favorable towards Signs, but I think you're absolutely right. It's all about, can they come out and possibly do something here in what has been a great map 1 record for them. Not necessarily on hotel, but hey, they have played it once and they've won it once, and it was a pretty convincing scoreline, so take from that what you will. First 18 seconds already tallied as we jump on in. Brezzy at long range, shut down by D3. Lucky there for the trade, and Blade in the corner will just flat out be overwhelmed. The break is in for Deviants.
So I think the big thing we have to keep our eye on is what are the weapons going to look like from hill to hill throughout this map here for Deviants. So far, I think 4 ARs right off the rip. And maybe now we'll see some subs maybe come into play for 1 or 2 of the members with some of these more close quarter hills. But so far, Control at least looking good off the bat. Deviants able to get themselves in a good spot for at least some of that time, but that early control, much better here for Signs as they're already across the map.
Chance for Deviants, though, to try to play off exits, moving across the map from pretty much every point of ingress that they can. And you've got Lucky already in the back. Oh, boy. Signs are going to get a little caught off guard by this. It's just D3 inside the hard point. He will not be able to take a gunfight. And with Gizmo trying to lock down shops, a bit of awareness may start to grow here as far as where Signs are coming from. But interestingly enough, they just kind of burst right through the middle. They flip the spawns and get into the hard point off of 1 quick set of kills. And how about Signs all of a sudden cleaning things up on the second attempt?
Looking a lot better here. Good control through the front. Lucky trying to work himself into the point. Has to get through Depa. Depa gets a read on the first and might be able to turn and help for the rest. As it's going to be a full-on battle here for scrap time. 20 seconds up for grabs, and Journey. How about that 3-piece? That is going to lock in some of that time for you as they're going to retake that lead and head to new.
Wow, very back and forth affair thus far, and that's in the midst of Brezzy only having a single kill until this point. Over towards Kitchen, our focus goes. Nice shots from Lucky. 6 and 3 player in the corner, though, of Blade. Will not just take the trade, he'll also find one beyond it. So it's just Brezzy inside the hard point. We talked about that SMG. He wallbangs and then takes his attention up to Yumeko. An easy elimination there. Coming right through the doorway, and with that, Deviants will have a chance to get some numbers in, although they are missing out on the spawns at the moment.
Yeah, and that's that sub we talked about. Brezzy gets involved early. Very clean transition over to the kitchen point. And now Brezzy going to have to try to hold strong as he loses Gizmo. Pops out of the hill. Wants to buy time. Comes to the back. Blade gives it up in the worst possible time. And now Brezzy is on 4 in a row. Lucky gets the last one inside the point. And Brezzy yet again does it, as that's going to be about a full 60 here for Deviants.
Oh, how quickly things have now changed. Deviants As you mentioned, locking up nearly every single second. Also now have numbers and trying to play around the backside of bar. Journey searching for Depa, who's just prone underneath his gun model, and well, that will be what causes the gunfight to go the way of Signs. Gizmo from front desk, lots of damage confirmed, no kills yet though, as D3 continues to play around the corner, working with Blade, and Gizmo actually just kind of gives up the tower position, looking for an angle, and in that moment, Blade finds the double, and with that, bar will open up for Signs initially, but the spawns have been blocked the whole way through, and Brezzy's lighting it up now 6 in a row after the 1-7 start.
Oh man, the entries they're there. So those questions we had about the entry sub, who was going to do it, who was going to step up, well, like we had kind of expected, Brezzy's the one to fill the shoes, and he's doing a great job as Journey's doing the same thing, sub in hand through the front, just keeping great bedroom control, and you're starting to feel this Deviant squad get firm control of this map as the breaks are starting to happen pretty fast, and they're running away with a bit of a lead.
Oh, yes, they are. Journey now on 4, moving quickly with his dead silence, is threatening for a second streak. He gets up towards Ruggs, has Blade in front, and that will be where he's shut down, but like you mentioned, the clean transition, the domination on the hold. Deviants looking at a 140 to 55 lead as we get over to Restaurant, and Gizmo's trying to hit her out. Number 4 in blue is going to make a mess of the spawns in the back line. You have to get these kills now if you're Signs, and the only player to stay alive is Blade, who's trying to hunt down Joey, and whoa, I think Joey thought he had the kill. Stop shooting. Blade is able to punish, and maybe a chance here for Signs to pinch as they come around the back end front at the same time, but a team kill plus a restriction from regeneration has allowed Deviants to establish.
I mean, sooner or later, we're going to have to win these opening gunfights, you know, to the new hill. And if it doesn't happen, well, we're just going to see Deviants constantly just storm into the point and just take it for themselves over and over and over again. Finally, a moment here. Blade and Depa work together. They get themselves in 20 seconds, and it's 20 seconds that they're going to have to get. Stay in this game. Deviant's going to send a couple members inside of Kitchen, just maybe place some exits, but a lot more work needs to be done here, and Signs now are the ones that need to find a break and a movement across the map.
Yeah, it's becoming almost out of hand at this point in time. So as they get the exit, now it's all about making their move around the outside. Lucky up top, just kind of anchoring down from the top side of the roofs. Gizmo deeper, and the kills are clean. Not good news here for Signs. I don't know. At a certain point, you start to wonder, like, where did it go wrong here? Because they're losing on rotation. They're not really able to set up and get the holds they want, and their breaks have been disjointed. It's just all gone wrong here.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head, right? It really is just the breaks. Like, it just happened almost, you know, too clean every single time there from Deviants when they're making a movement. And now they're even holding. So the breaks haven't been there for them. The holds haven't been there. Nothing has really been there. As it's just 80 seconds and Brezzy's just laying on his stomach, finding kills, challenging out Godheady. We'll get wall banged in the end, but I mean, when was the last time Signs even saw a second on the hill?
I don't know. I honestly do not have an answer for you. Oh boy. No bueno, amigos. 207.80. New hard point about to open up here in the middle of the map, and Deviants are controlling the archways around the outside. Umeko is finally able to kind of get a little bit of space for Signs to set up and kind of establish some footing. And with that, a couple of kills do come in. So here we go. Maybe a chance here to get over 100 points.
Opportunity. Brezzy in the back will be shut down. So now the setup looking a lot better as you just have to look at the front. Depa, tough chow there with the sub, but Meko able to make up for it. 4 in a row now for him. Trying to get something going here. He could chain this into P2. Maybe start to make an argument for a comeback, but Gizmo, Brezzy finding some good transitional kills. Journey also being very disruptive in and around the restaurant as some of this time starts to go neutral.
Yep. Well, nice double on the finish here for Blade. Not only locking in the scrap time, but a chance for their team to move over towards lobby side of the map. Lucky's here waiting. Brezzy's with him, but the kills are clean. Okay, so signs of life here. As you have an opportunity to get over towards P2 with numbers. Umeko locking down the front desk, and he's going to have to be instrumental in setting up this hold, which is coming a bit split. 2 from one side, 2 from the other, and oh my, Journey deals with both players in front of him quickly. And you want to know the reason for why signs are down this badly. It's moments like that when you should be winning gunfights.
Yeah, certainly is. Hate to see it. Journey in the back, 5 in a row, now 30 and 16. And just doing what Journey does best in this game, which is slay out and find engagements, man. He is almost never on the time, and it's because he's just cooking everyone else in and around the point. Now, final push, really. Looking for Depa to try to find entries. D3 trying to do the exact same thing. Journey will reinforce and just try to lock in this remaining 10 seconds.
Yeah, feeling a little out of reach here, I'd say. 3 kills, make it a full team wipe in for Signs. You still have Gizmo and a couple of other members spawning close. Stuns, nades all coming out. You might go in a bit of trouble here. Lots of hurt coming through, not even able to find a single shot in. But with that, only a couple of seconds are tallied. Lucky on the other side of the map, trying to once again block spawns. Give an opportunity for his team to kind of get set up, but good read at range. Umeko just having a tough time. Goodness, nearly got turned on. Does at least secure 1 elimination, but Journey at 31 kills was just too much of a problem here, it feels like, for Signs, as they continue to try to extend this map as long as possible.
Yeah, they'll extend it, and D3 will hit a nice route, just try to get from behind here again. You know, just another problem they have to deal with before they have to worry about the hard point. Tough gunfight here. Lucky will take it. And with 25 seconds left, you might be obligated to give this up and just simply rotate to new. We'll see if they decide to send members to the old time. There's 20 seconds to fight for. They just need 7. Teammate does come through. That could open up a possibility, but everyone just seems to be stunned, locked up. And now this is the time, I think, to give it up and rotate.
Yeah, it feels that way. Tough decisions that have to be made here, though. Okay, Depa on rotation, now on 6. That's going to earn him a cruise missile and have a chance for his teammates to move through. Hold on a second. Defense have really taken their foot off the gas here. Contest is through. Lucky creates just enough space to tally a couple of seconds, but Signs are in, at least for a small time. Depa has to clear, and he will not be able to. So some tight moments there for Deviants, but as mentioned, Journey just took over the map, and there was just no coming back with that much of a deficit.
Yeah, there definitely shouldn't have ever been a comeback, you feel like, on that map, but Signs put together a little something there from P1 to 3, and make it interesting for us there in that maybe last rotation. Either way, it is Journey who's just finding snaps and shots like this. Look at that awareness. I mean, that is so much communication probably coming through, but also just great reads of knowing and understanding where players are going to be challenging from as soon as you open up with that first kill. 31 and 21, 22 of those were non-traded, man. Guy had a map in. Well, it showed in the scoreboard.
Yeah, it's just when you blow up in a lead that large, and it's almost the exact same things we were saying during the Atlas Lions game on Hydro. It's just like they're winning on rotation, they're holding on their initial setups, and they're finding successful breaks. It's just it was all going wrong for Signs. Yeah. So it really felt like, again, Deviants was just kind of maybe letting off the gas. We were talking about search and destroy while they're still in the hard point. I don't know what it was, but there were some definitely dicey moments there towards the end that eventually got cleaned up, largely thanks to the significant lead. And as you mentioned, look at the non-traded coming through for Journey, 22 of 31. Interestingly enough, Blade had 21 non-traded out of 24 with a minute in the hard point, but
he's fighting.
Yeah, I'll say he definitely was. And Brezzy, who had the 1-7 start, he picked things up to go 7-7. Didn't really have a good finish to the map either, 15 and 22. But when you've got a teammate in Journey who's running rampant like that, there's not much else that needs to be said.
Yeah, there's not also that many kills left for him to get either, right? So it feels like Brezzy's the guy that's sitting on the time, and I mean, he is the role player for this squad, and I don't think you'd want anyone else to be a role player right now in Challengers other than Brezzy, who just kind of always knows where to be at the right time, and he's gonna just do the dirty work for you when he's got that sub in hand. So shows there, good map 1. We said Signs really needed to probably grab that map 1, but if not the map 1, then the map 2 into the S&D. That's where they're going to have to respond, and it will all take place, of course, on Hotel here for these first 3.
Yep. The Hotel Search and Destroy, as kind of mentioned, this is going to have to be, I think, where Signs get into the series. I mean, their Search and Destroy record has been great. Their Hotel Search has been a 1-1 affair. Both maps were tight by the look of it. But it's just, you know, if you miss out on having your Embassy Search and Destroy, which has been their bread and butter this season, you have to get done here in the map 2. And maybe even on top of that, you're going to have to find a way to come out and maybe win that Mercado hardpoint as well, with considering how poor their control has been, especially on Hotel.
That's the factor, right? It's not something you want to think about that far down to the series, but it's the facts, you know, laid out for us. It's just the control has not been there. And on the other side, I mean, Deviants have just won it almost every single time they played it, right? 3-1 record. It's something they can almost always rely on. And it's on one of their maps that feels like bread and butter based off what we've seen from the entire season from this roster. So we'll see if they can put it together again. But the S&D, I mean, that's where you have to strike, have to find a way to tie this series up, man. Can't go down 0-2 going into that control. And with a team with a little promise and maybe just a little bit of time to warm up, because they started to bring it back, in the second half of the hard point.
Yeah,
just needed to get the shots warm a little bit, start to get going, and, maybe started to get there, just got there too late.
I agree. And it's hard to really kind of use that as like a catalyst of like how do they find success now into this match immediately, but you have to look for something, and maybe that is going to be what they should be looking at. It's like, okay, we got back in that series, we can gun these guys, we can get back into the mix, because if there's a time in there like halfway through that was like they're not even winning any individual gunfights when they're set up first. So
Sure.
tough scenes. We jump over to the Team Notorious, an unnamed matchup. Again, the consequences for this one relatively empty outside of potential seeding conversations. Unnamed did take map number 1, though, and as we jump into the first round of the Search and Destroy, we find ourselves in a 4v4.
4v4, and Furious gonna all the way around the back here. Long-range gunfight with Eric, who won't be able to finish it off, and Rafi's also in a pretty good spot. He can see some toes, see some legs, maybe even see some people right through some of the windows here in the blown-up vans, but a lot of information coming the way. Now Rafi just needs to try to finish off some kills, and Henry and Mythics will be able to find 2. That really should shut down the round there, but will they get a read on one player still close?
Hard reads coming out. Sigs does get traded, though. Eric looking to kind of follow up, but he's red mid-map. Turns around for the gunfight. Mythics very patiently waited for the gunfight, which he takes pretty darn cleanly. So unnamed. It was a 250 to 182 hotel hardpoint that unnamed was able to take. Or pardon me, excuse me, 181 that unnamed was able to take. And
Okay.
here in the search, solid start. Able to shut down Sigs from getting too much done, and a chance to possibly continue that momentum here in the second round.
That's the key, right? Just make sure Maple isn't one of those players that gets hot. We saw what happened at the last event. Has that ability to certainly take over, and stopping him from getting hot early is always a good sign here. Now we'll switch it up. Switch the sides coming on through here. Attack right over to B. This time no messing around, no working to A. Trying to get across here with some of those stuns and nades, and Furious also tucked away in the corner. Can't chow. Has to reset.
Henry drops, bomb carrier down. Long play out of Sigs, taking away the back of the map and for unnamed. This is not fun to be in. Having to collect the bomb. You've got Wee Man already shooting at you. You got to read that there are some Notorious members on the flank, but I love this idea from Notorious. Just don't commit to it. Keep the focus for unnamed away from any play forward, forcing that to make them a very tough call. And yep, that's exactly why. Sigs will jump peek over the hood, has a second chance, wants it, doesn't quite connect. Help is on the way. Fury is stuck in the back, and he will be pushed back over towards admin, where time is just not their ally at the moment.
Not the ally, but Eric able to, or will go down. So maybe a chance to still get across. You're going to have to almost fly to the window, or Furious would have to start frying some heads. One of the two, but Mythics still doing a good job getting over to the site. Furious has at least done enough to distract them. So now there's a chance for this bomb plant. A real good shot at a 2v4, but Metals, he's going to fly right through. He's going to read it like a book. He'll find that, and that should seal the deal.
Looks that way, and there it is. Okay. Yeah, I love that idea from Team Notorious. Just, you get the first blood. You kind of have unnamed trapped in towards admin, so get around the back. Show some force. It requires unnamed to kind of be very aware of the potential flank, and it kills extra time off the clock. So even if something does go wrong, you kind of have built the timer as your ally. So good reads coming through. Team Notorious even us up with an all-defensive affair early. Mythics still have 4 kills, though. Definitely becoming a threat, not just for the roster, but overall. As you got to remember that Furious is in place of Defrag. That is a recent change coming out. As how about it? We talk about him, and he shows up in the kill feed with an opening set nade.
Yep. Beautiful nades over the top there. Rafi in a pretty difficult position himself. He saw Sigs with a scope. Opted out for a reach out there as soon as we swapped, and Mythics is able to find Wee Man. So numbers the way of unnamed again. Eric wants to keep it alive. Good for the first. Needs to maybe come up with a second, though, onto Mythics.
Oh, and just on the corner. Mythics just staying a little bit more concealed by his trophy system, and Sigs is caught in no man's land. So good defense coming through for both sides, and I will say for unnamed, just kind of, you know, hearkening on the credit that we just gave to Notorious, they're also doing a really nice job utilizing the middle of the map and keeping Notorious uncomfortable on their approach over towards the bomb sites.
Yeah, they sure are. Great set nades over the top there, too, to kind of solidify the first blood and stop them right in their tracks. Very well done. But back over to Alpha we go here with our main matchup. Deviants up against Signs. Deviants grab map number 1 as we drop into what will now be a 3v2 here. Blade, though, gets one in the back and will even us up with 20 seconds left.
Nice shots coming out from Blade. Trying to get this to a 1v1. Time, a big problem. Brezzy up top just has to throw a shoulder and check it. Oh, no, he's just going to spray it down through the wall. Okay, that's one way to keep yourself safe.
I feel like that's the tough thing right now. I feel like I've seen, I don't know how many wallbang spots, or how many we've also probably not seen yet, maybe 2, right? Waiting to the end of the year, but there's been so many of them where it's just a guessing game, man. When you're the last one left alive, you just got to hope and pray that they almost mess up, as it's just so difficult to throw away those rounds. But round 1 good. Brezzy for a couple, bringing out the SMG here on the S&D, picking up right where he left off here for that first opening round.
Yeah. Okay. As we mentioned, Signs, they want to find a way to go 4-1 and secure themselves the 2nd seed. It feels like this is a must-win map for them. Brezzy contesting rugs. He's got help behind him. Gizmo watching the archway. And actually, Journey's looking to get a little frisky up top. Depa will shut down that play. And a good first blood for Signs and do an early 4v3.
I love that first blood. Brezzy can't really afford to go down here. And now Blade opens up with that kill. B is wide open. They don't know it, but they could move in with numbers if they want to, or simply rotate as well. A lot of options available to you. And you're basically split on either side of the map. Gizmo and Lucky going to have to win some huge individual gunfights.
Yeah. Although, ooh, Depa just stays alive from Gizmo's pinch. Or at least for a moment. Lucky also from the front gets a kill. Wait a second, now all of a sudden, the bomb is down. Lucky wants a gunfight with Umeko, but that is an isolated win that now turns Gizmo into a 1v2. Awareness, obviously, of where he's positioned. The problem here is that Signs need to collect the bomb, and Gizmo's in a great spot to watch that. Umeko up top does not get a read that Gizmo's playing backside bar, looking for the quick trade. As Blade jumping across, he finds him in the open of the hallway. And that will lead to a 1-1 count here in the rounds.
The prediction was right there from Gizmo. He knows that, Blade was just back here not too long ago. Picks up the Vaznev and just not able to get the snap in time, but probably got some kind of a sound cue there as he starts to shift over there with the iron sight. Not enough. It's a good round defensively. I mean, overall, you're looking at what was, huge numbers advantage, at least initially, and then able to kind of bring us back into it, find a couple of key kills, play their lives around the site. Just make sure they do not throw that one away. Huge play.
Clean stuff. Got a little dicey, though, we'll say that much. And now we have, look at this, 4-man defensive stack in towards mid. This is a perfect counter in terms of resources for this, but Blade didn't have the gun up. Did not expect the quick hit on the opposite side from Deviants, who now have a wide open B site. A chance still to contest those Signs. Maybe looking to use Umeko to enter back in. Nades to open the doors, but the offense gets the bomb down, and now they've got some pretty good control. Depa along the back does kind of turn things aside, but Journey's trade keeps the numbers for post-play to Deviants.
Oh, all up to 1. Meko, not ready for that one. Deviants, I mean, they just sprint in there, drop the bomb. They throw some very well-placed Semtexes also into the back to kind of stop any of those challenges to come through right off of the exit from the bomb plant. So just incredible coordination, you have to say. And Brezzy is just doing Brezzy things continuously right now. Man, it's 5-1.
Yeah, he's having his way. Big bounce back after the search, right? Or already the hard point.
Yeah.
So a lot of kills early. Signs, what do they want to try to frame up here in their next offense after a little bit of trouble closing out their first attack? Even with numbers, bomb will drop itself just in towards lobby, deciding who wants to take it. It's going to be Deliver, who starts to make his move towards A. Little stack up here over the middle of the map. Journey kind of by himself at the moment. He would have quick help from Gizmo if needed. This is a very passive angle, mind you. So this is all about just trying to read the nades, read the cross, and then maybe a little poke from Lucky to kind of get a read on the bomb site, as he would assume likely have an AR from that position.
Meko in this timing could be it. Oh my goodness. And I think Brezzy just peeks it, but he might be able to still finish him off. Okay, he does. I'm going to say that is some of the worst Call of Duty timing you'll ever see. But now the number's even. 3v3 we go. 40 seconds on the clock. Bomb maybe looking to make some kind of a transition over as Umeko's able to clear out some of the space at B. He'll find one. He can plant now in the site once the bomb gets here. But you do lose one of your numbers. We'll go to even odds here, 2v2.
A bit curious that Gizmo didn't turn for that flank read as soon as Journey got out of the middle of the map and in towards couches. He was safe from that player towards Archway. Gizmo gets blindsided. Now Journey, looking for the potential ace, will walk in and find Deliver after he got the bomb planted. Umeko on the cross, and it's Journey for all four. The first through mid, the second on the cross, and then 1v2s essentially around the site, getting Deviants to 3.
My goodness, man. Journey. I just feel like he hasn't been talked enough this year, right? Like, we haven't talked that much about him. But I feel like he's always performing. He's always putting up like 60 plus like engagements sometimes where he's running an AR, but he's playing like a sub. And it's those moments right there that you just have to tip it to him, man. What a snap, what a read. 4 in the round, and it's a huge round at that to put them ahead by 2.
Yeah. Wow. Again, special players making special plays. Journey at 7-2, Brezzy at 5-2. Deliver not up and running yet at 0-4, as Deviants is going to make a 3-1 stack back over towards B. The defense this time for Signs is not mid-stacked. It is double hit over towards this back archway. Good prediction from Journey, but the gunfight was clean. Now Depa, seeing the nade, seeing the doors open, going to be called upon, and he provides 2 quick kills for the defensive Signs.
Well, and his life. Trying to get some more information, though. Stuns and Nade's going to follow after that kill. And Gizmo and Lucky. Last 2 up. Gizmo just going to pop the dead silence, and I imagine just probably sprint right into bottom bedroom here. Yeah, that will be the case. He's just going to try his best to clear it out. Fortunately for him, no one's going to be up top or down low. They're going to be all the way at the back, and they're kind of just giving up the plant here, willing to play retake.
Yeah. Certainly feels that way. So Gizmo's going to have to be the playmaker here. Deliver trying to play through luggage. The rest of the defense quickly on their way largely through mid. A little bit more help from Umeko, and Lucky's going to get shut down. So now it's just down to Gizmo, and yeah, there's that follow-up help. Perfect, flawless round for Signs. Getting us back to within 1.
Just the opening gunfights there. Depa does a good job shutting it down, saying, listen, we're on to you guys. You're not just going to storm into the site this time around and just take kitchen control without any kind of contest. They're there to match, and they're even there to hold. As you can see, 3 members defensively. They all follow up and reinforce to make sure nothing else is coming in a little bit late. Mm-hmm. Then the retake is perfect over to the other side, man. Just very, very well played. Use the numbers. Make sure we do it together and keep this within 1. But now we need to try to do it here again on the attack.
Similar setup. This time it's all 4 members, though, for Signs making their play towards B. The only defender that's going to be here is Brezzy. He's going to likely try to throw his shoulder here to check, but he may get blown off. And no, he's going to go prone in the corner. This is not a tradable position, so he needs to go 1 for 1 and does. Quick rotation from Gizmo. Pops the door open. Nades are now in. Umeko looking to contest the doorway as help is now arriving around the back. Umeko takes the prone position. Gizmo, though, already gets the first. Trades come through. Now the backdoor play from Journey. Has a chance to still sit and wait, but he's got Deliver cornered on the bomb site and wants the gunfight, but will be pushed off, and everything resets with 30 seconds to fight.
Oh, Lucky's going to drop right through connector. Journey would have to do it again. Sub in hand. Has to find 2. Dolphin dives in. Tries to get the isolated gunfight onto the first. I like the idea. Just not able to get through the animation stall on time, and Signs with their aggressive push will pay off.
Yep. Really clean stuff from Signs, and I think a lot of that is just making sure that you've got Umeko forward to contest that doorway. Everyone else kind of has a chance to use the bomb as a heady or any of the other prep lines to just try to make themselves a difficult kill. That ends up being kind of win condition in a certain number of ways as we look over towards the scoreboard. Unnamed is now 2-0 up in their series versus Team Notorious. Is it going to be another one of those seasons where Team Notorious looked like the favorite and then chaos starts to ensue? That would not be a great way for them to end their regular season of group play here. Not that it's going to make a difference too much towards their playoffs, but losing to Unnamed would not feel good for the confidence, as Journey will try to stretch across to A. Deliver there to keep the plant from really following up at the moment, and there's good help behind him. He's got Blade watching over the top, and also while doing so is watching the flank.
Journey feels so pressured right now. Does he have a chance to drop the bomb? It looks like the call will be made. And unless we see Umeko stun open the doors, he should be good, and he is. Journey gets across, able to reset. Dead silence popped. Have to be a little bit careful here running into Umeko, though.
I'll say. Deliver first blood. Journey pops in and takes down Umeko. Now gains an extra position for the post plant. As Depa nearby, and the camera gets broken with the burst through the door. Lucky also hit up. Will drop and a quick retake from Signs, and relatively cleanly at that. It's just kind of the burst of the door that keeps Umeko a bit confused and out of the play, but everyone else picks up nicely.
Yeah, it really does feel like this team has like a full understanding of, listen, we're okay to give you guys the plant and we'll play a retake. That's now like 2 times where they have very cleanly retaken the site. The first one, of course, massive numbers advantage in the 4v2, but that one was just, purely through teamwork. They get a lot of information. Yeah. They find some great kind of kills right through mid, and then they lock down where Journey is, and the communication is there to follow up with a trade down low. So just tracking these members, do not let them kind of go rogue and run free. Just keeping tabs and making sure they're finding the trades. That's what's working out right now for the Signs, as they've now put together 3 rounds in a row, I believe.
Yeah, it's exactly the case. Kind of has a similar feeling of that Atlas Lions game, right? Just like a lot of really cool, dominant plays from Deviants, but Signs sticking around. And now another hit over towards B. This time a stun will land, so the alarm bells ring early here for Deviants. Brezzy still looking to play a bit of an off angle. He's stunned, and that's not good news. He's forced to drop his Semtex to keep himself safe, although Gizmo is on the way in early. Brezzy looking to kind of get aggressive, and it's a Semtex to finish him off. So Signs will get first blood, but look at this. They back off completely, and they've pulled Deviants off the A site.
Yeah, they can play mind games here if they want. They could just sit and wait, go back in and attack. I mean, they have the numbers, so ball is in their court. And you're kind of just left on the other side here. Like, do we continue to keep 2 members here? How have they left? How have they rotated? And I mean, based off the minimap, you can kind of see that conversation happening right now. But Gizmo gonna stay with Lucky. 30 seconds left. Gonna have to make a move.
Gonna force their way into the teeth of this defense. Lucky sniping, finds the first connection, and then Blade gives him a chance, but as Gizmo drops, now it's just down to Lucky. He needs to keep his life. Because how quick are Signs trying to follow up. Pistol not going to ring out. Journey now last one left. Does not quite catch the bomb planter. That may have been a difference maker in the round, but ultimately Signs win on their surge towards B, and now we're up 2 on map point.
2 on map point, 4 rounds in a row, and just starting to outwork this Deviant squad completely, man. Gunfights are looking a lot better, a lot more confidence coming through with these challenges. Like, someone gets sniped, and then, D3 immediately follows up and flies through the door and makes sure he gets into the site. There's no hesitation right now. It's what you love to see, especially out of S&D gameplay. Need to be on the same page, but right now they are 5-3. Deviant's going to have to put it together, and we have not really seen anything happen, outside of Journey's kind of, big plays happening a lot earlier on into the map. Need someone else to potentially come alive.
Looking to get a quick plant over towards A. Depa sniping on 5. Journey maybe looking for an opportunity to get this planted still, even in the face of that, especially with Brezzy already getting top bedroom control. But you can just wait for Paul to make a play. Gizmo on the check towards luggage. Bomb's going to be down now with that little bit of oversight. Brezzy still up top, so the post plant looks solid, just down to who gets the first connection to a 4v4.
Depa just looking for this 6th kill here. Gonna lock in the streak. Brezzy top of the stairs. No problem for him. He'll find 1. You get a trade back, though. Depa does find kill number 6. Should be the crew's earn now for him. And Journey just got to feel the wrath of Blade right through mid, but so far the defense is holding. There's not a lot of time left, and Umeko would have to make something happen quickly. No time really to work with, and Brezzy should be able to play his life.
You pose the question. Ooh, what a shot that is. Won't make much of a difference. Not enough time for the defuse, but as I was alluding towards, you made the inference that that should be the cruise missile. Not always a guarantee with players, for some reason, wanting to use score streaks over kill streaks, but Depa did earn it. So 5-4 the count. Little quick hit from Deviants, and maybe a bit of a misstep there from Signs. Losing track of what was happening at top bedroom allows the easier round to come through for Deviants here. And Signs, who have found a lot of success towards B. Do you keep that play in the back of your mind? If it was one of these, if it ain't broke, don't fix it type things, because that's what, out of the 4 rounds in a row that they won, 2 of them have been offenses towards B, and yeah, they're going to still go that way, but look at Deviants. Full stack through mid, looking to control Rugs here on this defense, and well, it is a forced team kill coming out, but Journey still takes down 2, getting us to an early 2v2. Slight advantage, though, to Deviants, who control the map, at least on the B side.
Yeah, they do control the map here, but, you have to be really wary on where do you send your resources. Do we just stack one bomb site and try to 50-50 predict them, or do we decide to split right now? I mean, that's kind of the big question you have to ask yourself. I like how they're playing it. Umeko could break it open. I'm going to peek this door here in a second. and see if he can maybe find some information, at least clear out a bit of mid. The Dead Silence, of course, is gone, but still has stuns and nades to work with. If they want to, they could rotate, or they could go and try to brute force.
Deviants, the more that they clear out this restaurant position, the more they will continue to have a bit of an edge here as far as reading how signs are going to play around the map. And more importantly, Lucky's quickly now moving towards bar. If he gets to bar and this ends up being an A play, Lucky could single-handedly win the round. Gizmo in trouble. Has an exit, and how about it? Signs are actually going to commit through that damage to B to get this bomb planted. So that whole rotation from Lucky amounts to nothing. And now all of a sudden, Deviants has shoes on the opposite foot as they're the ones kind of in a predicament needing to find a retake.
Just 2 members, though. The trophy system is down. That's going to play maybe a big factor if there's anything left here for Lucky and Gizmo. Have to break the site down. Well, both probably have ARs. Gizmo trying to bait out some shots, able to get some information. Doesn't commit to the gunfight, though. And now you can see the double team coming through the freezer. Through the back, though, Lucky wants to try to break this open. The kills need to come through. He has to go, and Gizmo able to find the entry. D3 in the back, trying to play his life. 15 seconds on the clock. And he find the kill. He'll take out Lucky. Gizmo gets off the bomb and gets caught in the animation. How about it? D3 takes it, and that will be Signs with the win.
Wow. Initially, when Signs' last 2 members take shots, you get the information to Deviants that, okay, both of them are stacked up over towards this backside of kitchen. You should be able to get an entry around the back in towards that back patio or through the side door. And that initially works out for the first blood and damage on the Deliver. But the problem was there was no way to follow up, and Deliver ends up icing the 1v2 to get us to a 1-1 map count. Tight scenes, man. I'm telling you, this Signs team, they can play. And boy, do they show it there. We already talked about it. That felt like a must-win map. And they provide us with the result needed as we look towards the control.
That's after going down early, 3-1,
yes.
Bringing it back, having some great just calls, I would feel like, on some of their post plants, just completely giving it up, saying we can give this, we'll play retake, or their aggressive play to B was working so many times. I mean, that's what literally won them the entire game as well, as they go there at least one more to seal it. But hell of a game, 10-8 there for Umeko. Depa also 10-7. He was huge on a lot of those entries, and also bringing that one back and getting the ball rolling.
Yeah. Without a doubt. I mean, whew. What a set of search and destroy rounds that was.
For real.
But really, ultimately, outside of parts of those last 2 rounds, as much as Journey was a huge factor in the beginning, you got to keep in mind he was like 8-8 at one point in time, and 4 of those kills were off of the round he aced. So, the team help across the board, not quite there. As we now look back over, again, we got one more hotel to hit on the control. And then we will for sure see the Mercado hardpoint before possibly getting to a Fortress search and destroy, which, if that were to happen, I don't know if either of these 2 teams have results. No, they don't. This would be the first time we've seen either team play Fortress search and destroy. So it could lead to a very interesting map 5 if it gets all the way there.
Yeah, it could. It very well could. Fortress S&Ds, I feel like, as a whole, even if a team has a really good record on it, sometimes it can be just a little bit spotty. Hope the gunfights don't go your way, but long ways before we'll see that one. Still got to get through these first 2 maps, and this is where we have to come back and and talk about, all right, what are the respawns going to look like? If not here in the hotel control, because we don't expect this one to go the way of Signs, what is it going to look like in the Mercado hardpoint, right? So getting something going or pulling off some kind of an upset on the hotel would be absolutely insane. But we just need to see at least, good progress going forward. If it doesn't come alive here, you don't pull out the win here, we got to see something at least that we can build off of going into the Mercado, because it was not all there on the very first map on the Embassy hardpoint.
And even on top of that, if we wanted to zoom out and even think more macro, we just need to see signs of life out of this largely French roster when it comes to playoffs. You can't go into map 3s and just have them be chalked, because you're not going to win very many series against the top caliber of teams in Europe, you would think, by not winning a single control. So we definitely would love to see this Signs roster step into a much more significant fold for their control compared to what happened in week 1. And that's the thing, is those matches for the first 4 were 6 days ago. So there's a lot of opportunity for Signs to improve. We've seen that happen for teams in the past across both regions. I think most impressively, Boston Academy, who was so bad at hardpoint, in season 1, came back in the second week and then used that as their main kind of linchpin for success in playoffs, as well as that round 5 of the round robin phase. So there's definitely opportunity for growth, and we need to obviously keep that in mind as far as assessment is concerned, because we know that all 4 of the teams that are at the top of the standings here in Group B are still going to be in playoffs. So this comes down to which number of seed goes next to their name as they eventually look to tomorrow and get their opening days of the playoffs underway.
And that's always interesting. I know we don't like talk about it often, but like you're coming into like a day where there isn't like as much pressure, right? So like, is the intensity like as high while you're playing, knowing that, okay, we're locked up, we're fighting for seeding, but you know, like, are we still bringing that like same intensity we would be, you know, if we were fighting for, you know, some of those games like in week 1?
Right.
I feel like it's always an interesting topic because like mentally, you know, like, well, if we lose this, at least we're still good, right? Like we still have like that fail safe. Where, you know, that isn't always the case when you're going through week 1 and you go 0-3 and it's like, oh wow, like we're out of playoffs, right? So it's a little bit of a kind of just a different thought process. I'm just wondering, you know, based off of today, like what their mindsets, I guess, are at. As I'm just throwing that question out there as we wait in between maps, I guess.
Good question to ask. We jump on in. Here it is. Map number 3, Hotel Control. It's going to be the defensive signs. Deviants on the opening attack. Hotel Control, as we mentioned, Control in general has been great for Deviants, but Gizmo has really shined here with a 1.21 so far. A couple of nice trades here, though, for Signs. Not making any progress yet, but a chance to move in towards bedroom is Depa. And with a safe play towards A, Deviants is a little stuck at the moment, especially as Brezzy is shut down from behind.
Stun check comes through, though. They know one's up top. He cleared a lot of the bottom floor here, so Depa has to know people are coming, and what is that snap? Just completely obliterates Gizmos. The door just slams open. And now kills coming through mid. Brezzy gonna drop. A little bit of control starting to be dropped. Curious Lucky's got a huge 1v1, and he'll take it.
Yeah, that'll allow an opportunity to stack. Deviant's still looking for more kills first and foremost, though. Blade is the only defender nearby, and he actually finds a kill while also throwing kind of a little bit of Hail Mary of a Semtex. So that restricts Deviants from even staying on the zone. Gizmo's looking to kind of control the middle of the map, and, well, he's dead to rights. Does find one. But ultimately, that's a lot of extra time killed off the clock by the Signs defense, thanks to that little spurt there by Blade.
Very well done. Brezzy, though, will be able to push all the way out the back here. No one's kind of playing through the back just yet. Blade is now going to pick it up, but his timing is just not good. Yumeko also can't really find any clean trades just yet, so little problemsome. Lucky flying on through. Yumeko knows, maybe I just have to push forward, try to take away space, but I mean, they're knocking on the door. They're here.
Yeah, this is costly, though. I will say for Deviants, they're already down to 16 lives. Finally, they're going to get the extra minute of clock, but those little stringy plays from Deviants kind of leave them with what? 2, maybe 3 pushes with full numbers, and they're not even going to get the first one off the ground here with exit kills coming the way of Signs. So that really restricts the opportunity for Deviants to even break into this zone because of how many lives were given away. That said, Journey along the back does find a key win. Signs trying to get forward on this defense. Depa in luggage. Yumeko keeping the backside safe in Spa. But trades are good enough here, I think, if you're Signs, especially considering you still have a member deep, but Journey's right back in the fold, 3 in a row.
Oh, Depa's going to have to do it. Depa from top bedroom. Challenge for the second. Will end up dropping on Brezzy. Does it again. Finds 2, and now that might be the second tick. Have to try to make a retake happen from the front, or maybe D3 right through mid. D3 is shut down, so now you have to fly into the zone, have to contest, and it's not gonna happen. Deviants do what they do best, and that is win control rounds as they grab the first attacking round.
Yeah, there's a moment in there, I think it's just a little sloppy from Signs defensively. You can see the focus as they want to try to get bedroom control, but they allowed a lot of individual 1v1s to happen on the flank. And Journey is kind of the playmaker that eventually allows a chance for Signs to isolate those players that are trying to make their way into bedroom and then eventually flood on through. I guess I'm just a bit, curious on why Signs don't back up one other player to make sure that the flank stays safe, because that seemed to be kind of the biggest problem spot of getting that defense set up comfortably. But regardless, Deviants make good on it. Not a lot of time, not a lot of lives remaining, but they make it work. Played initially towards B. Good first kill, better second kill. And with a little bit of help from Yumeko, this is a chance for Signs to get some significant progress done here at B early.
Yeah, it's a great moment. Just stack it. Get 3 members on it. Try to come away with as many ticks as possible. Gizmo would have to find a couple kills. No one's watching mid. They all turn to watch the back. And Yumeko is left out to dry, and the second tick doesn't come in. That is a huge blunder not a lot of communication coming through. They'll make up for it, of course, with a quick spawn, get right onto A, but in my mind, that's a huge blunder. They could have got 2 ticks at least.
Yeah, that felt like a missed chance without question. First tick of progress, good here though on A. Second should be also confirmed here with that elimination from Blade. Deviants also needed to clear off this lingerer of Depa on the B zone. He's nearly single-handedly captured the second tick of progress at B. Trade from Umeko will eventually allow a chance for Signs to move through the middle of the map. A little bit of depletion on the second tick came through, but not a lot. And Blade, who's still over by A, is just going to kind of watch the kill feed here while his teammates get to work. Making their playthrough lobbies worked out nicely, but Umeko trying to get back to cover eventually turned aside, and as the extra 60 seconds are added, it's a 1 life advantage for Signs offense.
Tackle kills there for Journey. He ends up losing that first 1v1, then this play happens a lot sooner, but Blade is here. Should be blocking the spawns now in the back. It's going to force the A spawns to come through. We'll have to deal with Lucky, though. He's inside a bedroom. Just seeing the attack come through the back, and Lucky will play his life. He'll hold on. Blade's trying to do the same thing on 4 in a row.
Just down to who finds the kills on these long plays around the back. Deviants is not even offering an attempt for Blade to get involved at the moment. A lot of this is just through mid and over towards bedroom. Kills go 2 for 1. Blade now back into the mix. Shut down immediately by Lucky as the pinch guard kill feed comes through. It's Deviants who hold off the second tick of progress being locked. Although they haven't really been able to have a chance to deplete as of yet. Coming across, Deviants will be scouted. 1 player dealt with. Rezi still locking things down at mid. He is under threat. Or is he? Free kill in front of him. Steps away from the second. Umeko is kind of caught off guard by it, and now we have a 10 playing 10 under 60 seconds to go.
Tempo's been really high. A lot of kills have come on through. And it might slow down a bit, so maybe the kills don't come into play, but let's see what happens in the back here as Lucky's on 7. And he is just picking them apart. Oh my, Lucky! Vaznev just turns on Depa. Finds the headshot, puts himself on 8 in a row, now 15-8 with 35 seconds left to play defense.
Signs in a little bit of trouble. We've got Blade on the long flank, shut down by Gizmo, so now everything has to happen from the front. And you can tell Signs just do not know how to deal with these players down low. Umeko gets 1 kill up top, but Lucky on 9 has a chance for 10 long-range shots, lots of damage in, jump peek, oh my goodness, Lucky double-digit kill spree. And with that, Deviants will take round number 2. 8-2, the lives remaining, but not enough time for Signs to do anything with the last 2 lives, you'd think. So Lucky will carry a 10 spree into the next round unless he gets shut down right here. No. So Deviants up 2-0. And a chance to really pack a punch with streaks and a walking kill streak of their own in their mix going into round 3.
Dude, Lucky, man. Like, yeah. He is just something different at times, isn't he? He's like what you put in the pack-a-punch machine, and then he comes out, and then that's what you get right there. You know what I mean? Like, he's just absolutely insane sometimes. 10 in a row, streak earned, 17 kills, and Signs, of course, have to now put together this round here. Need to lock down a defense, and they're going to have to shut down Lucky if that's going to happen while worrying about the streak.
Yeah. You don't feel great about that. Depa, sole defender at A. Already getting tagged up, and it's Journey who finishes the kill. Lucky onto the zone. Trophy system to enforce, and once again, Deviants with their focus. Not on A, but trying to make problems occur for Signs defensively towards B. Cruise missile called in here. We'll find 1, but that really isn't all that significant in the end-all be-all. Blade gets a kill over towards Ruggs. Turns it into a second, so now all of a sudden the A zone is no longer being captured. A chance to recover, no worries, as Lucky gets to 12 total kills, and I think at this point we just watch Lucky for the rest of the map.
Yeah, it feels that way, right? How many does he get up to? Let's find out, as this looks like the 3rd tick will be responsible for just simply capping the final tick of the zone, rather, as they'll have 2 minutes and 10 seconds to play with, man. That is so much time, and Brezi's already at the back, potentially ready to block some of these spawns. Huge gunfight there versus Umeko. And, well, the kills don't come through. Lucky will finally end on that spree, and the defense will hold and stop that push through the back.
Yep, now it's all about reforming here if you're Deviants. In the past, we've seen them just avoid bedroom and all come around through shops to kind of hit the flank. And that may be the call here. The the problem is there's not a single gunfight won until Lucky confirms one at range off spawn. Now Gizmo through Chandelier. Long range, goodness. He just takes the boldest engagement, doesn't he? I cannot believe it.
Shall that?
Yeah, at half HP, dude.
Yo, Gizmo, he just oozes confidence though, doesn't he? Like when you watch this guy's POV, like, I mean, that just says it all. Meko trying to cut through mid. They know they can't go through the back. It's deep spawns. It's now a bit of a stack coming on through here for Deviants. Gizmo's on 4. Gizmo's on 5, as that looks like that should be it. Final tick on its way in. Depa trying to do what he can from the back, but it's not going to matter. That's all. Deviants here in the map number 3 as they clear it out. 3-0 going into the next hard point.
Yeah, it looks like Signs still have some work to do here in the control. I think the biggest thing is just when there are problems that are starting to prop up, especially, you know, this Deviants offense largely finding success from behind, I feel like Signs need to give away some bedroom control to make sure their back stays safe. It's a lot of individuals trying to chase down other individuals. And it eventually, you know, a team like Deviants, they're going to put themselves in great spots and make those kills nearly impossible to get. And so when you're throwing individual lives at players that are sitting behind front desk, behind bar, in spa, that just amounts to easy kills, and it puts a lot of pressure on your defenders at bedroom to have to make individual plays as well. So something to be looking at there, I think, defensively from Signs, particularly on that map. And to jump on into what, again, is a very big surprise here. Unnamed is up 2-0 in the series. Team Notorious looking much better here in the control, though, up 2-1 with a lot of success offensively on both zones. Just comes down to, can they get the extra 60 seconds? They're taking that focused A.
That's one of their better map mode combinations, too. 3-1 on it. Expect Team Notorious to maybe find this and start to bring it back, but see what happens here in the final moments. He just needs one more tick. Furious not getting a whole lot of auto aim there to the fence, but still able to get the best of Eric Boom as he's able to push forward, take away just a little bit of space, and stop some of the defenders, or rather attackers, from getting out into the map.
Furious trying to pack a heat here right here, and okay, that will do enough, apparently. Easy peasy. 3 straight kills for Unnamed. Man, gonna be pressured off spawn. Furious is in the trees. Kind of like those snipers that have like ghillie suits, like in the campaign mode, that are like in trees.
Oh,
and, like, the only thing that gives them away is like their flash of the optic. I like that.
Stop to see
I
him,
don't know
man.
why I just thought about that.
Yeah. He was in the trees, I guess, so you're on to something, Alan. But Rafi now trying to play on the zone here, a little bit under threat. Let's have the trophy, but a lot of Team Notorious members are still here to make a play. The problem is can they actually exit out of storage here safely? Ziggs is going to give him the opportunity to get a touch. Metals, though, can't find the gunfight. Eric will. He'll keep the play alive. 7 playing 7, just need that final tick.
Kills coming through, 6v6. Defense still holding with numbers nearby. Sig's in some trouble here. How is he still alive? Furious must also be low. Doesn't make a difference. Shots still come through. Trade's good for Unnamed. Last 3 members left for side of Notorious. Will not quite be able to reach B. So Unnamed stay alive here. Put themselves into a round 5 situation where we don't really know what the tally is on ticks or anything like that. So we'll have to wait and see who ends up on the round 5 defense.
It's always a nice surprise, right? Join in halfway through. It's like, who's going to get it? Everyone wants it. We don't know. Still tells us, so we'll just sit here and wait. Either way, I'm interested to see if you do have the attack, you know, do you want to try to throw in that curveball? Going right over to B. I'm always a big fan of that, especially round 5s, right? You know, A is almost always going to go over. Try to make something happen, and yeah, it is Unnamed that will be on the attack here for the final round. So we'll see if they try to throw anything saucy out here right off the break, or if they will try to keep it standard and safe.
Big map for Metals here, 32 and 23 as well. Just to kind of throw that out there. Furious on the other side, 29 and 27. He gets first blooded, and Metals is now on his merry way with dead silence around the back. No hit towards B going to be allowed to come through. And Metals, oh, what a snap. Henry will fall. It's Siggs who gets credit for the kill, but that is an assist plus some change to Metals with those shots. And Notorious's defense, electric to start as they clear off both zones.
It's getting a little frantic right now for Unnamed. They're just trying to get themselves into a zone, and Metals is still picking off spawners. He might be on track for 40 right now. 36, AR in hand. There's 37. Jesus. 5 in a row, 6 in a row. Metals will see number 7. It's the reload and finds Furious. Almost gets Mythics. Oh my goodness.
And the odd thing about this is the round's not over yet, even though that spree is humongous.
Feels over.
On to A goes Rafi. 10 life advantage for Notorious. Metals eventually gets his 40th. Furious still trying to open up some opportunity for Unnamed to get on towards A, but the lives are just so low. Sigs denies Mythics, and Notorious look good to send us to a 4th map. Just based on the life count alone, it would have to take something unreal for Unnamed to get back in the mix. Although Metals actually has spent his cruise missile here, so maybe a chance to get the extra 60 seconds for Unnamed to have a free opening off a spawn.
I think the only problem here, though, is even if they get the zone, the lives are just now a critical problem. 10 lives for the minute 19 to try to capture B. Usually does not happen cleanly, but so far so good, at least on A. Should be good for it. Notorious just going to play for exits, and every kill is a good kill from here on out. Just have 8 lives to work with to try to capture this B point.
Good double from Mythics. Make sure Notorious can't get into the back. Furious mantling up top towards window. Makes safe the 2nd floor. But you have to force spawns to the bottom left and also win a number of gunfights here if you're Unnamed. A long list of things that have to go right. And at the moment, can't quite get that going. Notorious still all over the kill feed. 43 and 27 for Metals. 48 seconds to play. Rafi trying to stay concealed behind the fence line. Does keep his life, but this is a 4v15. This is something of Greek god legend if they pull this off.
First kill's clean, but everything has to be clean. No trades can really come on through. Every gunfight needs to be won, and that's not a good start there for Mythics. Everything now just going to unfold from the back, but the reinforcements can probably come behind Furious here. And yeah, he's going to drop, try to turn. Not going to happen. Henry, the last one up. That's all Team Notorious here as they start to bring this one back. Starts with the first. Would have to be a reverse sweep, but they will see another hard point.
Yeah. Okay. And don't rule out Team Notorious. They've pulled off reverse sweeps in the past. To very similar accords where we're just like, what's happening in Team Notorious? Like, oh, there they are. They reverse swept. Okay. So we'll see. Metals. Whew. Talk about something to think about while you're changing over 46? The map mode combos. 46, dude. What?
You know when you're super tired, you gotta rub the eyes real quick. Am I reading that right? Like 46 for the sub. Come on, man. That's crazy to do on an LSCLO control, the sub in hand. But the way he was shooting, I mean, I believe it. I'm sure it's probably just the Metals highlight reel watching over those first 3 rounds that we missed.
I mean, yeah. Yes, correct. What average? That's 9 kills a round that he averages, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Didn't get a chance to look at the scoreboard, but yeah, holy goodness.
Wow.
9 kills
damage,
around, dude.
5k damage.
That's stupid. 34 but non-traded.
That's wild.
Unreal, dude. Absolutely unreal.
Is that the most kills in Control so far this year?
I was just thinking, I was like, it very well may be. Because, the only other little Control record we've had this year was the length of the spree that Simp went on. And even that didn't get to 40 total kills.
Yeah. I know it is LSCLOs, though, for some reason. That all those kills, always happen. I don't know why.
It's okay, though. It happened in Challengers. It doesn't matter.
Oh,
shots. Just kidding. 46 and 28. That is stupid, though. Flat out. So, that was a joke, by the way, Chad. If you didn't get it.
Yeah, it was a joke. Wasn't it?
If you didn't get it, you missed out on the Twitter drama from a week ago. Embassy Hardpoint, map number 4. And the thing about this that's really curious about this matchup is the fact that, again, this unnamed roster, I mean, they literally were like, Shift, we don't have a team name. And I was just like, okay, well, think of something. It was just like, you pick it for us. And I was just like, well, you're just going to go with unnamed. They just put this roster together with, again, a couple of final players that have kind of been in the mix, Defrag out, now Furious in, and they're still looking really solid. So when you talk about potential contenders for the season, I think that with a little bit more time, a little bit more reps here with Furious in the mix, not that they have a lot of time, but you get some good learning done here, the good matchup. But this is a good test, obviously, against a team like Notorious. Build up a little bit of confidence. This team has some potential, I'd say.
I like that. I like that shout a lot because I feel like this team has the potential to be really, really good in S&D, like specifically with some of the names that they just have like on this roster. I just feel like it kind of just screams that they'll eventually be really good at S&D if they stick together. And the fact that they're also, pulling in now wins versus Team Notorious in the map one, they look really competitive in the control. I think it does look up for a team like this that, have basically just kind of been like a group of misfits all trying to find like the right team, like what's going to work for them, right? We've seen success from like some of these individuals here and there, but it hasn't really been continuous throughout this, entire Modern Warfare 2 season. So, maybe these guys can put it together. It's definitely a team I like. I'm a big fan of them just because of some of the raw talent that you have built into the roster.
Yeah, definitely a team that's worth, I think, our attention without question.
Yeah.
So we'll kind of stick around to see how things go with that. Again, we are still waiting for map number 4 between Deviants and Signs to come out. That's a Mercado Hardpoint with Deviants taking a very convincing 3-0. These are the only 2 matches that are going on right now, just due to the fact that Team Falcons and Clutch Rain, that was a forfeited matchup going the way of Clutch Rain. So ultimately, these are the only 2 teams that remain in this group at the moment, or only 4 teams that remain in the group, and they are all the 4 teams that have made playoffs. So these are all seeding matches if you're joining us here late. And yeah, I think, the thing that's really curious is that, you have a team like Notorious, who is the only team to really stick together as a full group of 4. They're your reigning champions, but we could be looking down the barrel of what are, a tiebreaker situation up top. Team Notorious, I believe, would still be locked in as the number 1 seed because they are 4-0 at the moment. But you drop this fifth match to unnamed. Now we have no favorites, when it comes down to what's going on for playoffs. As much as Clutch Rain has impressed, there still is like not a history for us to go off of and say like this is what we should expect, because 2/4 of that roster are brand new.
Yeah, no, it's another really good point. I mean, it's really interesting with Team Notorious for that reason, is because like every time we see them, it's so good during the regular season, and then it's like that last day, right before playoffs, where it's like we start to get a little shaky, and it's like, okay, like are they still that same squad? It's happened every single season, and I don't know if it's like a mental block at this point in time, or again, if it's, they know like the day is basically locked up, they know they're good. So I don't know what the intensity is like, what they're playing with right now, but either way, it does feel like a trend, and then we get into playoffs, and then it just all crumbles, and they lose out on like a really close match, like map 5 or something. So it happens so much that you can't not talk about it until it doesn't happen in one of the elites, right? Even if they are our last land champion.
Yeah, that is exactly the point. It's just it's wild though, because this is for sure the first time that Notorious has been the favorite coming into the season, just based off the fact that they're open champions, there's no roster changes, and then the other side, your Orgless, Elevate, the teams that kind of have been mostly a core of players like Vortex and stuff like that. They're in a brand new situation with a brand new set of rosters as well. So, like, we don't really have the ability to evaluate where their potential strength is either. So, not a major contestant, I think, just kind of out of the other 2 groups outside of this Team Notorious roster. So, yeah, interesting things to be sure. We are waiting on a game to start. Apparently, there's been a couple of lobby resets and things of the nature. So, we'll take just a brief break. It shouldn't be too long before we get into game, though, whether it's going to be this matchup for map 4 or our other. Make sure you stick through. We'll be right back. Don't go too far. Welcome back, everybody. We jump into map number 4. Mercado, Hardpoint, Signs, Deviants. Deviants up 2-1 in the series after a dominant display on the control. But Signs off to a nice, solid start. Again, we saw it was a late wake-up on map number 1 from Signs, but when they did, they started to become a bit more of a threat, and we're already seeing that come to fruition here early.
We really are. 30 seconds off of P1. Be happy about that, as Blade's been able to take down just about everyone. A lot of solo challenge coming on through right now here for Deviants, and it's going to force them to start to rotate. Brezzy, though, with the help of Gizmo, will finally clear one off of that P1 time. And now Gizmo trying to make some moves in. Going to need a big break, or if Signs lock this down, they could honestly run away with a bit of a lead early.
Yeah, good point. Here we go. Over towards rotation to Cantina, where the battle really starts to get wild. Gizmo, first blood in, Journey up top, trying to flush members out from the bottom side of Cantina. It's a clean kill feed for Deviants. Blade's still nearby, though, so hold on a second. Signs are going to give away some early time, but have a chance to threaten a retake. Nade lands, hits Blade up for some pretty significant health. That will put a pause on the hit for now. Signs still stacked at the front door, looking to move around the backside. Numeko's able to find the first. Blade now on the entry. Shut down. Deviants go 2 for 2. Just down to the last couple of members inside the barn itself, or the bar itself. Numeko kind of caught between multiple members, and Deviants secure their hold with Gizmo on 5.
Gizmo on 5, and you can see it. Journey's also been having a map for a series so far at 1.18. He has been, without a doubt, electric, and now on the rotation, he's creating problems. That's 2. Will he get a read on the 3rd? Tries to turn, and he burns! Oh my goodness, Journey does it again! Single-handedly wins the rotation for his team to new.
So Journey's pretty good. We've learned so far today. 3 in a row with Gizmo right behind him on 6. And they will open up the hard point inside 10. Trades are out early. Signs looking for the early contest, but this doesn't it feel familiar? They get the setup they need. They have the numbers to try to break, and nothing goes their way. It definitely feels a lot like the hotel right now, and look at the zone from Deviants after the cleanup. Gizmo's locking down mid-map. Support from Journey, trying to make sure no one hits around the backside and flank, and this will keep the numbers limited on the break attempt late. 30 seconds to fight for. Deliver the only one left. A chase comes through, and with that, Deviants lock in the majority of time.
Oh, Gizmo, he's got a streak to work with. He's shutting things down in the back alley, and, well, we're looking good here for an early setup at Barber, as Numeko gonna try to fight back. He's gonna able to get one, excuse me, as Journey is on 5. Will be shut down. Lucky takes his spot at Gizmo, and they are ready to set up again. It's only 34 seconds of Signs so far, and just about all that time came off of P1, so need another break, and it's gonna have to happen now.
Jeez Louise, man. Trouble, trouble, trouble. Lucky shut down though in the back alley. Chance here for Signs to get their numbers in. But can they actually hold? That's the big question. Good start here. Depa makes safe the potential early contest for Brezzy. Deviant still spawning backside parking. And Signs are a little bit trapped at the moment, kind of picking between both entry points. Good clearance from Deliver, but here comes Deviants from the back end. There it is. The break comes through on the next attempt, and Deviants now once again grow their lead with what looks to be a pretty free back 29 seconds.
I mean, yeah, like they're rotating at like the 30-second mark. Like 3 of the 4 members, like they're flying across the map, and even if they don't win this rotation, which they are currently contesting, it's just putting them in a good spot to set up for new, like over and over and over again. They are inside of 10. 3 is like, where do I look? Where are they coming from? There's just no communication, and it is all slaying. Deviants are just having their way. They're doing what they want to, and there's nothing that can really be said on the other side here. Signs are just completely out of gas, it almost feels like, and we're only halfway through.
Yeah, that's not a good time to be empty. I'll say that much. Yeah, kill still coming out. Goodness gracious, dude. So Signs, their respawn problems continue. Brezzy has to resort to the knife. He's about to slash Lucky up. Hold on, boy. Get out of my way. Tough scenes. Signs do secure their break after a little bit of hijinks and hilarity ensued, but this time is key. And looks like the back 30 very well maybe secured here. So hold on, Signs right back kind of in the mix if they can get all this scrap time and put some pressure on rotation.
There's always a chance on Mercado. That's one certainly, the one thing we've known, throughout this entire season, is even if it looks bad, it's not as bad as it looks with a couple of hills chained together. But you got to chain them, you got to hold them. Holding has just been the biggest problem so far in the hard points. Blade can't find Journey. And, Journey just makes it look easy. Almost
doesn't
gets
he?
3 of them. And Gizmo just says, thank you very much for the tags. We'll take down all 4, and we'll make sure we grab early time first.
Yeah, this guy is just Atlanta FaZe Academy levels of Journey right now, it feels like.
It's a good show.
155.92. First 15 seconds, good for Deviants. And once more, where is the break from Signs coming from? I mean, is it coming from tunnel? Is it coming around the back? A little bit of everything, but you can't even say everything all at once, because it wasn't all at once. It was individual as you've ever seen. Signs, though, do kind of clear out this back barbershop alley. Now an opportunity with the 4-stack to come through. Brezzy making safe the front door, spamming things down, more damage in. AR now in hand. It does force a team kill, but Signs do get a little bit of a break. At least for a time, Blade is in the mix. Depa trying to join him. Gizmo looking to threaten this back 12 seconds. And with those nades and support, it's just a clean clear for the scrap time going the way of Deviants.
Gizmo can pull up the streak here to break P7. Bit of a tough gunfight there as Depa once puts together a nice little triple kill. Won't happen. He'll wait for the regen. Just wait for your teammates to get in position like this. Call on the streak. And here we go. Gizmo's going to give him all the information. See if he can try to come up with any kills. As he puts it right through mid, he'll find D3, and that should now open it up as Gizmo puts together a second clean break, and that is exactly how it's done as they get themselves into P7.
Yeah, and the thing that really kind of gives you the indication of how convincing this map has been outside of the score itself is how many members are going on huge sprees. Gizmo, this is his second 5+ kill spree he's had. Obviously, Journey is doing everything and more right now, and Lucky's now on 5 himself. Like, it's just everyone's going on sprees. Like, the amount of non-traded kills across the team is just ridiculous. Now having fun with doors. Goodness gracious, man. I mean, it's just... ugh. It's deadly. Deadly as all get out. Gizmo looking to force the gunfight with Depa because that's just what Gizmo does. Gets the win. He's now on 6. Flank from around the back. Little contest, but Gizmo's off the regen. Shot at through the toes. And Blade eventually secures the kill, but it's more than a 100-point game as we get back to P1.
Yeah. Should be all Deviants from here. Meko, though, does want to try to get something going over at P2 to get them some control, but just feels like there is not enough going on. There's not enough going right now for Signs. Again, a huge amount of their time has really come off of P1, it feels like. So we'll see if they can make that happen again. It just takes one more rotation or just a little bit of time here off of the back of P1, and you'll be set up for the win.
Wow. I mean, maybe this is where Signs kind of do the same thing they did in Hotel, where they show, you know, the ability to contest, but it's a day late, $1 short. I don't know. I mean, goodness. Just so many shutdowns. And how stark these hard points that we've casted on our primary matches have been. The Atlas Lions game, same situation. Deviants here in 2 straight maps. It's just, they're not allowing their opponents to get anything that looks like a setup. Not on breaks, not on holds. Challenged on rotation. It's just so much control across the map, and it's led to this straight domination where Signs are essentially forcing the square peg into the round hole.
They sure are. As Gizmo pulls up the sub, just weaving, he's moving, baby. Look at him go. Almost there for another. They're just having a little fun right now. And yeah, this one certainly looks to be all locked up here at Cantina. One final push here from Signs. Try to rush through the bushes and get into the point. The nades are good. It looks like they are able to get them out of the point here for now, but you can still hit the scrap time. Gizmo knows it. He will end up dropping, and well, we'll at least see one more hill as we move to 10.
Spawns are back by the main kind of parking area. Those police cars are towards the main entryway to market for Deviant, so they have a chance to actually get in here and force this 50-50 gunfight. Depa has the last word for now. Lucky trying to spam through the floorboards, and Depa just surprises him by dropping out of nowhere. Brezzy on the re-entry attempt. Knife out for Depa, nearly gets 2, but Gizmo secures the kill. Now zoning off the front door. Good spam, good pre-fire coming out, and that could be the game-winning play. Brezzy locking down the side alleyways. Journey involved, and straight annihilation from Deviants as they will take the series 3-1 and secure themselves the 2nd seed in the group.
All respawns coming on through here for Deviants, and well, it was pretty dominating through just about every single one of them. Nice map 1 win into a 3-0 in the control, and then this domination here as well in the Mercado hardpoint. Journey just, again with 30 kills, man, like, he's just put up numbers every single time. We saw, you know, the 1.18 there at the start of this map so far in the series, and just continues to build that up. Just a hell of a game out of him as we transition over, and well, Team Notorious looks like they might be good here for a map number 5.
Looking good for it on save. 8 seconds away. Furious on 5 as we finish off the munitions hard point back over towards Blacksmith. Howdy, man, this Notorious squad. We've seen it time and time again. We saw it at Grand Finals. Slow start to their winners finals matchup.
Sure.
Bounce back. And maybe it's just one of those things like, you know, if these guys could just get a quicker start to the series, how indomitable would they possibly be as a squad as they take map number 4 convincingly?
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair question, right? Because we have seen it so often. Like, even with the, like, I don't know if it was the same roster. It might have been without Wee Man at the start of the year, where, like, they were almost always, like, 0-2 at the start of every series, and then they would reverse sweep. So
right.
It's something I guess they're just used to, you know what I mean? And maybe their comfort zone, when they go down 0-2 in a series, that's when they really start to put it on. And, well, they put it on here with a 250-140 win on Fortress. Just about everybody across the board getting involved, but 33 kills for Wee Man. Yeah, this map's pretty good for ARs. It's not too bad.
I've seen worse. Seen worse AR players, too. Oh, man. Crazy scenes, man. Crazy scenes. So, again, that matchup is really, you know, insignificant now that we've gotten ourselves to a point where the standings are a little bit more clear after the recent win from Deviants. I guess the only situation would be potentially a tiebreaker between Signs and Unnamed if Team Notorious were to pull off this win. Otherwise, we know who our top 2 are going to be, and we know in some combination who our bottom 2, in the playoffs, I should say, are going to be. Again, it's just that possible tiebreaker scenario between Signs and Unnamed. And I guess it'd just be whoever held the head-up win against them as I scrambled to see who that was. It was Signs in a 3-0 victory. So it would be this order. Team Notorious up top. Even if they lose to Unnamed, they would still hold the head-to-head tiebreaker versus Deviants. And even if Unnamed were to lose here to Team Notorious, or probably if Unnamed were to beat Team Notorious, the head-to-head tiebreaker held by Signs will give us that top 4. And as we saw kind of earlier in the day, Bob's Academy did pull off the win versus Revived to get their first and only win, but both those 2 teams will have to go through the qualification process again as we get ready for season 4.
Yeah, certainly the case here for us, but a lot interesting here with this group where everything is kind of like set coming in. It's just a matter of where the seeds are going to land, and well, it happens to work out that way. So should be interesting. Deviants, Team Notorious, definitely looking insane. And then you got this Signs roster that, you know, who knows what they're going to be able to do when they get into playoffs. I feel like they could really be one of those dark horses that we're going to have here for Europe, Alan.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know. It's tough, I think, to look at what we just saw from Signs and claim them as a potential Cinderella story. I think Unnamed is a much more significant conversation point for that, just based on what we've seen out of them. And I think based on the fact that they put together a couple of really good looks against other squads in their group so far. The problem is when you start to look at who plays who, you know, as we eventually get to the playoffs, because that Group A, we didn't get a chance to see Clutch Rain at all today because of their forfeit win versus Team Falcons. We know Wobobs is going to be great. Noctem is looking pretty dangerous. Although they're not in there.
Knocked him out, right?
Yeah, I knocked him out, yeah. So Atlas Lions are at least, you know, kind of helping my point out here as far as improving. So I don't know. I think that all those teams in Group A that have made playoffs could definitely pose a big threat to the teams that sit in the middle of this Group B. If not, maybe the ones
after what happened, like in the last Elite, like after the run that we saw from Del Mysterio, like how do you count almost, you know, some of these like underdog teams out? When they're not looking consistent, like right across the board, and they have like 2 weak game modes, I think it's maybe fair to like criticize and say, all right, there's probably a chance they don't unless they clean up, you know, one of those game modes. But it feels like, you know, at least for the most part, there is a lot of teams that could do a lot of damage here for Europe. I mean, that's basically what we get to at every Challengers Elite playoffs, is that there's always a lot of teams that can make a lot of magic happen, especially when you get through the first day and force yourself to the second week if playoffs and really start to improve and get better.
Yeah, I think the other thing on top of that is I don't see us getting a team that's going to run flawlessly through playoffs like we did with the French Robobobs roster. I think that was the perfect storm of a roster for that team, which again just leads to more confusion and questions on like why did we get this roster breakdown? Because that was after we already saw Brezzy kind of make the role swap. It's a peculiar situation to say the least, just due to the fact that team had so much success. I have to figure that it's something to do with maybe some players can't get to Toronto. Maybe there's something to do with that. So it's just like, well, if we can't play at Toronto, our chances at playing at champs are also limited because that's a lot of challengers points that are up for grabs, especially having missed out on Dallas. That kind of already hurt those 4 French players in particular. So maybe that's the reason why. I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard to say, man. I don't know. It's hard to say without a doubt. But I don't know. It'll be really interesting, I think, once we get into it and we start to see some of the top teams also clash in those second rounds to give us better ideas on who some of those standouts could be. Yep. But hard to say, man. Always hard to say, especially in round 1 matchups. Who knows what's going to happen? Maybe some of those upsets, but have to improve in very little time, right? As you have to kind of just go right into the second day and just try to take what you can from day number 1. Look over whatever footage you can once you get your seed and kind of roll from there.
Outside of that, again, we're just waiting for map 5 to start here between Team Notorious and Unnamed. Team Notorious looking for the reverse sweep that will finish our European block. You need to get yourself ready for North America because it's going to get unbelievably unpredictable. At the moment, there's only, I think, what did the admin say? There's only 2 teams that are locked for playoffs. Everything else could lead to multi-team tiebreakers. What was the exact word that the admin said? The only North American teams through are Boston and M7. In Group A, there is a potential of 5 teams finishing at 3 and 2, and the tiebreaker situations that were to happen are stupid. Just flat out.
Glad we do not have to go through that. That's all I'm saying, man. Those guys are saints that have to go through that. Oh my goodness. 5-way tiebreaker, if that happens. I mean,
that happens.
It would be North America, right?
It would be.
It would happen in North America. I don't know.
In Group B, there's still the potential for the bottom 2 spots in playoffs. I should stop saying it that way. The 3rd and 4th spots for playoffs could lead to a 4-way tie situation, I believe. So who knows?
It's a big day.
It's a massive day. And the thing about it is we're sitting here trying to who are the favorites for Europe? Don't even bother having that conversation for North America because not only are the win-losses in the series tight, the map win-losses are also really tight between every single team except for Team Straits. They were pretty bad this split, but outside of that, everyone else was we're looking at a difference of 11 and 6 in map count for a team in first in Group A and 8 and 9. Those are so tight from top to bottom. But enough on that. More of this. Here we go. Unnamed. Team Notorious. Map number 5. El Silo Search and Destroy. This comes down to, can Unnamed put to rest a full head of steam squad like Team Notorious on a map mode combo that they're so primed in? And look at their setup. They're already forward through the bottom side of the minimap defensively. And even though Unnamed have not necessarily gotten read by this, they are in a little bit of trouble of getting contained, and here comes the play.
Yeah, here comes the play. Furious will be able to shut down Metals. Scope to work with now. As we'll drop into a 3v3. Really interesting to see Metals with the sniper and not Maple, but Sage with the Vaznif in the back will try to make this flank play happen. He's got Eric with him if they want to collapse. 35 seconds. A looks to be the target, but they do have a member of B.
Oh, nice kill from Eric. Trade is fine. Notorious still in a position to kind of keep this bomb planted, or I guess planted, down on the ground over towards this bar side, and that kill to Rafi largely secures it. Furious now by himself, looking to go quick. Does find the first for free. Sigs just off the back. Furious not bothering for the hunt. Just picks up the bomb, wants to play for a rotation to B. I don't know if he has the time to fully get here. It's going to be close, and yes, just barely, maybe about a half a second before he's not able to plant, but Sigs is going to have a chance to kind of catch Furious by surprise, who no longer has dead silence.
He's got a Vaznef. Might be opting to play inside the site, and I feel like he's got a little sound cue coming on through. Wow, how about that? 1v2, no time to play with. I mean, Team Notorious completely throw away that round. That was their round to lose. And they just kind of let Furious make this insane play happen, come back, retrieve the bomb, get it down, and pull off the kills. That is insane here from Furious.
Wow. Yeah, that's... Downey, we're talking about kind of defrag. A lot of anticipations around him coming back from Halo. Does not seem like this season has largely worked out for him. Furious, who has been one of the best players in Challengers EU since, well, what? Cold War, probably the first time we really kind of took note of him. Big pop-off for him in Vanguard. Lots of controversy surrounding him early this year. Eric Boom will get first blood this time, though, for Notorious. That's a lot of early pressure to the defense. And, it's such a good response. Rafi quickly gets the trade, resecures the B site, and with that follow-up from Furious, now Notorious are a little bit stuck trying to have to force a play to A.
Metals with a dead eat. Gonna probably just try to run right across and get to the other side. Does use a lot of the dead silence there to clear out some of those corners, but maybe now in a position with Wee Man, try to catch someone off guard. Maybe open up this B site here potentially. 40 seconds on the clock. Rafi's just waiting down low. He'll catch Wee Man. Now it's all up to one. Only good news, Metals has the bomb.
Yep. Oh, well, doesn't do too much with it.
Doesn't see the guy behind him.
Whole bag of emotion right there. And what about the start from Furious? Getting the final kill puts him at 5-0.
Wow.
Exactly what Unnamed would need to do to really, again, I think just make this team, Notorious team, feel a little bit more uncomfortable. Because one of the things that we've noticed a lot about this Notorious squad on this map is they love to get Sigs and other SMG, and they run kind of a 3-sub setup sometimes with Metals and Sigs not opting to scope, and they quickly get in your face. But if Furious is popping like this, that play may be off the table. As this time it's going to be nades over the top. Quick hit from Eric Boom, looking to get through B alley. Support from Metals over the top. Furious, well aware of it. This is what I'm talking about. Furious now adds 6-0. Cruise missile earned, and Team Notorious' whole set play is turned against them.
Oh, Furious tries to dive down low. Will be scouted out there from Wee Man. Stun checks, though, coming right into the site here at A. And Hendry, he's going to call for the bomb plant. Should be able to get it down safely. Retake now in effect. Sigs up top, ready to bang this door open or wait for someone to come to him.
He needs to hopefully find somebody up top here to stop a post plant. But without anyone already possessing the second floor, now it's just about trying to find trades, trying to find kills. But where is Mythix? That's the yearning question. Nade does not tag. Mythix, did he see Sigs on the cross? Does not appear to have. Gets the gunfight still and nearly wins it, but Sigs a little bit too strong, and that's what I'm talking about. There's that third SMG in the mix, although I think Metals this time may have been sniping, but regardless, when you see Sigs with the sub in hand, expect aggression. And even though there was a good response from it from Unnamed, Team Notorious still utilized that flex SMG role for Sigs to kind of turn the tides.
They sure do. It's a good play. I think Mythix had a real good shot, especially after that Semtex didn't tag. I wasn't expecting, Sigs maybe to run back down low, maybe try to play for the kill up top. Stand on top of the boxes like we kind of see players do when they try to move in for that clutch spot. But either way, not the case. 6-1 for Furious. That comes to an end, but he still does have that cruise missile to work with here for some of these rounds. You'll love to have a cruise on a map like El Asilo, especially when you're trying to set up some of those attacking rounds over to B, but see if it ends up coming into play at any point in time early.
Yep. Quick hit this time for Unnamed defensively. Right on in towards bottom billiards. Eric in a little bit of trouble, could not get away from the gunfight, and so first blood is confirmed. Map is also taken by Unnamed, and the bomb is down. So a plethora of problems start to come out here for Team Notorious, and trying to solve this. Maybe it just comes down to isolating Furious here. Kind of gives himself up. Puzzling to say the least. Not a lot of support for that push through, and now all of a sudden 3v3, and Metals will secure a second elimination on the low side of this A site.
Oof, man, I don't know how Sigs got that kill on the Furious. App was good, and well, the kills come through, and they're even better. Team Notorious now starting to piece it together, and that was after that insane breakoff there. I was just about to praise, Unnamed for having some great aggressive routes. Furious has been leading the charge, spearheading the play, finding first bloods. But it feels like they start to go looking for a little bit too much after they create the advantage, which Team Notorious are kind of frozen, stopped waiting for a push to come to them, and the pushes are coming to them. They're able to even up the numbers and then create a play afterwards. So a couple throwaway rounds here and there from both sides throughout this map so far, but it leaves us at a 2-2 tally.
And I think with Furious having a hot start, he's one of those players that's going to want to try to see what he can get away with. Now that he's been pushed back, maybe a chance for him to play with a little bit more restraint after a very successful first blood engagement. This time, Unnamed stretching towards B. Metals deep towards truck. Trophy to keep him safe, just laying prone, looking for intel. The rest of Team Notorious, pretty hard focus in towards mid. This cruise missile will see a bunch, but the thing about it is, Wee Man still gets first blood on Mythix crossing, and now all of a sudden, Unnamed is a little bit stuck. They did not create any space towards B. And Rafi, who's gotten a tower, may have to be who wins this round for them in a 3v4, but problem is, Sigs, goodness.
Shelled that?
Yeah, I'll say. And I think he realized very late in how unwise that gunfight was. Furious, throwing shoulders, trying to bait out the reload, and eventually takes down Metals, but the problem is the bomb is down, and it's a 2v2 that still favor Team Notorious.
The bomb is down, but Furious might draw pressure over to B to maybe give him a window to exit, but I think he was spotted there. Yeah, Eric's going to try to track him down. The dead silence, though, will run out. That's an easy comm there to Wee Man. And, well, Rafi is kind of still chilling over by the tower. And she'll get some tags into one. Surely should be cleaned up just about immediately after. No time to work with. Doesn't have an option but this site. Gonna wait for a chow. Eric will give it to him. And he might have got that. It was close. I think it might have been a tad late. But no, he gets it. And he's able to reset.
Oh, no. And Wee Man was banking on that bomb not being planted in time. Now, dead silence about to expire. Rafi playing from the outside. Does not see the initial cross. Wee Man gives him the gunfight down to 8 HP. Both players low. Wallbangs, the next try to threat. But Wee Man gets aggressive, sneaks around the side, gets the kill to Rafi. In round 5, will go the way of Team Notorious, now up 3-2, with Wee Man on 3 from the round.
Oh, that was a dead silence bailout there for sure. If he doesn't have dead silence, he doesn't get to fly through that window like he did. And Rafi maybe gets a sound cue and gets to shoot back a little bit. Certainly a good attempt, though. He just waits, perfectly there for Eric. Gets the bomb down in the final millisecond. And yeah, Wee Man just thinking that one's all locked up. Eric was probably like, he's got no time to plan. And all of a sudden, the bomb plant comes through, but he's there to clutch and he gets the job done.
No kills for Henry or Mythics. And somehow it's just a one-round game. Henry trying to snipe. Metals, opposite building. Eric rushing through B. Bomb not a part of the play at the moment. Shots to Henry, decent. Down to 6 HP, and Wee Man finally gets the kill. And now Eric is all the way through. Rafi trying to hold him, but his Semtex doesn't clear the corner. And now the defense is so worried about B that they're completely split up, with Sigs finding a kill over towards the opposite side of the map and also taking away the entire southern part of the minimap.
Mythics has to get involved this round. He's gonna spot Eric, and he gets help from Rafi to finish off the kill. Rafi gets one in the back, and he gets a little bit more information on the remaining 2 members there from Team Notorious. So not an impossible 1v2. Gonna cut through mid. Metals is gonna miss his shot, and he's gonna know Wee Man's in the sight. He's got a chance to do this. He flies in, able to get the first. Does he stick for the defuse? No, he wants to play the kill.
Oh, but he's guessing up top. The problem is Metals is down low, but he's only got a pistol. Oh, boy, Rafi. 4 kills. Give him the ace. And the huge clutch. Holy cannoli, what a search we've got on our hands here, with essentially unnamed tying up this game in a 2v4.
Literally. This is... I mean, I'm sure Mythic's going to feel a little bit bad that his kill kind of got snaked there from Rafi, but it turns into an ace, so I'm sure he's still happy about it in the end, but just can't get on the board. Henry even pulls out the scope at the beginning of that round, of all things, to try to get himself his first kill. He's also shut down, but Rafi just answers the call, comes alive, and pulls off a huge 1v3 clutch, I believe, basically a 1v4. And that's going to be a big one here to keep unnamed in this game. 3-3 now the score.
Jeez, bro. Wow. Okay. And this just plays on you so hard mentally for Team Notorious when you've got 2 players who are just running rampant on you. Wee Man the top tower, Sigs down low. And Eric's actually with this. They're going to play retake at A. And they're going to try to play off the flank. There's been no contact made here. Finally, there is going to be an engagement, at least in some regard. Rafi gets a read on the quick flank, and they're in a position to deal with this, but the gunfights are not won. Henry now inside the site. Both the last 2 players need to find kills. So a combined 0-11. Henry turned around literally, and Mythics can't get anything done. And Team Notorious get on the board again, up 4-3.
Oh man, it just, nothing can go right for these individuals with 0 kills here so far. And as soon as you lose, someone like Furious at the start of the round, then lose Rafi, I mean, I just feel like the hopes just slightly go down. Mythics gets the door read, but just can't find the shots. Eric with the snap, making sure he stays killless. And it really is the story of, when will these 2 step up, right? You need Henry, you need Mythics. Like sooner or later, someone's going to have to get involved here.
Meanwhile, Wee Man's 11-4. Besting the lobby at the moment. This time unnamed a little slow to get their defense put together here. Looking for something over towards B alley, but this feels a little shambolic in a way. Furious, I think, was trying to play forward. Wasn't sure how he was going to do it. Now he's backed up into tools. You got Mythics down low at A. But Team Notorious, they're focused on the south side of the minimap, and they've got full tower control, plus the ability to fight both of the top 8 windows. I love this isolation for Notorious. They're definitely a step ahead when it comes to trying to set up this chess game at the moment.
Nyx flies out. He will get a kill. He's on the board, baby. Let's go. First kill locked in for Mythics. We'll see if Henry can maybe do the same. But it is still a trade in the end. Just a little bit of information here for the defense to work with. And Sigs is starting to work through this left side here. And might have an opportunity to come around the back. Dead Silence. He hasn't invested it just yet. Now the streak's also going to come in as they're going to try to fly to B here, maybe.
Yeah, and Sigs is going to try to catch Henry by surprise. I think that's the whole call of that cruise missile. You know he's somewhere inside. Just comes down to figuring out the corner. And Henry nearly still suffers the kill, but it doesn't make a difference. Team Notorious get the eliminations rapidly and put themselves now onto map point. And yeah, that just felt like Unnamed didn't really know what they wanted to do with their defense. And as soon as Notorious took this bottom part of the map, there was just nowhere for Unnamed to go.
Yeah, exactly. I think it was all on trying to get maybe Furious to like a forward position through field, but as soon as they got contested, yeah, Furious has to back up. They don't really have a lot of mid-map control, and you could see it just really kind of fall into a bit of a panic there where it was a little bit passive, but Mythics is on the board. Henry, unfortunately, is not, but 5-3 up. Team Notorious, I mean, they're looking pretty promising here to pull off this reverse sweep. Just need that final round.
Yep. Unnamed looking to go rapidly in towards checkers. Looking for aggression out of Team Notorious, and it's not through the middle of the map. It's around the side. Oh, it's being red. Mythics gets the kill on Eric Boom. That's the flank shutdown. Metal's trying to secure a trade at range. Not going to have it. The bomb is planted, and the post-plant situation looks solid for Unnamed. Sigs trying to change that, though, on the quick hit.
A lot of players around him. One inside boxes. Stun's going to come out. Should allow the Chow to come through, but good tags there from Henry inside. Not able to play his life. Wee Man snaps for 2 more. And 20 seconds left of the clock. Mythics has just found just about the best timing, but it's a sound cue and now needs to move in. Nice. There it is. He's going to be good for another. Unnamed will not be dealt with just yet. They're able to put another one up here on the board.
Yeah, this is a great isolation. It's just a gut check play call for Team Notorious. Eric Boom, like we saw from a couple of rounds previously, it's Metals watching over the top of him. Nades go out towards B Alley, and the whole idea is get Eric Boom in the front side of that offense quickly. Have him hit a pinch through the side doors, get into billiards, go 1-for-1, and put Unnamed on the back foot quickly. But Mythics gets the read, he gets the kill, and after that, it's just a quick post-plant setup that allows Unnamed to kind of control the space needed to make sure there was never really much of a threat towards the bomb. And this is all while Henry's 0-9, by the way. And oh no, Notorious self-stick a team member. Wee Man's down. He was looking to fight over towards the backside of A. Now Eric has to kind of make a desperate move, and as he does, he gets traded out. Numbers stay with Unnamed.
That's a huge member to also take out of the picture. Wee Man out, and now Furious and Henry able to put something together. Henry's on the board too. All up to Metals to try to make up for that team kill there off the start. 1v3. Bomb is across the map, excuse me. It has to try to make something happen maybe all the way through the spawn. Might have a look at Furious, but needs to try to find it cleanly.
Now his position is known. Changes the angle. Maybe can catch Rafi by surprise. Oh, he had a prediction on it. Rafi turns, fires back, and puts him on display a little bit. Okay. Map 5, round 11, Unnamed. Putting them together, trying to avoid the reverse sweep.
That could be a bit of a breakdown. Metals not only team kills for the first blood, but then also kind of gets absolutely just choke slammed in the final kill as well. Not good looks. Have to shake it off. He's been having a great series as a whole. Maybe not the best map, number 5, but just make sure you don't team kill Wee Man, of all people. There's going to be a team kill, team kill someone else. Just not the man dropping 14,
Yeah, exactly. Okay, here we go. Sigs have a sub out? Yes. So he's going to look to get aggressive here. Again, if Wee Man can make contact from this position at topside A of the tower, there's an opportunity for Maple to make a quick flank. But look at Furious. Free through B. Metals, though, right over the top of the cement heady. Gets the trades. And at the same moment, actually, Rafi shuts down the aggressive pinch from Notorious on the other side of the map. So we get a 2v2. But the thing about this is everyone knows where Metals was previously positioned. And he's going to try to reflip this back. This is such a heads-up play from Metals. Playing tower. You would never expect him to be here after he was just over at B, but the trade is out, and now we got a 1v1.
A 1v1 for the series here. And Mythics trying to bring it back. Eric's caught in the corner. Nade might finish him off, and he gets it done! From 0 kills to 5 in the last few rounds. Mythics pulls off the 1v2 in round 11 to upset Team Notorious here in their final match.
And it's not just the fact that he gets 5 in the final 2 of 3 rounds. All of his kills led to game-winning plays, round-winning plays. His shutdown of Eric Boom on the quick flank a couple of rounds ago through B Alley. The ability to get the trade and then secure and get the information in the final 2 kills there. But even in the midst of that, I still got to get a huge shout out. Rafi's 2 kills, shutting down that Notorious pinch on the other side of the map. Unless you're watching the minute, you may have missed it. That was the round securing play. Because Furious getting shut down initially makes you feel like you're trapped. Notorious get the read saying if they're hitting aggressive through B Alley, we can get this pinch off. But a heads up read from Rafi and then the finishing punch from Mythics. Stave off the reverse sweep. So it'll be a 4-1 tally for Team Notorious. A 3-2 tally for Unnamed. The seeds will not change in this group as we consider playoffs, but that is a huge win, I think, for the momentum and the mental for an Unnamed squad that just made a roster change this week.
Exactly, right? It kind of like just lets them know and just reassures them that, okay, maybe we did make, the right call. It's a really good start. We take down a huge team like Team Notorious, give them their first loss right before playoffs. That's a huge motivator without a doubt, I think, going forward. And as much as we have a couple shaky performances there in that final map, we have a couple of really good ones, and that's something to build off of, right? Rafi has a hell of a game, like you were saying there. I mean, he is, from that very niche, European S&D scene that, does exist, doesn't have too many players in it. He is, from that, and it comes to life there, I think, in some of those final moments with that 1v3 into that final couple kills there in that last round. Beautifully done.
Here's the final look at the Group B standings, as we mentioned, kind of verbally, just to reinforce it. Again, Team Notorious will stay the #1 seed, even with the loss due to their head-to-head tiebreaker with Deviants. The same thing will remain true for Signs. But I think the thing about this is we saw a very good Deviants team today and a very good Unnamed team today. So
right.
The two teams that kind of find themselves at a loss of the tiebreaker, but with wins today, very well may make us kind of shift this to think about Deviants as the best team maybe in Group B, and maybe Unnamed a touch better than Science at the current moment, regardless of previous results. Again, that's just mere assumption, and you take it for what it's worth, but I think that we've got some interesting storylines for our 2 and our 4 seed coming out of this Group B.
Yeah, I agree. I think without a doubt, man, it's going to be a lot of fun going into playoffs with these 2 squads that you have at the top, and then, like you said, Unnamed looking really good to pull off some more upsets. They have a huge motivator there. Science going to be struggling to put it together in the respawns. Going to have to do some work overnight. The S&Ds, though, look great, and we saw at least a couple of good second halves there in the hard points, but need a little bit more than just S&D wins if they're going to be able to make some kind of a run through playoffs. But we'll see what Group A is also kind of shaping up here for us, Alan, and what's kind of playing out. Clutch Rain, of course, at the top. Don't play today, but those guys leading the pack and finishing here in the first seed at 5-0.
Yeah, just as a reminder, forfeit win versus Team Falcons, as that was really not a matchup that mattered at all for seeding, thanks to the head-to-head win from Clutch Train on to Abobabobs, who also secured a win, although it was a hard-pressed win today versus VVV. And then the big storyline and what we really took our focus with was that head-to-head matchup, Atlas Lions playing up against Noctum. Atlas Lions not only needed to win, they needed to win at worst at a 3-1 map count, which they did to earn that map win-loss tiebreaker against Noctum, putting them into the 5th position in that 3-way tiebreaker situation with those 2 and VVV. And I chuckled there for a moment because I got a notification on my phone. I looked over. It was a DM from Furious who said, "Too easy, super sub, 2 scrims played," laughing emoji. So if he's doing that with only 2 scrims played,
Damn,
I don't know, man. That's a hell of a shout right there from Furious to potentially see this Unnamed squad improve as they make their way into playoffs tomorrow.
Yeah, man, they're, I think, the team right now that a lot of people are going to be looking at for who they match up against, right, in the round #1, because that could be a really interesting, series for not only the upset, but then also building maybe for something more than just a couple of series wins, right? So those guys, I think, are looking a little bit exciting. If they do a little bit more VOD, they start talking about some more of their strats, and those guys start to look even more and more dangerous. And the longer they stay in playoffs, the better and better they're going to look. So they make it to the next week, who knows what that team's going to be able to do.
Big shouts. I like it. So that takes us to the end of the regular group stage for Season 3 of Europe. But of course, with that, in an hour, North America is finishing off their regular group stage, where we only have 2 teams that are confirmed for playoffs, and they're both out of Group B in North America. It's M7 and Boston Academy. We've got a 5-way tiebreaker situation that could happen in Group A, and a 4-way tiebreaker situation that could break down what happens for the 3rd and 4th seeds in Group B. It's gonna be nuts. It's gonna be crazy. You're not gonna want to miss it. But for now, we put ourselves on a 57-minute break before we're back for our 6:30 p.m. Eastern start time for North America and their 5th and final phase of the round robin. Till that point, do not go too far. Get yourself set up. We'll catch you guys back for North America. Bye-bye.
Welcome back here to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. It's time for the ever wondrous North American region. I'm Infinity. Joining me in the desk as always, well, I've been trying to lose weight. Apparently Andy's lost some hair. It's proper, mate. How you doing?
I'm good, man. You know, I got in a fight with a lawnmower on the way to the broadcast, and I seemingly lost, but somehow came out victorious on it as well. Yeah, no, I'm doing good, man. It's fantastic to be back for another week of Challengers Elite action. And this one here for North America, like you said, it's the Wild Wild West for a reason, Brody. Let's get into it.
Yeah, it's going to be an incredible day of Call of Duty ahead of us. As we said, there's a lot still hanging in the balance, more so than usual, I want to say. I know we're kind of used to these situations where there's a lot of head-to-heads, a lot of permutations to be speaking of, but not like this. Here's a look at the schedule ahead of us then today. Obviously, we always run 2 streams here in Call of Duty Challenges, the primary of which will be right here at Call of Duty Bravo. We're kicking off the day with Convoy Gaming and Boys a Liar, and then following up with Orbit and Weewoo for our second slot. That's Group A and Group B respectively. And then if you guys want to check out additional Challengers content, you can do so over at We Are Clutch GG. That's Rocker ESG taking on House of Aces, and then Hive taking on Decimate. Again, almost all of these matches today are gonna matter.
Yeah, I mean, everything does matter. When you talk about, like, the greater scheme of things, we'll talk about the standings here in just a few moments, but there's a lot of win in potential you're in situations, but there's also potential for a 5-way tie.
Yeah, that's a big one, right? I mean, this 5-way tie thing that could go on. Like, normally, so for anybody who knows me, Andy most certainly does, he knows that every Wednesday, I've been doing it for years now, I get to Challengers Elite, get to the end of the group stage, if you will, and then I'm like, right, I'm working out the permutations. Today I got up and I saw the potential for a 5-way tie. I was like, not today.
Close his document.
I don't have the time. Let's check it out. Let's look at Group A very quickly here. Then we can show you what we mean as it currently stands. So, looking over Group A, only one team right now is eliminated. That is Team Strays. And that goes across the entirety of North America, by the way. Everybody else, the 5 teams here in Group E and the 6 teams over in Group B are still in.
Yeah, and the way things are shaking out, this is where you have the potential for all of these teams to be tied by the end of the day. Convoy Gaming, House of Aces. I mean, safe by a certain stretch of the imagination, just from the certain head-to-heads and their map win-loss records that could potentially carry them over the hump when it comes down to seeding. That's where the conversation really starts to lie. But when you look down towards the bottom, specifically for this 3-way tie that we already have ready between 2 and 2, Rocker X, ESG, Omid, Boys a Liar, that's where things get a little more interesting.
Yeah, for sure. And it's just kind of interesting stories all around, right? I mean, you talk about Rocker ESG. I mean, they're now currently sitting at 2 and 2, which is a weird place to be when you're looking at this roster that has been, I don't want to say dominant all season, but consistent is probably the term that I'd use considering just how high they've placed. Of course, their elite championship under their belt as well. But that roster change, I think, has certainly rocked what we expect from this Rocker roster, and then Omid and Boys a Liar as well. I mean, there's just teams that they're all so good, man. This 5-way tie potential with a lot of teams potentially at 3 and 2 at the end of the day, that would just be a crazy way to end the group. We honestly have no idea how things are going to turn out over there. But in Group B, things are a little bit more straightforward, of course. Boston Academy and Millennium 7, both currently sitting at 3 and 1. They have qualified regardless of what their matchup looks like today. But for Decimate, Orbit, Hive, SMG, and Weewoo, well, I think their fate's still hanging in the balance.
Yeah, they gotta be said as well. I know that it wasn't showcased on the schedule, but don't worry, you crazy Doug Censored Martin fans. We'll get Boston Academy on one of these screens later on in the evening for their matchup. We get to see what they look like, and they're gonna have that nice little buffer like you talked about there, Brody, being 3-1, 11-8. They should be more than qualified to make it way all the way into playoffs, but it all comes down to seedings. But I mean, you look down low, 5X Street Mob, 1 and 3. Weewoo, also 1 and 3. They are still in contention depending on how the matches end today.
Yeah, and I should clarify as well, just in case you guys aren't currently aware of the situation as it currently stands, there is potential for a 4-way tie with all teams currently, or all teams at the end of the day, sitting at 2 and 3. Even if that situation arises, we should clarify that there isn't going to be any kind of head-to-head map count, any like us not knowing what's going on, permutations. It is a very simple win and you're in situation for all of these teams today, at least in Group D, we should clarify. So it's going to be a good day of Call of Duty ahead of us. We do love these kind of final day of group play, especially when it comes down to the wire. You know, we get these kind of game 5, potentially round 11 situations, Andy, where things look prettier.
Yeah, I mean, look, the matchups about how they all just kind of put themselves right in front of us. Got to shout out Visions, man. He is the scriptwriter for Challengers at the end of the day. To have ourselves here with the final day right before playoffs with a potential win and you're in, and also the potential for a 5-way tie for all these different teams in Group A. I mean, it's just insane to say the least. But there's a lot of good things that come out of a lot of these rosters. Let's go ahead and start digging into them, Brody.
Yeah, absolutely. Good time to take a look then at the rosters ahead of us for today. Starting with, of course, the first match, Convoy Gaming versus Boys Alliance. A big one for Convoy 2 qualifying. Speak of the Devils, well, this isn't them. That's Deviants. Get them off our screens. I don't want to see Deviants. Here they are. Convoy Gaming. We thought we'd pull a late April Fool's joke on you folks, but here is that roster. Classic, Gunless, Pristini, and Rex. It's full to the brim with, veteran talent on this team, and it shows the way they've been playing.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you look from just left to right. I mean, you have just world champions. You have most renowned Call of Duty players, Classic, Gunless, Pristini, all just decorated within their own rights. But you look at that last player of one of Dylan Rex, and that is your #1 statistical player from North America in Season 2. This team of Convoy, along with their coaches of both Apox and Wigs, they found themselves bowing out pretty early from that Texas Open. Rex actually losing to his cousin of Phantoms at that event. But man, I gotta say, this team, as far as Respawn is concerned, is a force to be reckoned with. They are something to absolutely behold. They've only lost a single hardpoint all season long.
And that's a convincing kind of placement in Hardpoint right overall, because it's not just 6-1 this season. I think when this roster formed last season, Hardpoint was also very clearly their best game mode at 12-6 as well, right? So it's kind of like, it's pretty consistent for this Convoy Gaming team. Hardpoint is a game mode in which we're expecting this team to win. Search and Destroy and Control, that's where those questions start to arise a little bit. Control, as you say, though, I mean, they're not bad at it. They're 3-1 overall. This team has a ton, I think, of positives to look at, and I'm looking forward to seeing what this roster is going to bring us moving forward. But moving forward then to the other roster on the other side, it's Boys Alliance. We know there's going to be a lot of questions, of course, as, big Ice Spice fans, I think. Zero's made that pretty apparent on Twitter. We're big fans of this roster. Zero, of course, leading the squad with Bink, Darkside, and Noisy, the newest addition to the team, in place of Estriel from last season, now joining the ensemble.
It's hard not to be a fan of this team, especially when you're looking at Zero. I mean, this guy is just an absolute class act. When you're looking at some of the stats that he's been delivering through the entirety of the season so far, is actually leading his team as far as stats are concerned. It's also hard not to at least announce that I am a proud member of the Tyler Noisy fan club, but we have to remain unbiased here. This team has been struggling, to say the least, when it comes down to specifically their clutch setups, right? I mean, 3-1 in Control, that's whatever. But when their backs are pushed up against the wall, when they have the potential to be able to claw back from like a 20-point deficit, close out a hard point, or they're in a round 11 search and destroy, it just feels like that they kind of just branch off from one another, scarce themselves like ants, and they don't really follow up on each other. The skill ceiling is there. I can kind of see it, but they have yet to really make a full-blown argument versus some of the top teams in their group so far.
Yeah, this is the big thing, right? This Boys Alliance roster, they've been interesting at least, because last season they surprised a lot of people, right? Third place in Season 2 was a massive, massive shock for the rest of the Challengers Elite. And then when it comes to Texas, and this story, by the way, also applies to Convoy Gaming on the other side, I think it was a top 16 finish for this team, and it was, I think, just extremely disappointing to see that. And now into this season, I think, again, the story hasn't exactly cleared up for Boys Alliance. They have been struggling in a number of key moments. And they've just got to fix up those issues, especially going into this match, which absolutely matters.
Oh, it totally does, especially when you're thinking about Boys Alliance, right? I mean, you don't have to win this series. There's still an avenue for you to be able to make playoffs, but if you win this series, obviously that avenue becomes a whole lot easier, less treacherous, let's put it that way.
Yeah, for sure. Let's take a look then at the head-to-heads then as these guys currently stand. We've already kind of referred a little bit to that hard point, 86% win percentage for Convoy Gaming, also a 75% in Control. On the other side then, that might well be the difference maker, that hard point, because Boys Alliance, they have clearly been struggling in that game mode.
Yeah, they really have been. I mean, Boys Alliance, as far as hardpoint is concerned, 3-5. You can see the 38% win percentage, but it's really their differential being at a -20 is what kind of makes you more scared than anything. I mean, they have had a couple of close hardpoint finishes, sure, but we definitely expect Convoy Gaming to come out of the gate swinging when it comes down to the hardpoints itself. Search and Destroy will be interesting. There's been some ups and downs for both of these two rosters when it comes down to it, so it's more about the map and who's playing well on the day, but the Control is probably what's most interesting. Maps 1 and 2, I could end up seeing going in a seesaw, Convoy taking 1, Boys Alliance taking number 2. But especially when we get down to the best of 5 map set, both these two teams being at 75% win rate when it comes down to Control, that's where the bottom line will truly come to exist on who might eke out this best of 5 win.
Alrighty, well, when we're looking towards the players of these two teams, we've got to take some names to take a look at, and we're going to go for the veterans of each squad, of course. I mean, Convoy, they've got a lot of them to choose from, but the one we're focusing on at the moment is going to be Pristini, and that's not without good reason, right, Andy? Because Pristini, I mean, you and I, we've been talking about him quite a lot recently, and, you know, I think we're both on the same page here that for Pristini, this is the best he's looked in a very, very long time. He's playing like he's got something to prove.
Yeah, I mean, both these guys, but both Prestinni and Zero. I mean, this is probably the best that we've seen these two play Call of Duty respectfully in quite a long time. Prestinni itself is kind of that really cool Cinderella story, right? You know, he world champion, he united back in BO4, didn't exactly have the outstanding performance that he wanted through Modern Warfare 2019 Cold War. He subs in for FaZe in Vanguard. The spark reignites, and this guy, ever since that Boston Open last year in Vanguard, has not stopped. He knows the grind mentality, and he's been delivering it. Zero on the opposite side, ever since being dropped from London, has been putting up those stats you see specifically in the OBJ game modes with Search and Destroy and Control, respectively.
Yeah, it's been positively surprising, I think, for Zero, right? Because as a player that, you know, the last time that he was in Challengers, I'll keep on saying it, you know, didn't perform that well, and even on London sometimes didn't have the best of moments. He has come out and been frying in Challengers, so it's going to be an interesting head-to-head to see Prestinni going head-to-head with Zero for this matchup. Let's take a look at the maps then for this one, and we have a nice little surprise for everybody. Expo Control, slap bang in the middle, and that is probably the loudest addition to this map set. And again, it's not without good reason, because when you take a look at kind of where these guys are strong in Control, it's very clear that this was the only choice for Convoy and Boys a Liar.
This was a targeted best of 5 map set, especially being chosen for the 3 maps that were vetoed for Convoy Gaming, Hydro, Embassy, El Asilo, and choosing the Hardpoint, map 1 for Hotel. That's even better coming through from Convoy to guarantee themselves more or less for that map 1 win. Boys a Liar are 0-2, but as we were talking about, that Expo Control, see Convoy, they got rid of the El Asilo. They put the ball in the court for Boys a Liar. The reason why they got rid of the Asilo in the first place is because, well, that's Boys a Liar's best control map. They are 3-1 on it after all, and it kind of forces the hand. Do you either want to play Convoy's best control map of Hotel, or do you want to go for the coin flip and see what you got here on Expo Control? So that's where I'm kind of at when I go back and I talk about their best game modes, and even for potential best maps. Maps 1 and 2, honestly, could be seesawed back and forth between these two teams. The Hotel going to Convoy, and then the map number 2 of Fortress very much so go towards Boys a Liar. But that swing map mode combination, that map number 3, might just be the end-all, be-all, potentially, to who's going to be able to win this series.
Yeah, and it answers a question, I think, for us regarding, you know, the Himmelmatt Expo, just generally speaking. You know, are we going to see it? How often are we going to see it? I think we were one of the first teams to actually pull it out and play it, and they won 3-0 in their very first go of it. And it's been slowly creeping in over the last couple of weeks. I think as teams are certainly getting a lot more comfortable with it. And honestly, Andy, I've enjoyed it myself. I mean, I know that ranked play is an entirely different setting to Challengers. I'm sure these guys feel a little bit differently about it, but it's been pretty fun to play in ranked play. I've been kind of moving with it. I feel a lot more comfortable with the map myself, so maybe these players do as well, for sure. It's going to be interesting to see how these guys get on, how those scrims are actually going to play out when it comes to Expo. But we do have another match to focus on at this point in time. Team Strays versus Omit. And a reminder of kind of the context of the series. Team Strays, regardless of the outcome of this matchup, are eliminated. Again, the only team in North America currently stuck in that situation. For Omit, though, at 2-2, winning versus Strays, I mean, it is absolutely pivotal.
It is 21-14. Phantoms is 14-9, and they are still seemingly keeping this hard point relatively close. I mean, Mach is 17-9. Definitely got a Tippet where a Tippet is due, but Strays being eliminated fully from a playoff run doesn't mean they can't play upset to Omit's hopes going forward. And I mean, you can see them absolutely delivering. Hall is able to find 2. Initially, will get traded out. There's still a lot of time to be battling over here inside of P3. Fire's aware of it. Doesn't have a trophy system to keep himself safe. And Omit, even having those pot spawns, are able to find the kills required. They'll be able to cross the map.
Yeah, need coverage from the middle of the map, and Yeez tries to provide that, but will get shut down by Unit. Still, though, great coverage coming from Orange. Phantom's just laying down, looking for the double, and, well, Gwyn will just take his head off. Not entirely sure why. Maybe Gwyn was just had enough of Phantom's antics inside Orange, but down he goes, and on towards the hill goes Unit for the double. Nicely done, and a valuable 15 seconds overall, again, as they try and garner a huge lead here in this game. They won't get it just yet, but as Fire picks up a double from that stairwell, well, I think Strays are actually now in a much better spot.
Oh, they totally are. I mean, Strays, you can see what it means. If you're able to push all the way through P3, you get control of that north tennis court lane going into the backside of Admin. You're going to get the setup first if you are Strays, but where do you try to fish out where Omit are coming from? They're trying to battle this on 2 different fronts. They already lost Phantoms over by the parking lot. So this is majority of this is actually all coming through the side door, Brody.
Aaron Omit right now just trying to find an in. He's well aware that somebody's probably playing around the back line. They're going to spot out Hollow there. Now going to double up around that back. Strays should be ready for it. In they go, one by one. It's a little bit disjointed now around the back. It's going to be Yeez and Purge, and they are going to pick up the kills required here to break in for the back 30. And this is a very awkward amount of time here, I think, for Strays to try and make a decision round, right? Because it was 30 seconds left on the hill when Omit actually broke on through. Strays have to make a decision to commit to it because it's quite a lot of time. We also got to be careful about the rotation as well. And Yeez is doing such a stellar job at keeping them out of the hard point. Now on 5 in a row, as Omit take a valuable chunk of time.
Yeah, that's a massive chunk of time, and now you can just brute force your way inside of P5, just make Strays extremely uncomfortable, Purge is in a stuck and elongated 1v1. We'll give you the outcome of that Embassy map number 1, as our primary focus of Convoy and Boys a Liar is more than ready to go. Hotel Hardpoint, let's get on into it. Convoy already set themselves up inside of P2 ready.
And Rex, already that first line of defense for Convoy Gaming. Takes one down before going down himself, so now Boys a Liar able to garner some space over by that Spar side. Gunless has to be careful now because Boys a Liar, they're trying to enact this flank. Gunless, he's aware of it, now going to get one, but the second is not going to be there. It's instead Pristini who actually picks up the double and Classic for the third. Convoy Gaming doing a good job at the moment of keeping Boys a Liar outside of this hard point. But again, Convoy, you face this situation now with 20 seconds left. You do not want to get stuck here in this hill. Want to try and go for the time, yes, but you've got to be careful of those spawns for next.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to talk about. You have to be very, very careful with how much you extend into holding this hardpoint from the front. You even saw there in the final moments, Darkside was left by his lonesome, knowing damn well that Convoy did not want to flip the spawns ahead of this rotation inside of Kitchen. So, although Boys a Liar put themselves in a situation to potentially break for 20 seconds, they made the wiser of the two plays. They rotated it anew.
Good decision making now from Boys a Liar. Huge point in the game as well. 30 points down. Need to make sure you get this money hard point. And Pristini at the moment, it's just a case of kind of dipping yourself in. Slightly noisy. He's ready for it though. Does pick up the double. Now for Convoy Gaming, this entire push becomes much more reliant on what's happening around the back. Rex has managed to make his way around there, as has Gunless as well. Darkside facing such pressure for it. Gonna have to back away towards this hard point and join his teammate in Noisy. And now they're taking shots from inside this hill towards the outside. Darkside, a lot to do. 2 players on that doorway and unfortunately not even able to win one. Now they're going to have to pick that one up. And to be fair, they're doing such a good job at the moment of keeping them out. It's so hard to take players out across these kitchen counters. But Pristini does not care. Runs through the freezer as Bink was distracted by the doorway. And now that scrap time will go the way of Convoy. But still, that is a huge chunk of time for Boys a Liar.
It really was. That was a much-needed answer on P3 after what happened over by P2. And you even saw just how long that scuffle unfolded over inside a kitchen. Boys a Liar, Convoy Gaming, they actually got north to south spawns parallel, if you will. The foot race initially was won by Convoy, but Boys a Liar, I mean, talk about discipline. They read the situation so wonderfully. They dissect where Convoy are located at. They get the early break.
Indeed. Well, I believe, as we look over towards the picture-in-picture, not too sure who actually just won the game. I think it might have been Team Strays, given the best play was by Hollow. So that is a big victory for them. And yeah, actually, wow, we left that game at what, like 150, 160, whatever?
Yeah.
Strays must have just chained hill after hill, back-to-back, not giving any time away. That's a huge victory, and not a good one at all for Omit, given the situation that they are currently in. But focusing back on this game at the moment, Andy, we've got 20 seconds left here on the bar hardpoint. Convoy Gaming looking to try and soak it up. Darkside will give it one last look, but you can already see those white arrows on the map. They've gone a restaurant.
Inside a restaurant. Are they going to expect Pristini to actually spawn over by Jacuzzi, though? He's already starting to set himself up with a little bit of a pinch, and I think Classic off of the old time will probably try to flank all the way through Chandelier. So Boys a Liar, I mean, they're not really in a position to try to cut out a lot of space. Obviously, Rex Semtex not making it through the door won't confirm a player close inside of Rugs, but this is a very push-back setup, I will say, for Boys a Liar. It works out. They go 2 for 2. Now Big needs to go big in the hill.
He does have some support from Zero. It's a lot to do here for Convoy, but Pristini just snaking his butt off around these chairs. We'll get traded out again. Boys a Liar technically in the better position here around this hard point. They're also starting to get kills for it as well. Noisy is just watching that cross so perfectly. Pristini currently sitting at 11 and 10. Wants to give this one last look. Actually might be able to get in from behind. I'm surprised that Bink didn't go for the challenge. And off the back of it, Pristini clears house, clears restaurant rather. And that is a valuable back 20 to go for here for Convoy Gaming, especially given their positioning. I mean, look at the middle of the map at the moment, Addy. It's being covered by Convoy.
And this is a very alarming set of hills that you can start getting in favor for yourself. What's the coin phrase, Brody? The money rotation. It looks like Convoy Gaming were initially set up for it through the middle of the map, but Boys a Liar, again, they exact their revenge. They push all the way through the old time. They don't disrupt the spawn so far. You can see Noisy down low. Got Gunless up top that he's going to have to deal with, but you would imagine he's probably going to try to get in the gunfight versus Pristini first, because he's not going to be able to get up these stairs. Darkside will be there to at least kind of give him some assistance, but Gunless is kind of left up creek without a paddle. He has to hold by his lonesome and inside the stairs, on the crossfire, everything else in between. A nice coordinated break came through for Boys the Liar.
A big one. Again, you can't afford to lose this hill if you're a Boys the Liar in the position that you're in. I mean, you lose what is a hill that very often turns into a full 60 in that situation, and well, you would be in trouble. But Boys the Liar, now they've got control of it, and they get the full 60 themselves. Only one player left alive, isolated. That's going to be Darkside, despite what Noisy was able to bring to the table there. It is going to be Convoy that will be right back in. Still 10 seconds left to fight over. Bink going to jump up to try and get it done. That is a nice kill coming out from Bink. Can he find the final one against Pristini? Yes, he can. Bink doing it all here. That's 3 in a row for him. 15 and 11. He is turning up for Boys the Liar at the moment in this game.
It's still that 20-point advantage that Convoy will hold over Boys the Liar going in towards the second set, and even for their current setup isn't exactly a strong one. They're getting caught in a lot of straight 1v1s, and that's just because they're trying to cause a little bit more discord, make Boys the Liar feel very stressed while they're still setting up inside of the time, but the trades are still good. Boys the Liar, they can hold on strong, and they're converting this into restaurant control, so Convoy, they need to be very careful with where they're spawning in towards the map, and not afford Boys the Liar not only to soak up this much time off of P1, but also threaten the rotation to new early.
Yeah, it does take a little bit of pressure away from the middle of the hill for Convoy to focus on that. But unfortunately enough for them, players that did push in Gunless and Rex do actually win the gunfights required to break on through for the back 20. However, on the other side of the coin, Asic did lose that huge 1v1 against Zero around Jewelry. Rex is going on the hunt for Zero, has spotted him out. Zero thought he was being patient enough to not get taken down. Unfortunately, that is not the case for him. Every single gunfight that Convoy want to win at the moment is going their way for the rotation. And Pristini, once again, picks up his umpteenth double here in this game as Convoy looks to put some distance between themselves and Boys the Liar.
That's a big two-piece, 3 and alive here for Pristini. That means he could just hold Chandelier, play in this very annoying position. He's got a double weapon set up to do it. And that's just going to funnel Boys the Liar down over by Spa, where Classic's already laying on his belly. There's 2. There's 3 for Classic. Lines them up. No flank. Do not pass go. Do not collect P2 spawns.
Mate, I mean, what can you do when Classic and Pristini are starting to streak out? Classic, of course, is just having a hell of a game at this point in time. Rex now by the help desk. You've got to get past him as well. Indeed, they will. And it is a back 25 that they might actually be able to grab here, to be fair. Convoy Gaming continue to spawn around that back line, and I thought for a second they might, but I think a couple of players now pushing over towards the middle of the map alleviates that spawn pressure, and now enables a couple of players to have a shot at least at the rotation. But in doing so, again, that scrap time now goes the way of Convoy Gaming. Just considering how close they are to 250 points, Andy, that's still actually a pretty huge chunk of time.
Well, I mean, they're just putting themselves within striking distance, right, Brody? 228 plays up against 164. Leader's advantage in a nutshell. Pick and choose. How do you want to win this hard point? Rotate over towards new early? Or do you just want to break the setup for Boys the Liar again? Because Convoy Gaming already set themselves up to do it.
One more break. That's all they need. Pristini, unfortunately, does fall as part of a double low. Darkside for another as well. And Bink, well, he completes that 4-piece across the board. Boys the Liar, they clear house here for the moment. Convoy Gaming will have to go for the reset. Think about how they want to do this. Couple of players through Freezer side and Gunless around the back. That seems to be the play. Darkside, Bink, are they ready for it? Darkside is Bink, doesn't seem like it. Darkside is going to pick up 2 though. Now 2 more. Players coming from both sides. Are they ready for it is the question. The pinch is perfect. Convoy look to grab that last 20-second. It's going to put them ever so close to that 250-point mark, but they will not get it.
And look at the call for Boys the Liar. They're fully aware of what's happening right now in this map number 1. They can just rotate over towards P4. If they hold on, they'll be able to close it out on P4, but some things are easier said than done because Convoy soaking up that scrap time. Like you said, Brody, just need 2 seconds. They already have players top and bottom bedroom trying to threaten the rotation.
Good news for Boys the Liar. Everybody's hitting this one through the front. So they don't have anybody around the back to worry about just yet. Is that good enough, though? Trades in the kill feed. Noisy for the double. Trying to make it 3. It's a 1v1, and Darkside comes to help out. Nicely done for Boys the Liar. They hold on here for the second. Now Convoy continuing to hit this one as Noisy pushes forward. He will be punished for it. Rex is going to be tagged up by a stun there, down to 20 HP or so. And as the rest of the team now starting to get kills, it's Classic around the backline. Zero is absolutely boxed in. It only takes 1 hit towards the end. And Convoy, they get it.
And you saw where Noisy died inside of Info. I'm not too sure what ended up proccing that spawn out, but Noisy actually spawned all the way inside of Jules. And that set up a coordinated pinch to where the majority of Boys the Liar, those that were surviving that initial scuffle inside of P4 where things came to an abrupt close, they got pinched and they got trapped. Why you saw Rex just continuously pushing the envelope in the front part of the hill, ever more so as time ticked on. But, I mean, that's Leader's advantage in a nutshell, right? I mean, we talked about the 20-point advantage going in towards the second set. Convoy, they answered back with another dominant P2 again. And then they continue to make Boys the Liar feel that much more pressured with trying to threaten P3. We really did feel like that Boys Liar, or at least I did in that moment of time, that they were going to be able to get that last 40 seconds in full, and it would have been a full-tied game, but that's just the relentless pressure that you get out of Convoy. All of their hard points have been close. The differential isn't too big, but that has just been the name of the game for Convoy and why they're finding so much success in hardpoint, now 7-1 in Elite Season 3.
Yeah, and it just feels like, again, I don't think, to be fair, Boys Alive got so massively outslayed in that game that we can kind of noticeably talk about it, right? Because from their perspective, they had moments where Noisy was piecing up, and even Bink had some crucial moments as well. But I think the real difference maker for Convoy Gaming is, in so many crucial moments, Pristini was able to streak out, was able to get two-piece after two-piece. Gunless was doing it as well. And even Classic, even though, again, he doesn't have a positive KD at the end of the game, again, I mean, what? He had a two-piece, I think it was, over by the help desk, right over by Statue at one point on the bar hard point. That was important to maintaining control. Like, there's just so much important presence being established by Convoy Gaming in and around these key hard points. The Boys Alive, I mean, they just don't really have a chance.
No, and that's just it, isn't it? Because when we talk about Boys of Liar, and as far as their stats are concerned, this is just overall. I mean, their non-traded kill percentages are all around like 70 to 73%, if not a little bit more than that. But their overall KDs are just barely at 1, if not just under it. And that's just what they're missing, right? I mean, when you go back and you really watch a lot of Boys of Liar hardpoint maps, and the way that they come to an abrupt close is because people on the enemy team are always stepping up in those massive ways. That's what we always end up talking about, these submachine guns and clutch players, the way that we just saw Convoy deliver. Just wonderfully done for them to keep themselves in control for that series. Go over towards Omit and Strays, where Omit are looking to bounce back after an unfortunate map 1 loss.
Yeah, they need to, right? Again, I mean, they lose this series. I don't think they're necessarily out. I'm not too sure exactly how the situation works right now, but certainly it will not help proceedings if they do finish the day at 2 and 3. Regardless, though, Strays trying to come back in towards this search and destroy. Now making this a 3 versus 3 scenario, but in and around this B bomb site, technically speaking, it is a 2 versus 3. Hollow is very far removed from the situation. Mark trying to even the odds, but Phantoms will not allow that. As Hollow does get a kill elsewhere, it does make the situation a little bit more manageable. Gwyn will take down Fire, and now it is Hollow, who elsewhere, of course, has already made his presence known in a 1 versus 2.
That silence invested for Hollow, looking to make the long play happen. Gwyn Yees, where they're positioned, might just fully understand that bomb might be down, but have themselves pretty tucked back inside a tool, so as soon as Hollow runs out of this dead silence, he's going to make a lot of noise, recover the bomb, needs to make a play, throws a stun, he's going to burst through the door, and he's going to get gunned. Yep, there it is. It's just so tough. I mean, going up against Gwyn and Yees, I mean, these guys have made a name for themselves when it comes down to search and destroy, especially for this duo that is on this roster. You know the name of the game, Brody. We got numbers. Let's just plant ourselves in a position to either try to play retake, find the trade if required. No way that you would ever expect for them to be doubled up inside of tools like that.
Yeah, it's just like, it's the committance that makes me giggle, right? It's just like, yeah, we're just going to sit ourselves in opposite corners inside tools, a play that you have never ever seen before, and you will never ever see again. And it will work. And it does. Yeah. Thanks, Omit. Giving us a good chuckle here on the casting desk. They now got 4-0 in this search and destroy. Strays have to do something different, and this might well be different enough. Hollow is getting highly aggressive towards that courtyard side. Curious as to what the path would look like as he tried to make his way back and towards the middle of the map, and it is good for Strays. I mean, just look at the ferociousness at which they're hitting this one. You gotta be careful, though, because Omit, they look like they're firing back. Now a 2 versus 2.
Fire stuck behind this bar, though. He is very, very low HP, Brody. I think, is it just me? It's not
He's
just
still
me,
low
right?
HP.
He's still low HP?
apparently.
Okay, I just want to make sure it wasn't me. I get scared whenever the screen freezes. I honestly always think that it's me and my internet. And then I heard your beautiful voice. So I'm like, all right, at least I'm...
Yeah, sometimes things do you get frozen, and you gotta let it go. And indeed we did let it go. And now we're gonna go build a snowman as friends while we wait for something to go on. I'm sorry, mate. I grew up with Frozen, so you know.
Understandable.
I say grew up. I was like 14 when that came out, which really maybe that says too much about me. Anyway, we'll move swiftly on. House of Aces currently up over Rockery SG, and interestingly enough, you guys might notice that House of Aces, what is not on this team?
They are currently missing an Archives, Brody, but they've been allowed to have a last-minute substitute come in. His name is L. Wardy. Archives power being out, they were allowed by admins to have Wardy come in, and looking pretty good, Brody. 27 and 19 for the NYSL bench player of Wardy. and they are beating what is unarguably the #1 seed as far as North America is concerned. ROKKRX ESG are reeling, but they'll be able to get themselves the break inside of P5. They do well to try to soak up the last 40 seconds here.
Yeah, they need to. Big time for ROKKRESG at the moment. They've got themselves a little bit of a grace period before House of Aces hit this one. A grace period, I should say, before Wardy gets around this flank. You've got to be wary of it. GodRx is preoccupied with the kill around the front, and Wardy, well, he will capitalize on that towards the front of the kill as well. Poor Lex, he just punctures it. Now Wardy, I mean, gets in behind, takes down one more player. In the end, though, ROKKRESG, they're able to stabilize as TuReal picks the double inside before falling down. So ROKKRESG, they're fighting back at the moment. This last 10 seconds, I think House of Aces wise to give it up here. Just focus on the rotation. You're 27 points away from victory. You know how to play P1 and P2.
You just can't get your ankles broken. TuReal's hitting the water route, and he's the only player that's trying to make something happen all the way pushed up. Real gets gunned on the opposite side, but TuReal rather needs to stay alive. He buys time. Long-time duo, Panda GodRx. They flood through red. ROKKRX ESG, they have broken P1.
Oh, TuReal! Poor Legs just got snapped on. That was a big kill for TuReal to make as well, because the kill feed would look a lot more dominant without that frag, but I think it still might. House of Aces continue to butt heads towards this hard point. Still time to close this one out. Just 20 seconds now required here for House of Aces. Panda sitting up top. He can't sit here for too long, and well, he gets taken down anyway. GodRx up top. What does he have for us? He gives us a double. Gives ROKKRESG the double to keep them in the conversation for the game. And now down to the water he goes. But again, his teammates, they're still a little bit of time away here. He's still got a little bit to do, and finally now those teammates will arrive as ROKKRESG going to hit this point. Now we will be going towards the next regardless, but Jintroid, I think with that, will now put everything on Panda's flank towards the backline as he goes down. This one is done.
Yeah, this one is over. I mean, ROKKRX ESG, they're spawning over inside of red. Jintroid is continuing on with the spree. What a massive 3 spree from Jintroid there at the final few moments of P1, just to keep all of ROKKRX ESG spawning all the way inside of P3. It was really all on Panda's flank, and that was being watched yesterday by one of the players here for House of Aces. Could you imagine that DM or that phone call to Wardy? You're just like, hey, so do you mind subbing in for Archives real quick? Yeah, what do you need me to do? Why don't you just run at them with a submachine gun on Hydro? Yeah, that's fine. 31 and 23 for Wardy, 3,200 damage. Are you kidding me? It's crazy because the last time that I remember seeing Wardy on a Hydro hardpoint was actually with Convoy, and it was the last map of their Season 1, and he dropped like almost 40 kills.
I mean, like, maybe that's the problem. Maybe that's where Wardy's been going wrong this season. The Wardy season has been kind of less than desirable, right? Maybe just people have got to let him fly. Just do Wardy things like we saw in last season, the 2022 European Challenges season. Back to form there in map number 1. We'll keep an eye on that series as it progresses. For now, back towards what is a Fortress Search and Destroy now again. Convoy, this is not one of their better Search and Destroy game modes. I think it's fair to say. They've lost the first round, but the bomb now going down for Noisy. Convoy, you can see him towards open. They're giving it a peek. Can Noisy get away? Yes, he can.
3v2 for the retake. And it's all just coming through the front. Oh, you're just going to be walking into these long line of sights. Rex, look, you're pretty good, man. But I just don't think this is going to be possible. Has a sniper as a secondary. If he finds that snap on a dark side up top, I saw the centering come through, Dylan. You can't hide from me. That would have been nasty. Yeah, Boys of Liar are going to be able to take a 2-0 lead here. And it's, again, this is almost how you would expect for things to go down. I mean, Boys of Liar, Convoy, they're both immaculate Search and Destroy teams, but this map mode combination should, I guess, lean a little bit more towards Boys of Liar. They're 1-1 on the map, and they lost around 11 to House of Aces on this map mode combination. They also beat ROKKRX ESG 6-2 here. The other side for Convoy, they've played it 3 times, they've lost it 3 times, so take that as you will.
I'll take it as I will.
All right, good.
Already up in this one. Thanks, mate. Appreciate the analysis.
Of course.
Convoy on the offense, trying to get this bomb down at the moment, and they are making a big of a risky play out of it as Classic will make that cross with the bomb. Rex now trying to provide this coverage. At least they've got over towards the bomb site, and that's kind of the majority of the battle sometimes over on this offense towards A. Now for Boys of Liar, retake that mostly is going to come through open or close, but they also starting to put together that flank through street.
Oh, they know Gunless is back here on the pickup truck as well. He gets stunned, and he gets gunned. Oh, that's so much information. Persini can't even fight a trade. Yeah, he forces out a team kill. I might be ticking down, but Boys of Liar got numbers.
Yeah, Classic's still aware that somebody's probably going to come to the front. It's the good call to be made, and Rex actually wins one on the other side as well. 20 seconds left. This actually isn't a lot of time here, so Darkside needs to choose the perfect route to spot out Classic. Darkside, the other side of the bomb, has just spotted him. Classic now knows all he needs to do is just run and hide in this situation. Yeah, Darkside is going to get that kill, and yeah, he's having a phenomenal search and destroy thus far. But again, I mean, Convoy, we talk about it, right? Getting the bomb down on A is the vast majority of the battle here on Fortress Search and Destroy, and they did that.
Yeah, it's a later round in Fortress Search, right? You get that trophy, no nades can cross inside of open or close archway. You could try to land them all the way in the backside of the stage, but at that point, you're just finding medial damage, and it's not enough to follow up, especially when Convoy just swarmed the site the way that they did. And as far as retakes are concerned, not a bad look. Again, Boys of Liar try to overwhelm the south lane, but it's just the information that Prasini as well as Gunless were able to get off of their deaths that allow Classic to make that last-second decision to push through in the 1v1.
Alrighty, well, how about this from aggression from Convoy Gaming? Straight towards the A-bomb site they go. It's a strategy that I'm not exactly unfamiliar with. We've seen it a ton in the past, and it's working out pretty well here for Convoy Gaming. They've already got themselves entrenched in towards A, and this leaves Boys of Liar relatively isolated. I mean, Darkside, he's on the other side of that wall. Has the bomb in hand at the very least, and Boys of Liar still look like they want to hit this. I don't know if that was the right decision to be made there. They might have thought maybe they rotated away. Either way, the result is the same. Darkside in a 1 versus 2 now.
Oh, reads the corner. He's expecting it. He has the read. He has so much time, Brody. Dead Silence just got reset. He's going to full re-wrap this. Oh, I thought he was going to push all the way through inside of open. I think he's made the play. I think he might have hurt him, Brody. He's encroaching forward, but he runs out of Deddy. 30 seconds.
Wait, he sprints towards the bomb without Deddy? Hello? He can't have hurt him. He cannot have hurt him in that situation with that sprint coming out. So the exit for Darkside, he makes it. And now Pristini, again, he will have heard him make that run. Incredibly loud when you sprint on this game. Pristini, he might be thinking about jumping on the plant. That's not the right decision to make. Darkside going to take him down and pulls off that incredible clutch. But goodness me, they were so close to one another there on open steps.
It really was, yeah. I mean, the 1v odd coming through from Darkside just makes all the big routes happen, makes some big gunfights go his way. He's now 8-1. And that was a very vulnerable and egregious defense, I will say that much, to play that aggressively up by stage. I mean, Gunless was that guy on the backside of the gallows. You can wallbang all of that, of course, but, I mean, it's just the assistance that comes through from that open archway that Boys of Liar were forced to commit to A, especially with Prasini holding that mid-cross. Darkside just forces it through. 8-1, my God.
And once again here, as we get into this round, we're seeing a very similar situation we did in the last. It worked out for Convoy last time around. This one, actually a little bit different. This time around, Convoy decided to just fully hit through the closed steps and just doesn't work. The bomb is now, I mean, it's right in the hornet's nest. There's no way you're getting out again without getting stunned. There's just nothing you can do here unless you manage to draw these guys out. I thought for a second that might be something that Boys of Liar regret, but it's okay. They make it work.
That's all. The wallbang shots coming through, the nades, the late utility. But it's the last second call coming through for these 3 players from Boys of Liar. That last 2 coming through from Convoy were very much so around the site because they had to push through from the bomb, which I'm sure that Noisy was exclaiming to his teammates that the bomb is patty caked in a very precarious position. 4-1. Boys of Liar just absolutely having their way. I mean, 9-1, Darkside, 7-2 for Noisy. You guys are absolutely having a field day in map number 2. A big bounce back off of their map 1, surely. They're not out of the woods quite yet. Convoy are actually taking a very standardized defense. Prasini is playing around with the idea maybe to go around the flank, but keep in mind, he does not have Dead Silence, so this play probably isn't going to be happening anytime soon.
Yeah, Darkside just watching anyway, so as soon as Pristini turns that corner, he's dead to rights. Darkside does close the door, though, so that'll give Pristini some information as to where that player is located. Maybe a call to Classic to take them down. Especially as Classic has now enacted his Dead Silence. He's being ready for this up top. That's the question. Might get some good timing. Darkside on the other side is going to win that 1v1. Classic does take down Pink in that. But again, I mean, as the rest of his teammates are falling around him here, Classic is... okay, I thought for a second there, maybe he might just bust that player down low. Not to be, though, as Boys of Liar continue to dominate in this search and destroy.
And they are just doing a great job of just understanding, isolating where every Convoy are trying to play throughout the map. And look, some of the best search and destroy players and analysts will always tell you when it comes down to Fortress Search and Destroy, some of the most standardized plays will be in and around of Art. If you can keep this building in your control, bottom Art, especially over by top rails, more than likely a certain lack of pushes that the defense can try to make happen for themselves, especially when you're trying to toy with the idea of pushing past cannons inside a secret. It's just so tough that you have to win so many gunfights back to back. Map point here for Boys of Liar.
And once again, to be fair, it is Boys of Liar pulling out the same strategies they did before. They're not giving anything away. Pristini, as soon as he peeks, Darkside should take him down just like that. First blood for Boys Alive. Now they've got coverage over site.
He's missile being called in. Gunless. He's got nowhere to go. This is going to be the push. Maybe the Semtex.
Oh.
But in the end, it's the cruise missile. Oh, God. Mercy.
Damn. That's fast. That was fast. I thought for a second that I'm not too sure who it was. I didn't catch it. Whoever was on our screen with the sniper there at the back of. Oh, maybe we're gonna see some some super scopes, you know, from earlier on in the European region. Some little.
Shout out
scopes.
Superman.
Yeah, man, that was incredible. But no, not to be. That is a great search and destroy coming off that from Boys Alive, though. I know. I was about to get to that point, man. I mean, like, I was surprised because he was, I think it was 9-1, I want to say, coming into the final couple of rounds. So he is continuing his dominance all the way through that search and destroy, not slowing down at any point. Boys Alive, very happy with that performance as they tie up the series at 1-1. Now, though, back to our secondary matchup with House of Aces and Rockery SG. And boy, oh boy, isn't it fun when the trophy systems fail you over by this side.
You can't really trust those trophy systems, can you, sometimes? House of Aces, of course, able to take that map 1, 250 to 218 over Rocker X ESG. Got a search and destroy. Rocker X ESG looking pretty darn comfortable. 2-0 lead. They are down in lives. 4v2 for the retake.
It's going to be tough to pull off, isn't it? You know you have a plethora of places to look. If you're a Panda, Godorex is probably going to get spotted as well. There you go. Panda throwing a shoulder. He's just been seen. Won't be long before Godorex joins in that as well. And time is very quickly dwindling down in this situation. Shots going out from Panda. Again, you can only see so much of Jintroid in that situation. There goes Godorex as well. It feels impossible. I know that it is possible, especially for players at this level, Andy, but still a 2 versus 4 when the bomb is down on the other side that you're not even at.
Yeah. Pin control at that you have to get through. I mean, you better hope that maybe you have some late utility, but who are we kidding, Brody? It's Mercado Lasama, search and destroy. All the utility gets thrown into your back pockets within the first 15 seconds of a round. So, especially with Godorex on having dead silence, that push had to have been slow as molasses coming through from the long-lasting AR duo. House of Aces is able to get themselves up on the board, but now we get to take a look at Rocker X ESG as far as their offense is concerned. Kind of favor towards this A lane. Trophy system is out here for Godorex. Stuns, nades, everything else in between. Rocker X ESG able to get inside Cantina first.
Yeah, this is big for Rockery XG. Now they need to get out those windows and keep an eye on potentially flanking players as well. Woody has managed to get in from behind. He hasn't been spotted at all. That has to be the effect of a dead silence, but Woody runs right into the path of Riao, who will punish him finally. Still, though, trade's good for House of Aces, and despite a really good early round from Rockery SG getting control of Cantina, now they've lost it.
Lost numbers at that, Brody. They know Jintroid is still around this Planter's box, but Pander can't find a line of sight. Be able to get this kill. Jintroid is just playing with the enemy. Godorex finally able to take him down. Pander has the bomb, but do you feel confident enough just to cross to be able to plant this bomb? You don't know what's on the opposite side of Banana.
Yeah.
All this is happening. Zyral just makes a flank happen in between tunnel. Paul takes down Pander. Godorex 1v2.
Yeah, that was the problem. I could see the glint coming through when he was in down bottom Cantina. And I thought, yeah, as soon as you cross, Paul X is probably going to tag you. He does more than that. He actually gets the frag as well. Now Godorex 3-1 so far here in this search and destroy. Can he pull off the miraculous 1 versus 2? Little information as to where these players have transferred. Paul X with a scope. Yeah, why not, eh?
I like how Paul, like, even threw out, like, a warning shot. He was just sitting there holding the angle the entire time. He's the Godorex just, like, turn around. He's just like, oh, so they're inside a tunnel. Yeah, Paul just wanted the final kill here, brother. Don't worry about it. Paul with the sniper, playing all over the backside of that cop car is just totally intended line of sight that you just have to be aware of, especially in the clutch like that 2v odd situation. Rocker X ESG just getting kind of toyed with, right? Because, I mean, Wardy is still continuing on with those antics that we saw from that Hydroelectric map number 1, where he just pushes all the way past A-bomb and gets behind enemy lines for the first blood for free, seemingly.
So far 2-2 here in this search and destroy. Aids galore going out towards the other side. It's not even Aids that really decide it in this one.
Wow.
God. That was fast.
Shout out our observers predicting who the last player was going to be alive in that round.
Perfect.
As we started the round on Zyral, he was the last player alive. As Rocker X ESG just, I mean, it's a standard A defense, isn't it? I mean, you get your nades over the top. Your real Semtex is able to find a stun combatant, and I'm sure of it. Takes their life, and it's just line of sight soon after. You don't even have to worry about Cantina control when you get that much information. Kills at that with the Semtexes. 3-2. Zyral still sitting on the goose egg. Rocker X ESG are going back towards his A execute, and House of Aces actually just take mid control. And Rocker X ESG were not ready for it, but they still find first.
Yeah, I'll say sometimes I'm not a fan of that play because you just give up so much space around the bomb site. They're now heavily reliant on what Paulex is able to produce with the sniper rifle. Fair to play to him. So far, he's been a pivotal part, of House of Aces search and destroy in this game. Jintroid able to get a free kill. Does he get away with it? No. Now the numbers back in favor here of Rockery SG. Once again, sniper rifle around Banana has to be the playmaker. And he just spotted out T-Real. T-Real didn't see him in the peripheral. One will go down, and Paulex, well, capitalizes off the back of it. The trade is good from T-Real, but again, they are shaken.
T-Real is just laser focused. 40 though, 1v2. Doesn't have Deddy quite yet. Bomb being planted here for Godorex as well. He's going to have just about 40 seconds to maybe try to make this play happen. Throws out some shots, but T-Real is still playing on the planter's box. Just RockerX CSG just... I mean, it got hairy there for a second. I'm surprised that T-Real was sitting that close to his monitor that he only saw the cuts. He didn't see the glint from Paul's sniper rifle, that Paul still was able to find a kill, but at least T-Real from this positioning was able to find the immediate trade, force out the 1v2. And that initial push coming through from House of Aces, I mean, the one thing that tells me is that they didn't have a trophy system. So they just wanted to hit through middle of the map, try to get that line of sight, but it's like you were saying, Brady, you have to almost kind of play the gamble that you're going to give up so much space that you just hope that you catch Rocker XCSG on the cross. And to be fair, they did, but could not maintain numbers.
I'd like to see the actual stats as to how often that works, to be honest. They're going to go for it again, this time on the opposite side. House of Aces through the middle of the map. Draw first blood. It's Wardy that gets it done. Paulex does get traded out, and that is the bomb down temporarily. But for House of Aces, I don't think they care too much. I mean, look at the minimap at the moment. Look at the amount of space that they're clearing. Effectively force Panda all the way back, and will take him down. T-Real's in a 1 versus 3. The good news is, I don't think they actually know where he is.
He's on a 4 as well, and he got 2 rounds to play with, so what do you do here if you are T-Real? He's going to play for the wallbang spot, but I mean, this has to be some immaculate timing. He's probably waiting for the confirmation that the bomb is planted, but House of Aces are still looking for him. Player number 2 is Zyro. You can tell his spidey senses are tingling. Like, where the hell is T-Real at? Potentially on the flank. Bomb being planted today, not at the wallbang spot.
Yeah, you're going to have to get very lucky to see the bomb planted to that. Maybe he was going to go for a post-plant kill, but the bomb isn't even planted for him there. Now T-Real, I mean, he's just not in a good spot here, is he? As soon as he exits out, Zyral should have him dead to rights. The nade does land and actually forces Zyral inside for a second there. But again, I mean, you're a rat in the maze at this point. T-Real.
Giving it up.
Yeah, you're on 4 in a row. Why would you bother?
It's just the smarter play. I mean, it's even with the being up 2 rounds. 1v3. I mean, think about it. He's coming into the next round. He didn't expend his dead silence. That if he found that pick, maybe with the Semtex, he might give himself a good shake at it, but there's no reason to overinvest. Wardy's holding the cross, though. Wait a second.
Don't do this. Don't do this, T-Real. Don't do it.
Oh, I think Wardy knows. I think he knows. Stay down. Lay down. Oh, he still finds the kill. 5 spree. Oh, almost had a good look at 6, but yeah, the round is going to say House of Aces won it, but Rocker X CSG, they still hold a round count over them. Plus, with T-Real just requiring 1 more kill could be massive. This is, of course, pending he's not in score streak.
I'm convinced T-Real's a bloody lion. He's that courageous. Just coming around the back like that for a 1v2 effectively on that backside. Yeah. Still getting away with a kill as well. Quite literally getting away with murder there in that situation.
Not on score
streaks. 1 kill away. Yeah, now he's not on score streaks. That's the main thing. Those are the things that we hate to see here on the casting desk. Shout out to Seaper. Regardless, now 1 kill away from the frag. From the cruise missile is T-Real. House of Aces once again relying on the aggression that is Wardy, and maybe he's able to do some damage. Wardy jumps straight out. I want what Wardy's on.
And just saw the Hornet's Nest and said, I am Raid Incarnate, and he will just try to exterminate them. Does not work. It's up to 3 first blood. Any information to T-Real on a 5, just hits it like that. Finds kill number 6, and the numbers for House of Aces just evaporate. Also, position is known. Oh my god. I mean, Wardy threw away first blood, sure, but the way that Rocker just swung that A-bomb for those kills is bold.
T-Real still does it as well. Like, he gets, what, I think like 2 kills overall in the round? Maybe 3? Just the way that he gets every single kill. I mean, forget Wardy's challenge. He was 1 kill away from the streak and just flew out.
I love that, honestly.
Could not be me, but I tell you what, I'm not T-Real. I don't have the shots that T-Real does. So I don't have the...
I don't have the lap pillow either. Like, I got nothing that T-Real has, man. Nothing.
I wish I did.
I want to invest in one.
I'll be a scammer, man.
That point for Rocker X CSG, and they have gone all in bed for this A-bomb, and Wardy will just lay a Semtex in the lap of the SMG duo. And you saw House of Aces. They wanted this to be a bait play, but when Wardy finds a two-piece, you revert back, you commit.
I think the initial bait might actually be taken as well by Rocker ESG. I mean, look at the way that Panda's now crossing. GodorX2. This has worked out perfectly for House of Aces here. Panda does take out Jintroid, though, from the middle of the map, so relatively manageable here for Rocker ESG, but Panda needs another one ideally, needs it fast, needs to even go the risk of not hitting the regen fully. Shots going out. Again, we'll reveal his location. It's the double hit coming through from GodorX and Panda. Panda picks up the second, but now for GodorX, he will have been called out. Of course, Paul X should have seen him before he went down. 20 seconds on the clock. That time is gone. And House of Aces, I mean, yeah, that first double nade from Wardy, it goes to show just how important those nades are here on Mikado. If you weren't aware already, here it is.
Yeah, it's like the double pump fake bait came through for House of Aces, where if it's just a Semtex to maybe tag a trophy system, just say, hey, we're going to show some numbers over at A, and they wanted a full commit over towards B, but again, when you find one Semtex, double kill, it's hard not to re-wrap and commit over towards A, and the timing worked out as they caught Rocker XG off guard, just maybe trying to rotate over towards B. Henry gave a good look at it, but House of Aces, they keep this within one.
All right, one more round. Rocker ESG, they close it out. Cruise missiles coming down. That's going to clear all these players back towards Dark. House of Aces will hit this late, therefore. Rocker ESG off the back of it. They've got full control over a tin. T-Real gets Wardy on the flank. Probably a characterization of Wardy right there. Knows exactly what he's going to do.
Oh, now T-Real has himself a little bit of a flank developing for itself. And GodorX with the bomb actually leaves Tin. The Alan Panda are actually shortly behind him as well. House of Aces, not having anybody watch mid, are going to be late to this rotation. And even if they try to cross through mid, T-Real is inside of Garage. He's going to see two players cross through the yellow van, gets tagged up himself. But it's good information regardless.
Paul X has actually just got that kill. Second on the cards as well, but unfortunately not ready for Real in that situation. So now 3 versus 2. House of Aces, they've got themselves completely split in the situation. Zyral actually makes T-Real forces him to back away and towards this cubby. And now this is awkward here for Rocker ESG. Hold your horses here, folks. This is not good at all. T-Real weak now. Has to go straight for the bomb. Can he cross? No, he cannot. Wow. That is perfect from House of Aces. And almost unforced, I want to say as well, for Rocker ESG. I mean, like, heads-up play is there, right? To just transfer yourselves over towards A, but it doesn't work.
Yeah, I mean, when the cruise missile gets called in, I was almost expecting for maybe a quick plan to come through over at B, maybe some arguments inside of the team comms as far as where that cruise missile was going to touch down. Did not want to give up a free team kill, I guess, for the bomb planner of GodorX there at B. But, I mean, Paul makes the play, doesn't he? Where he just absolutely hits it. He hits a massive flank. He finds the timing to stop GodorX from planning over at A, who had no coverage from his teammates on that side of the map. Where's that around 11?
Systems are now gone. Everything has been thrown towards this point. Real barely survives the barrage. Gets across as well. Real, do not do this. This is brave, mate. On 2 HP, I would not hit it. Now back up to full health. He's ready for anything that House of Aces might throw their way. And I think they're probably bracing for Wardy at this point. Real knows it as well. He's been in this situation before in Europe, but he still isn't prepared. Wardy takes him down. Jintroid for the second. And now bomb control fully in favor of House of Aces, excuse me.
Where's GodorX and Panda even have for utility? That silence trophy on who? 2v4 for the retake. This is exactly what happened when we hopped into this search and destroy. Wardy for the first gets traded. GodorX dead silence has already been invested. And he just doesn't have all the time in the world to find these 3 kills, Brody.
Yeah, this would be miraculous. If he does this, I believe in a god. GodorX, more specifically.
I was about to say, you believe in Adam after this.
Absolutely. 15 seconds left, though. You got to reserve 7.5 use House of Aces. They should not fumble this, ever. In 1. There you go. That shot claims it. Zyral to finish things off, and he finishes things off pretty well as well, considering I think that was his 5th in a row in those final couple of rounds. Impressive from House of Aces to pull together 3 rounds on the bounce like that. Rocker ESG, I mean, they looked like they pulled it home. Could not get it done in the end.
And you really do feel like that this should have been a 6-4 scoreline favoring Rocker XCSG on that round 10 where they invest the cruise missile. They have numbers. They get control of 1 bomb site, and they make a hairy decision on trying to rotate over towards A without any coverage whatsoever. It comes back to bite them in the rear. Rocker X ESG down 0-2 ahead of their Expo control. But hey, speaking of Expo, we got one on our screen. Big swing map mode combination between these 2 teams.
We do love a little bit of expo here. We're still learning on the custom desk, so looking forward to seeing more of it. Boys Liar currently just trying to get control of B. And the things with B control points, generally speaking, and again, I'm speaking just of kind of limited rank play experiences. If you're Convoy in this situation, you do not want to hit this too much. Like, you might want to depend 1 or 2 players. That's about it, but it's best to just kind of play for exits here.
What explosion did Bink just get a kill with inside of the janitor closet? What's it like? Was that like a radio?
It's a special broomstick, mate.
Or Wizard Harry. Exit so. Convoy gonna look to keep Boys of Liar relatively trapped over here. Boys of Liar have only lost a single life, by the way. This is a great look for them, but we know spawn traps on Expo. We've seen it in the CDL. We've seen it a few times here in Challengers as well. Player number 4 of Rex's positioning can make the hurt really come through the spawn of Boys of Liar, but they also have 2 players on the flank ready.
Yeah, this is tough. You need to make sure you remove these players because it's very easy to get yourself in a spawn trap. Fortunately enough, Classic and Gunners do exactly that. Now Noisy, the closest player pushed forward, has also been called out there. Pristini goes to act on that information and does so perfectly. And this is effectively how this map goes. It's effectively trying to play for these spawn traps. Classic's trying to do that at the moment by pushing himself through this lobby area. Does get taken down by Darkside, though. And off the back of that, should be able to make the call here that a couple of players, at least, from Boys of Liar, are making their way through the bar area. Slow. Still looking for it, though. Convoy Gaming. Damn, I don't actually think they're fully aware of it. Classic is at least looking in that direction. I think Pristini is just going to take this moment to actually capitalize by moving through spawn.
I mean, they just haven't seen anything from Boys of Liar in what feels like the past 10 seconds, so surely you should know that they're going to be looking to flip the map out, if you will. But I would argue, much like you were saying, that Gunless and Rex have actually came out victorious from this little bit of a map flip is concerned. So that's forces Noisy's hand. You see here on screen, he's touching the zone. He's going to force Convoy to come to him.
Yeah, and it's not the normal spot as well that you expect players to be in, so Noisy gives himself up there in this situation. Not entirely sure if that was the right play. Just waited for the backup or try to draw a Convoy out. The clock wouldn't have moved either way. Nonetheless, the result was the same. Boys of Liar now back towards mostly their side of the map as they're now starting to push through once again. Bink and Darkside for the players that might be able to catch some players or spawn. Bink from their spar area is beaming. Finally gets taken down there. Ultimately, though, these trades they are going to be favoring Boys alike here as Darkside and Zero might well have the final say. Darkside's going to wrap back around towards this point here as they start this capture.
Cruise Missile being infested? Darkside's on 5. He's actually 1 kill away from getting a Cruise Missile himself, and Bink finds 1 in return. Clock stalled out. 35 seconds. Second segment on the way.
Darkside down, though. Big entry now from Convoy Gaming. They've got to hurry up. Noisy going to take Pristini down. Someone's got to touch the point right about now. They're all stuck by those sheds area. There it is. Finally it goes through. And there you go. Offense victory coming out from Boys of Liar here. And it was just consistent pressure around the backline that really, for me at least, it felt like that did it.
I was going to end up saying, I don't know how many segments Convoy got off their initial offense. I don't think it's going to matter. Boys of Liar, the way that they just were able to play out that offense, they got B so early. You see how the way they manipulated, what was that, like a minute 45, almost 2 minutes on the clock, all the way down to about 30 seconds of the game clock time before they finally found the kills. They got Convoy out of their spawn, and then they just swarmed the A zone and then flipped the spawn trap. That's what it really does feel like when it comes down to Expo. You deal with those lurking players, putting you in the spawn trap, then you reverse the pressure.
Convoy Gaming choosing a very different strategy from what Boys of Liar did in that prior round. Straight towards A they go. They have to be aware about potential flank coming through. I think Pristini is. You can see him on the minimap, ready for Darkside to make such a flank occur. Rex elsewhere has picked up Bink as well. So everything's looking up here for Convoy Gaming on this initial push. And now that question starts to loom over Boys of Liar. How much do they want to put into this? Well, as they get a couple of kills, Andy, they might actually be more inclined to go for this. That second tick finally comes through. Inside the point here is going to be Classic, who does get taken down, but Convoy Gaming, they get those close spawns up top. They should be able to finish this.
Noisy's force spree gets put to rest. Pristini was on a 4 as well, also gets put to rest. Halfway through that third segment completion. Classic has some assistance here from Gunless up top. And Gunless will actually find a big 2, so that'll be the A zone. You would assume fully converted over unless Bink makes a last-ditch argument for it, but won't be able to take down the duo on the zone. Classic Gunless push will be the end-all, be-all. 22 plays up against 20, but can't find further pressure. It's Classic. Boys of Liar look to set themselves up here at B.
You got to be careful if you're a Convoy Gaming, because there is a nasty spawn trap that you might find yourselves in. Boys of Liar just push forward a little bit more, but I don't think they're as certain that they can do that just yet. They might be well aware of the fact that players might be coming in from behind, waiting for one more set of kills before they enact it. And, well, here they go, straight into the AR of Zero up top. He's ready for it. Classic's the sole survivor. That entire situation, down to 30 HP he goes. And now you're going to start to see those arrows move forward on the minimap, Andy.
They sure are. So before they even get there, Convoy off of their respawns are actually around the old captured A control zone. So Boys of Liar, they actually don't get the luxury to be able to cause a little bit more distress. They didn't get to create more space off of their spawn. So this is all happening into the backside of the stage, of which Pink delivers for 2, Noisy for the last. That'll stabilize this push at least for now, but Classic's still behind.
Yeah, you can see Boys of Liar. They've chosen finally to go forward, despite the fact that there is one player still hanging about in their spawn. It's going to be Classic, who's able to take down not just one, but it's Darkside once, and then Darkside again. And now those kills are being made, despite the fact that Noisy and Bink pushed all the way through. They're punished for it, and there goes another one as well. Convoy Gaming, this is their shot. This is their chance towards this point. They have to find the trades, and they just are not. Pristini, now the last one left up here. Just needs to try and kind of create some space for his team. He is doing that. 3 in a row for him now. Doing such a good job of keeping these guys at bay. That's 4 for Pristini. Found a 6 HP he goes, and now he has the support.
Oh, and he has so much support at that. The stack is around the B zone. Boys of Liar, they're forced to come through these very narrow choke points. The Semtexes are only causing so much stress. Dylan Rex able to find 2. And how about it? Convoy Gaming off the back of Pristini's heroics will be able to capture themselves all 2 zones, all 6 segments. There were so many different sprees that happened in that one round, but a must-needed one at that for Convoy to stay alive in this map number 3.
Yeah, and Boys of Liar there, I mean, even multiple times you could see they tried to push through to try and get that spawn trap in effect. But multiple times it also kind of fell apart because Convoy Gaming, they managed to get one player, I think it was Classic at one point, and then Pristini another, push through towards the end there, causing those problems and making Boys of Liar just feel a little bit uncertain about how much map control they actually had. Works to a T. Convoy Gaming, they survive. Now going into a defense here for Convoy. Pristini 22 and 16. We talked about before we got into this as a veteran that has had, I mean, what, a season and a half so far here in Challenges, showing up once again.
He pushed off the rip again for Boys of Liar. Their last offense saw this exact play. Convoy, I mean, they were quick to be able to try to read it, maybe try to pinch Boys of Liar around the stage area, but, I mean, what an execute. Coming through from Boys of Liar again. It is their previous offense all over again, Brody. They swarm the B zone. They deal with Convoy as soon as they try to recontest the B zone. They'll get 60 seconds added on early, have not lost a life.
Yeah, but what does the transfer look like for me? Gunless pushing all the way up towards the spawn. Recognizes that Zero is coming on the flank and does take him down. Nice read coming out from Pierce there. Now for Convoy. Just trying to reattain that map control. Last time around, Boys of Liar, they managed to continue to push players in from behind. This time, that is just not going to work. Convoy, they read it almost perfectly. There is one survivor once again, though, and this is Darkside. At 18 and 16, you can now potentially spawn trap these guys coming off the rip.
Now, Pristini just pushes all the way inside the spa huts and loses his life, kind of almost loses his footing. Luckily enough, his teammates on the opposite sides of where that kill happened is that they're finding the kills required. Darkside is still alive, by the way, on the flank. He just threw some shots over by Pristini, who just spawned up, and he is going to find himself on a 4 spree. The potential to get another streak is on the cards here for Boys of Liar. 23 plays up against 22, and Convoy, they're still trying to hold it at least for that spawn trip. You see Classic on the minimap, still trying to make Boys of Liar feel relatively uncomfortable, but it's allowing Darkside to continue to go to work in towards the back.
Yeah, Darkside has to stay alive here. Boys of Liar around this flank, does exactly that, and that's now 5 in a row for Darkside. Knows that Pristini is still hanging around as well, since he killed him not that long ago. He's just looking to make these guys feel uncomfortable. The decision for Convoy is, do they deal with him or do they just push forward? Not worry too much about it. It feels like it has been a little bit more of the latter. You can see them all around the spa huts, but now Boys of Liar starting to regress towards this point. Zero, he's sitting in that corner, gonna go down as Gunless, Pristini, Rex, everybody having a part of the play. And for Darkside to sit there as long as he did and not really get much off it, it's not great for him in that situation.
That was a much better retake for Convoy comparatively to last time when Noisy was touching the zone. It was Zero this time around, and they just deal with all the numbers in kind. It's a combined massive spree for Convoy Gaming. Find themselves another series of deaths for Boys of Liar. 6 spree for Gunless. Get himself a cruise missile to talk about this spawn trap is still ensuing.
Yeah, that's 6 sprees for Gunless. As long as he's not using those fabled score streaks, should equate to a cruise missile. That will be useful for a respective round number 5. You've got to get there first, though. 28 seconds on the clock, 17 versus 12 in terms of lives. Gunless is the only line of defense over here at the moment while he waits for the rest of the team to come off spawn. Reads Zero perfectly. Takes him down. Now Gunless watching the cross here. Actually going to go for a flank. He doesn't have dead silence, so they should hear this. If they don't, well, Zero coming off spawn will take him down. That was a massive risky play. Fortunately enough for him, the rest of his teammates doing enough to clear the point themselves. That's classic for a double. 8 seconds left now. Bink, can he touch the point from top restaurant? Nope. Good reads coming out from Gunless and Code. Somebody touch? No. Every single lane is being watched there by Convoy Gaming. They're going to send us to around 5.
Now we get to have ourselves a good old-fashioned roulette. Because we didn't get to see first round. We don't know how many segments Convoy do have for themselves. We know it's 10 for Boys a Liar. But I don't know, probably people are really looking at Classic stat line. It's just like, oh, come on, Nicky D, at least go positive. It's not the sexiest KD ratio, but it's kind of like the same idea of like his -1 KD in the Hotel Hardpoint map #1. He is finding so many influential kills, so many influential positions, and he constantly has the support from Gunless, that AR overwatching him, who finds himself up to 26 and 19. Going in towards a round number 5, Boys a Liar will have offense. Surely they don't go B for a 3rd time in a row, right?
Who knows, man?
Well, they're splitting the map this time around, so maybe trying to call Convoy out a little bit in some very interesting positioning.
Yeah, that hit towards B doesn't work out this time around. Convoy Gaming, you read it. Boys a Liar, though, still got some move over towards A, so this is not that bad of a position to be in. The autonomy is still there. Stun hits Noisy. This will force him to back away for the moment here. Never mind, Noisy is courageous. So down to 13 HP now as he's tagged back up. That nade not going to finish him off. He just moves outside of the blast radius. But Convoy Gaming, they think it's time to use the streak early on. And yet still, Boys a Liar are here.
That's a great time to actually call in the streak. Persini's actually inside of this area. He's trying to at least keep a spawn trap going early, but the spawns are a little bit further south, and Persini, not aware of it, to the knife, can't get past the doorway. So presence on the map is at least being earned if you are Boys a Liar, but you still have so many players to worry about. This top class position is Gunless, also has Rex around the corner, just to make this Boys a Liar roster feel so trapped. Can't even get a second segment on A.
Apparently Dylan does wreck that. The double. Zero, though, gets a 2-piece of his own inside in kind. One player still hanging about is going to be Classic, who does turn the corner to take down Zero. So nicely done. Yet still, 2 progression on A. Now another player in Darkside going to be touching this point. The Boys a Liar, they're relying on these individual heroics at the moment, as Classic now finds himself on 4 in a row. They're not working. Convoy, unfortunately enough for Boys a Liar, do not have a spawn trap set up at this point in time, but they have to be cautious because players like Gunless, man, absolutely frying at 30 and 22.
He just hits it like that. Needs that silence when you're just beaming with attack. 23 seconds remaining. Dark is forced to get close towards this zone. But I mean, he has to get past Gunless first and foremost, and Gunless just isn't missing, man. 31 and 22, desperation sitting in.
Well, desperate times, desperate message. It's time to change up the strategy here and move over towards B. Has to be perfect, though. 15 seconds on the clock. Gunless now starting to enact the flank as well. That's going to be looming over the heads of Boys a Liar. They're about to get their second tick, though, and I think this is very solely reliant on what Gunless is able to produce from top. He's been called out. The stun will connect as well. That should be secured. So an extra 60 seconds is what we will see. And also, Boys a Liar, I mean, their early efforts here have guaranteed them 2 ticks on A.
They're down a whole set of respawns, though. But one good hit might be all that you need. Biggest issue is that these players inside of B won't be able to exit for free, you would assume, especially with these players in their positionings. But even for Persini, going to be isolated on the south side of the map, does have the help of Rex. It's just about finding where these Boys a Liar players are located at. You play the trade game, you whittle down the clock, you win the map if you're Convoy.
And this is one of those situations, though. I think it's something we're used to saying on Hotel Control, not this. But he takes one good hit. Boys a Liar. They're looking to do it from all sides. Pristini, though, going to deal with Darkside and Bink. Now, a lot of this is reliant on Zero and Noisy on the flank. I think Noisy is just sitting down low. Zero is even going to take some shots into his teammate there. Fortunately enough, Zero will make up for it by taking out Rex off the back of it, but Noisy now has a lot to do here. 19.2 seconds. Shots going out towards Classic. Not many of them actually connecting. Classic looking the better of the gunfight for the moment, but he will get taken down. And again, looks like this point is about to go the way of Boys a Liar here. They get it done again. It only takes one good hit towards the end there, because however scrappy it was towards the first minute or so of that control, that final round, they got those 2 ticks on A.
Yeah, I mean, it was just so close, wasn't it? Because, I mean, through both other offenses that we saw, 2 out of 3 offenses coming through from Boys of Liar, off rip, they were flooding in over towards B. They were able to get it early on in their opening push and had about 2 minutes to maybe try to slowly whittle away at that A control zone. But within that final few moments, right, if you are Convoy only allowing a single segment, you're still forced to play Expo the way that Expo needs to be played, and that's spacing out the map, giving up a lot of middle-of-the-map jurisdiction, where Rex and Presini were in those final few moments, finding themselves a handful of kills. It's forcing all of Boys of Liar to spawn at the very north side of the map, parallel to B, if you will. That once those trades start to come through, all of those spawns now for Convoy are so far in the back that your next 2 players up, Gunless and Classic, are forced to maybe like 2v4, isolate a lot of these players, but Boys of Liar, through sheer aggression, once they ended up sniffing out where a lot of these players are located at, they just completely run them down, and they'll find the kills required for them to be able to take the swing map mode combinations. I said it was going to be a big one, Brody. It delivers. It goes to around 5, and Boys of Liar take it in a 2-1 lead in the series.
Yeah, absolutely important to talk about the kind of the importance overall of that series or that game, because again, both of those teams, they're very good at control. It was a big one to take there for Boys of Liar. Here's a look at the stats, and a lot of this is heavily skewed to what players like Gunless and Pristini were able to use in rounds number 3 and 4, because at the end of the game, it shows them at what, 32 and 24, 30 and 24. Boys of Liar end up coming off worse in the slaying department, but coming off better overall in terms of the game. Yeah, I mean, it's just not enough. Again, Convoy Gaming, you have to give them some props because they were 2-0 down in that control. They managed to pull back rounds number 3 and 4, but even that just wasn't enough.
No, it just really wasn't. I mean, even with Rossini going 30 and 24, Gunless went on that massive 7 spree, 32 and 24. Invested the kill streak. Some would say probably a little bit too early. I don't mind the streak being called in because it allowed Convoy to then reenact their map control, but would have loved to have it there in those final few moments. Heard you loved Expo, by the way. Call of Duty Bravo Twitch chat, so we got another one on board for you, but Rocker XG ESG looking to put this one away early as they had 2-0 lead.
Feels like this one very much over already, at least in terms of A. B, though, next up on the docket here for House of Aces. Anna being chased down by Zyro. I've got to imagine that he is going to get taken down as well. Unfortunately, you can't take a player down with him, as Gintroid now going to get the double. House of Aces looking pretty comfortable here to do some serious damage on B. They haven't managed to establish a spawn trap just yet, and off the back of that, Rocker ESG are going to continue to push players through, but still, as Wardy gets that 2-piece now, this is heavily reliant on Royale. The last remaining player is able to produce. He's backed away for the moment down to 30 HP, and it doesn't really matter. This presence is still indominant.
Team kill is not going to help out your affairs, but it's just one more player you're going to be worried about realistically. Now, just the last, that's Zyral. Will be inevitably traded out by God Rex. Yeah, found a team kill, but at least keeps this intact for his team. Panda, by the way, is just a control god. I don't know what he's been on lately, but he's 69 here on Expo. Lovely things to see. First segment was tacked on over for House of Aces over by B. Rocker X CSG are down by 4 lives, so to say that things are stabilized is not correct at all. Rocker X CSG still playing the backside of the stage.
Yeah, still not able to establish that spawn trap just yet. Our House of Aces. Rocker ESG got the spot off the brow, but that hasn't been the case. Wardy's going to be watching the cross at the moment, anticipating that somebody like Real is going to come and approach from that side. Going to force Wardy away for the moment here. Going to get tagged up by, I think that's like an explosive barrel or something that sits in that corner. But regardless, it doesn't dissuade Wardy from pushing forward. Off the back of that push, he gets God Rex. Now the double as well. That's 3 in a row here for Wardy, down to 5 HP, but the coverage is good from a teammate. Unfortunately, not good enough as Gintroid goes down. There's not really a universe there where Wardy gets the better of T-Real with 5 HP.
2Real comes in, finds 3. Yeah, first player, at least Wardy was weak, but SMG duo delivering for Rocker X CSG, keep themselves alive in this defense, and lives have been chipped away to now just a 2-life lead for House of Aces. And look at the way that Rocker are actually playing this. They're not trying to flood through the middle of the map. They're just playing up close top glass. Just trying to at least go 1-for-1 in a lot of these positions, make it very difficult for House of Aces to get closer to the zone.
Zyro checking every single corner, by the way, on his journey towards this point. Does not want to get caught by surprise by any hanging about Rocker ESG players, and yet he still does. It's Real. He does it this time around with, would you believe it? Yeah, another 2-piece. Why don't you make it 3? That's 5 in a row there for Real. He finds himself ever so close, teetering on the edge to grab that cruise missile. House of Aces now find themselves with no respawns remaining. Last chance Saloon here to find their way towards the point.
She just doesn't really feel likely, is it? Again, Rocker XESG, the only player that was in a forward positioning was going to be Goddard Rex towards these top window panels, and now you're forced to try to cut the map and try to do it the hard way. 3 players go down. 4v3.
Two are behind though. Two are behind though. He's already picked up one. Still a couple of players to deal with, but the problem is there's already 2 ticks on the point. House of Aces, they survive. And what a flurry of kills that was through the middle of the map, by the way. It looked like it was a bit of a voracious play because I thought maybe they're just going to try and hit this through glass side, but no. Decided to go up towards that bar area, down low in the corridor as well. The right decision made there towards the end from House of Aces.
Desperate times, desperate measures call for you just to sprint out of spawn and just completely gun ROKKR ESG, right? And that's kind of the forward gamble, if you will, the way that ROKKR were playing that defense there at B, rather than trying to get a lot more space being held. Once GodRx gave up that restaurant positioning, Brody, there was nobody to watch these players cross inside of the front of glass. So a lot of House of Aces to be able to find those pretty quick snap kills, get themselves on the zone, stay alive in the control.
Alrighty, can ROKKR ESG close out this control of force of map number 4 here in round number 4. Their immediate presence over towards B, now being felt by House of Aces, heavily reliant on this flank coming through, not just from Wardy, but from Gintroid as well. Wardy has to produce. Not sure he got spotted out by GodRx, so you might be able to get something at the very least, but that player is on the other side of the forklift. That's Real inside the point, so Wardy isn't actually able to be all that effective. To be honest, now players push out though, and now he will be. Real, the last remaining player on this point. 2 ticks down. ROKKR ESG, depending on what Real's able to produce here, might well change up their priorities. As Real goes down, that should be the case.
Just gets pinched up on 2 different sides, stage left and stage right, as far as the backstage exit is concerned. Very tough to fish out that timing. But House of Aces, they slightly stabilize the map, and even more so, they revert the pressure. 2 segments win over towards B. Look at how House of Aces are pushed up towards the bar side. It allows that south flank to maybe be looked at by GodRx as well as T-Real. They're down here. GodRx up top. There's one player to keep in mind down low, but it's that top restaurant position that's going to cut you down first.
T-Real's double. We'll keep ROKKR ESG in the conversation around A, but I don't think they really care too much, to be honest. I mean, look at the purple arrows at the moment on B. They should get this point done. Extra minute on the clock incoming, and for House of Aces, the right decision made there. Just focus on getting control of the middle map once again, but they've got to be aware of the fact that the flank will be coming through. It's pretty standard as far as Expo goes. You get control of A, you try and send players around the flank. That is the play call from ROKKR ESG. House of Aces, at least for Paulex around that flank. Do you manage to deal damage to one player? Do they get the second off screen? Seen that gunfight go down? Yes, they do. And that's a lot to lose there as well for ROKKR ESG.
It is, and look at what they're doing. The response for ROKKR ESG, they lost that one player on the flank, so now they go back and help the rest of their comrades leave the spawn, but no one's counting names. Wardy's in from behind. We'll find one. It's not good enough, though. There's still pressure on the A zone. ROKKR ESG are here.
And T-Real can just kind of pick one of these corners. It's kind of for him, though, as well. Inside that point, you've also got to pick exactly where players are going to regress from. Fortunately enough for him, though, Panda, Real, they're going to double up each of them. That should be it. House of Aces getting off this point. They're not going to stop this 3-stack, potentially 4, as GodRx comes and joins the party. We're going on map 4.
House of Aces might have had a 2-0 lead. They might have a last-minute substitute that's honestly frying. Wardy's playing really well, but ROKKR ESG deliver on the Expo control. Again, the first time that I believe that we are seeing ROKKR ESG play this map mode combination, but nice to see that no matter the map, on the mode of control, Pander still looks to feel rather comfortable on the map. 20 and 17 for the guy. 24 and 19 for Real. Everybody going positive within their own rights. Even Wardy continuing on with their antics. 21 and 17. It's just running at everything and getting away with highway robbery. Back over towards Omit and Strays. Strays were able to win that map 1, but Omit have not skipped a beat ever since.
This Omit roster has been looking so good, man. We've loved watching them over the course of the last few weeks. They have seemingly come out of nowhere, of course. A lot of people had a lot of questions about Gwyn, of course, that new Seattle Surge substitute. Well, I think those questions have been well and truly answered. Him, though, the rest of the squad, Omit, currently up here in this hard point. Not in control of the next one just yet, but there's a couple of kills now starting to come through. They're looking to overwhelm Hollow around that point, around the back line. Finally gets taken down by Phantoms.
I'm still down low to the pistol. Just only so much you can do versus Fires Vaznev. 30 seconds still left to fight over here in this top valet hardpoint. You know, mid are still going to try to throw numbers at this. A little bit of an overextension for Yeez. Didn't exactly have his teammates near him to maybe try to find that trade. So Strays might very much so find themselves a little bit of a lead swap until Purge jumps through, finds 2 plus Gwyn. That's 3. Drake comes back through as Omit will look to soak up the back 10.
10 seconds to fake here, but I think, you know, the overarching story at this point in time, regardless of how that last 10 seconds goes, is that Strays are keeping up with Omit. That has to be noted, especially after how map number 1 has gone, excuse me. I think Omit want to take Strays lightly here in this game. As we get into the second set, it's going to be a couple of kills now starting to come through from Strays. Omit spawning up by that restaurant side. Got to be careful about players pushing through towards lobby for P2. For the moment, though, it is going to be Strays inside. A couple of players now starting to push from behind. One of them is going to be Gwyn. Purge and News pick up some frags now. Unit was not spotted by Gwyn as he walks straight on past him. It will be a green hardpoint for the moment, but look at Strays, man. Look at all those arrows coming in.
They are just swarming around P1, just trying to clear every single corner. And to be fair, Omit are giving them a lot of isolated 1v1s. All this focus over by Restaurant, though, has allowed Omit to spawn towards the south side of the map. Down in bottom bedroom, they will make their flank play happen all the way through P4. But it's a risk, isn't it? Because you're allowing Strays to soak up all the 25, 30 seconds that was left over by P1. They might be able to flip the lead marginally by 10 seconds. But Omit, with this play, to get P2 spawns, better make it count.
Big hard point coming out now from Omit. You can see they're just making sure that nobody's got in around that backline. Gwyn is the arbiter of the back spawn. Purge and he's the ones to soak up time here for the moment. Strays, they're going to hit this from multiple different angles. Unit now on 5 in a row. Mock on 3 in a row as well. These are big kills starting to come through. Mock is going to be cut short of any streak. Unit, though, has managed to aggress inside. Phantom's going to go for the redirect towards the window side, and teams have been getting so much better at taking players out through that. Unit just doesn't care, though. This is 7 in a row now for the Unit himself, and Strays a huge back 30 seconds here.
Unit no longer in the trenches, 17 and 13, looking to get traded out. The recontest is good for Omit. This is 20 seconds that you're really investing into, that you better hope that spawn outs don't occur for Strays. And to be fair, Unit does spawn in bottom bedroom after his teammates did inevitably get those P2 spawns back in their favor. But Omit, over-investing for what was about 20 seconds or so. Now the shoe's on the other foot. They are playing from behind on the back heel, or on their heels, if you will. He's the player that's pushed inside a pantry, going to be the spearhead, if you will, for Omit to try to break this kitchen hill early.
Fire.
Oh, fire.
Across. No, I thought it was just a measly double. Fire's like, no. That's a triple. Strays off the back of that fire 3-piece. Will hold initially. Omit, though, again, they're going to spawn pretty close towards restaurant side. Looking to try and hit this simultaneously. Gwyn gets a little bit antsy, though. Goes a little bit too early and will get taken down off the back of it. But look at keep an eye on Yeez around this backline, and Phantoms and Purge towards the middle as well. These guys, they're continuing to hit. Unfortunately for their Phantoms, in that struggle, does actually take out his teammate, and that just weakens the entire play. Gwyn just does not care, though. The 2-piece here for the scrap time as Omit. This is still worth fighting for, and Gwyn will win that final one. Huge time to take there if you're Omit.
Yeah, you need this 10 seconds if you are Omit. It's going to get yourself closer towards that double century marking. Look at the rotation over towards P4, over by the bar. Numbers are already here. Phantoms is already playing close by, and that's a big kill to find for Yeez. Clears away couches, and now Gwyn can clear the rest of P1. Going to confirm that for his teammates, that this is much so open what Strays have probably want for themselves, and it's forcing Fire's hand, who again, off screen, finds himself 2 kills. Yeah, 22 and 25, not the sexiest, but man, is this guy showing up with the multi-kills ever since we hopped in, Brody.
And absolutely Fire coming out to play at the moment. 20 seconds away from victory now are Strays. You've got to be careful, though, because around the flank comes Yeez, and he's already picked up 1 frag. It's going to be Mock spawning all the way out towards Jewelry side. So your chances of closing things out here on this hard point are dwindling. One last hurrah for them to get it done. Purge already tagged up around D2, down to 69 HP. Haha, does go down. Good trades coming through. Yeez are going to try and remove this time away. It's a lot of time. Yeez has so much to do, but down to very low HP. Knows the best that he can do in the situation. Goes for a small contest, and the double hit will be good for Omit. And actually, off the back of those kills, it sends Strays towards the respawn point. It will isolate Unit towards the next. And hold on a second. Omit now looking good to turn scrap into initial.
That time when Yeez, right before he contested the hard point, meant that Strays were in full control. So spawns over towards the top left side of the map was open, and Phantoms hits the route, gets inside a restaurant. It's going to call in the cruise missile that finds negative value, and Omit might have just made the play. They're set up in the restaurant.
Yeah, it's very hard to break now as long as Omit have all their angles covered. Purge is going to exit, and that's 5 in a row for Purge. 1 off the cruise missile. That would be the dagger here in this game. Strays would not be ready for it. But he's going to back away here for the moment. He's definitely playing for it. There is number 6. Fire is down. Gwyn is covering the other side perfectly as well. Those white arrows starting to come through now. Purge now back up towards 100 HP. Looking for number 7. He will find it. Number 8 cannot. Fire now going to be in for the final 15 seconds. They can still get it done here, I believe. The tick over should be good.
They got to contest. I mean, Omid have to fly. Player number 7, he has to get in first. That's going to be Yeast. He's getting cut down on the crosses. Strays are going to force a map 5 versus Omid. And if you told me that this was on the cards coming into the final day of group play, coming from Strays versus Omid roster, Brody, I would say that you are completely blasted. But this Strays roster are coming to play on the day versus a very, very good Omid squad. This came down to the absolute wire. 60 engagements for Purge. Goes on a massive spree at the end, 7 in a row, and it just was not good enough to hold on to the restaurant. Goodness me.
Yeah, incredible. Omid almost made that happen, man. I was convinced, especially with Purge, as you say, doing that towards the end, streaking out in the way that he did. That was like a comeback in terms of KD towards the end as well, because Purge quite clearly wasn't have the best of games leading in towards that final hard point, the final couple of hard points. I think, he must have been like negative by about 5 or 6 frags. To kind of finish things off like that, huge from him. And here's a look at that, actually. Yeah, so Purge finishes at 32 and 31. That 7 streak, I mean, was the best thing that he did all game long, and even that was not enough.
And even look at Fire. I mean, 26 and 30, but
right.
I mean, he was Mr. Two-Piece when we hopped into this map number 4 between Strays and Omid. Fire, it was not being caught on screen, but it just always felt like that Fire was finding these crucial 2 pieces to keep Strays alive in the hard point, finding a 3 streak as well to keep P4 intact for Strays for such a long time. And I honestly thought that things were going to go awry off of Omid's play, with Yeez not contesting that P4 until the utmost right time, allowed for Phantoms to spawn in over by Kitchen to pinch that restaurant hard point. That was going to be the end-all be-all, but I mean, Strays are just refusing to be put down, man. They just recontested. They hit it very, very fast. It's a difficult one at that to put Omid on the back foot like that. Of course, a map 5 regardless.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. This is the second hard point in the series now that Strays have managed to take away from Omid. Here's a look over towards another series going on at the moment between Boys a Liar and Convoy Gaming. Again, we should stress, by the way, folks, this is the final day of round robin stage. So every single match at this point does matter, especially as we look over towards Group A, and Convoy Gaming, I believe, have just forced the game number 5, right?
Yep.
Question mark? Yeah, they did. Okay. I couldn't remember like the maps number 2 for some reason. Here's a look now. I can actually get the little refresher thanks to our wonderful producer, Cade. And yeah, Convoy taking both hard points, sending us to that game 5.
Oh, it's just interesting, isn't it? Because, I mean, both for that Omid and Convoy matchup, Strays were able to take both the hard points, force a map 5. Convoy were able to take both the hard points and force a map 5. So we have the potential for a 2-3-5 affair for either Boys a Liar or Omid, depending on how that El Asilo Search and Destroy does pan out. For Boys a Liar and the Hotel Search and Destroy for Strays, respectfully. But taking a look at this as far as a focus matchup is concerned, going to an El Asilo Search and Destroy isn't a bad look for Convoy to be able to take a Search and Destroy. I know that people are probably very concerned off of what that Fortress Search and Destroy did look like on your screen. Boys a Liar won at 6-1. But the 3 times that Convoy have played El Asilo Search and Destroy in this season, they've only lost it once. And it was the House of Aces, and it was mostly DePaul just sniping them into High Oblivion. They only lost it 4-6. On the opposite side for Boys a Liar, they played El Asilo twice. They've lost it twice. Yeah. They got smoked by Omid. They didn't even take a single round. And then when they played Strays just last week in this map mode combination, it was map number 2. This is where things got a little bit more question mark oriented for this Boys a Liar roster. They lost that round 11 when they arguably should have been able to win it.
All right, well, here's a look over towards another match that's going on again. Rockery SG and House of Aces, of course, the latter of which have got that fill-in with Audi coming in to save the day for this roster. And he's done that multiple times today so far. Right now at 12 and 14. Isn't having the most active role in this game at this point in time. But as I say it, he joins up with Zyrol for 3. And that should clear a little bit of space now as we go for basically a dead-even game here in towards the second set.
Rocker Academy looking to put together a little reverse sweep, losing the first 2 maps, so they had a big bounce back on that Expo map number 3 to at least start their reverse sweep antics here, maybe. Going in towards the second set, though, it's a very small lead for House of Aces, and you can see what Rocker are trying to play with, just the spawn trap. They're getting themselves this art control. Exactly what you want to see, as they're also trying to get themselves some time.
Yeah, Rocker ESG at the moment just got full control of munitions, and that's the biggest problem for House of Aces. I mean, they've sent a couple of players through, but most of them have fallen. Now another one will be Jintroid to try and flip these spawns out. To be fair, if he entrenches himself towards the Spack Glory area for long enough, might well be successful in that endeavor. But I think it's been spotted out by Godorex now. He was on the hunt. You can see it on the minimap. All the gunfights being won around the front as well. And hold on for a second here. Actually, that gunfight was won by Gintroid, so he might well have something to say around this backline, but finally does fall. And again, big moment now here in this game for ROKKR ESG. They're up by 30 seconds over House of Aces, or actually 20. Excuse me, my maths is terrible. But they now have a chance to grow that lead here over towards P2.
That's why we let you talk about words, never numbers, Brody. Yeah. It was close, though. It was within 10. Rotation, though, for House of Aces. They already have themselves the secret alley room control. They're trying to brute force their way inside of Art, and well, it's going to allow Real pretty easy play in towards the back. At least you would think. Gotta find a kill, no Real! Everybody from ROKKR just dropped like dominoes. 38 seconds left on this hard point. House of Aces are going to be happy to try to collect it.
Yeah, you can't give up this time. If you're ROKKR ESG, they know it as well. Just give them the positioning, and oh, Panda, that's tough. Especially as Wardy doubles up as well, and Gintroid just completely cleans house. Yeah, that's not what you would desire. And now much of the attention here for House of Aces moves over towards the rotation. Ultimately, that entire trade situation, Real comes up on top, but it's only temporary, as Paulex now has something to say. If you're Paulex in this situation, got to get closer towards maps, towards the double doors, because that's where the vast majority of this pressure from ROKKR ESG is coming from. Also on the other side, Gintroid starting to cause problems for these players on the rotation for ROKKR ESG. Real doesn't care, though. He's already picked up the double. Fortunately enough for House of Aces, Paulex does trade things out and does more than that as well. Picks up another one, but it is not enough. Look at these close spawns coming through from ROKKR. They want this.
Oh, but the cleanup is that much better. Gintroid finds two. There's still pressure being surmounted over here by the big doorway, by Turiel, but I mean, his teammates responding over by P2. There was no assistance to speak of whatsoever. Paul makes the play, staying alive for that long. Allowed for his teammates to reset up around P3. And ROKKR just have no answers. Turiel's just going to try to dive himself back inside of the point itself. He gets gunned into oblivion. You cannot have spun up a P2 to P3 even better for House of Aces, even if you tried.
Yeah, this has been a perfect rotation, a money rotation from House of Aces, one of those very important ones that we talk about here in Modern Warfare 2. Still trying to make it happen, Andy. And it's big here for House of Aces, of course. Now they've got themselves a solid lead. Wardy off screen, and we would catch it towards the end. Picks up 3 in a row, and that mid-map coverage is so horrible for ROKKR ESG as this munition storage hill will pop. And again, a little reminder as kind of what the stakes are here with this one. We know we love our little permutations. If ROKKR, Omit, and Boyslayer all win their series here, we will have a 5-way tie.
Yeah, but ROKKR's got to start. They got to get a reverse sweep, and they got to get it going fast because they're down by 40 points. Inside of P4, the pinch is just not... It's just not as potent as you would think, right? I mean, the only players that are alive are Turiel as well as Real. Your SMG duo might be able to flip the spawns, but you still have so much to clear. Godorex aware, gets inside top rails. Now maybe you could soak up some time, but Wardy, who's been running at everybody since map number 1, is just not relenting at all. Only allows ROKKR to maybe get a good look at 10 seconds off of P4.
And they're going to lose the one inside as well. It's just valuable time that you're currently giving up at this point in this venture. ROKKR ESG have to make sure they have a good blacksmith hill. Coverage has to be good. Players sitting up in adjacent corners at this point in time. Panda facing down Paulex from that gallows site. Gintroid also starting to push through closed. House of Aces, they're on the approach. They're getting cut down at every single venture, though. Now the last remaining player getting close by is going to be Wardy, but he's got so many crucial 3 pieces this game thus far. I'm scared he's going to do it again.
He has to wait for his team, who actually spawns in over by P3. Paul is actually pinching this. The information isn't going to be good enough, and Paul's pinch is going to benefit him to find 2 kills. Now ROKKR is spawning out.
How? How has Paulex gotten away with it? I mean, I think it was Godorex who was sitting in that corner. Must have been preoccupied. Regardless, it is a lot of time now you're giving away to House of Aces. That is a lovely pre-nade coming out from Zyra to close it off. Turiel going to be down. 13 seconds. All that's required here for House of Aces. That means this 7 to 8 seconds is gold. Turiel pushing in for the double, looking for number 3, will be denied. It's House of Aces going into the 3rd and final set of rotations here, Andy. Just 7 points away from victory.
The setup isn't a good one for ROKKR. I mean, there's going to be players that are going to be crossing inside of P2. Pander's got a lot to do off screen. Might be able to find the first maybe, but his teammates are dropping mid-map.
I've got Godorex. The coverage through the window is good. Picks up 2. 3rd in front of him as well. Wardy gets across, and now you need to go. And maybe here, that is the thing that House of Aces requires. They spawn up by that street side. Godorex has to fly towards their kill. Good for them. is that they do get the trades in favor, but they have to uproot House of Aces. They can't afford to let anybody slip behind enemy lines. They do that as Real picks up Zyral. So now for Rockery SG, it's about just getting your L trigger down and making sure these guys do not get in towards this hard point. Panda throws that trophy system to prevent himself from dying from any incoming nades, but needs to turn towards the weapon and will find an effective free-piece. Yes, Zyral takes down his teammate, but that's so good.
They got mid-map control. Godorex is also going to have a trophy system and keep himself company. He's got a great assistance inside of Art as well. Wardy Gintroid able to double on up. Now House of Ace is looking to fly through.
Yep. True munitions does not work now, so it's all through the front. And
my.
while they're all there, it's going to be Too Real and Real squared getting it done with just a few seconds left here before the clock is over. I don't think House of Ace is going to touch 249. Yes, they will, but it's not enough. They get removed from the point. And Rocker ESG send us to a game 5.
Within 5 points, you can't count out Rocker X ESG. You saw the way that P5 came to a close. House of Aces played that to fine perfection. The way that Wardy was positioned on the map, you were wondering how Paul found so much value with that flank, Brody. It's because all the spawn outs occurred on the backside of P3 that enough sound was made that all of Rocker had to turn around. I thought that Paul's play was going to be the end-all be-all, and they just had to flood inside of P1, but man, when these Rocker boys are against the wall, they absolutely deliver. Still continuing on with the reverse sweep into map number 5. And well, speaking of map 5, Darkseide's in a 1v2. Bombs being defused by Classic. Darkseid just needs to throw a shoulder. The coverage is going to be good. And to be fair, Dylan actually still has time. He can defuse this. Dark needs to check it again. He's aware. To be able to find the kill. He's playing with his food at this point. Big round win here.
Convoy Gaming, of course, earlier lost that search and destroy. Was it 6-1? I think it was.
Yeah, 6-1 on Fortress.
Yeah. And it looks like this is going mostly the same way as well. Boys are now 4-1 up in S&D. And their S&D has not looked peachy so far, right? I mean, let's be clear about this. I think they were negative overall in S&D coming into today, I want to say. So, you know, I think for them, this is an absolute turnout.
Yeah, I mean, they are 2-3 in Search and Destroy. They're, as far as differential per rounds, isn't too far gone. Their biggest outlier, again, is that 0-6 loss to Omit on this map mode combination, by the way. So, I don't know what's gotten into Dark and Noisy, but these guys have been playing some really good Search today.
Yeah, by the way, just a little heads up. Every single tiebreaker matchup at the moment has gone to a game 5.
Love that.
Which is incredible. We love North American challenges. Provides us the highest tiers of entertainment consistently. Convoy, though, they're not entertained at this point. 3v4 situation. You're 4-1 down in the S&D. You've got to pull a huge, bold rabbit out of the hat.
You have so much you have to clear. It seems like Gunless might be the one to do it. They're going to try to retake their side of the map here, Brody. You can see Boy's a Liar, the way the subs are set up. Maybe some information off of Noisy, who actually throws, I believe, some shots. But Classic's able to get inside the bomb site, is able to play for the plant. Boys a Liar were playing for a retake the entire time. Oh, you have to go.
Convoy might well have just flipped this round on its entire head. Rex, if he could win the first, it would be nice. Now Classic and Gunless find themselves kind of exposed. Good news, of course, is these players don't actually know where these guys are located. There we go. Classic for the first. Now just going to back away for the second. Makes a lot of noise. And Gunless, well, it just draws them right into the trap. A 1v1, though. And again, the numbers just too much to handle as Boys a Liar. They win off the back of the trade. It was a nice play from Gunless and Classic, but it is just not enough as Boys a Liar now find themselves one search and destroy round away from bringing Convoy to that potential 5-way tie.
That is just absurd scenes. And that's just so tough. Again, it's like you call it. If Rex is able to at least find that first, Gunless's positioning to be able to find those last 2 kills would have been the end-all, be-all, you would feel like. But just to allow the bomb plant to come through off of the initial pick that came through for Boys a Liar, it is a bold call. You can comfortably retake that bomb site, not having all the information in the world, but Noisy in their positioning, 10-3, able to pinch that from behind. Keep Boys a Liar in this amazing lead. We're about to have 2 6-1s in one best-of-5 series.
I mean, I'll be honest, this is one of those situations. Bastard, biased caster, no, I can't speak. I don't want to see it, man. I want to see us go the distance here. Noisy's going to bring this cruise missile down, trying to wrap it through to get something. It's not going to connect, but it will send Convoy inside, send them into shelter for the moment, and that's a lot of information gained.
The cruise missile was actually used so Dark can get himself in this position. Great catch by our observers. He doesn't have dead silence, so he's going to slow clear all of Barbecue and try to pinch this with his team inside.
It's slow from Darkside. Waiting for the Dead Silence to be activated. It would have been nice if Zero didn't get taken down around the field, though. Fortunately enough here for Darkside. Bink does not lose that crucial one. Goes all the way down to 2 HP, but does survive. Now here comes the Dead Silence from Darkside. Imagine as soon as he gets it, it's going to be popped now to try and make this move. Gotta be careful around those doors so you don't make any unintentional noise. Here we go. Darkside from behind. Has the information from earlier on. Can he act on it? There's the first. Double. Sees Rex, just going to back away for the moment here, just trying to play these mind games, but 10 seconds on the clock. It's going to be Boys of Liar here, forced into a bomb plant situation. A lot of places to check. The bomb should go down, but it's going to be a very, very fast post plant. And Bink actually picks up the first one. So now Rex finds himself in a 1v2. Bink takes him down. And Convoy, they can't guarantee a place in playoffs yet.
Boys a Liar with the 2-3-5 over Convoy. We knew that Convoy were going to come out and be the absolute truth in hardpoints. Boys a Liar, when I saw the specified map set, I saw that map number 5, and I was like, man, Boys a Liar better hope to be able to steal a hardpoint. Never mind, my bad.
Wow.
Noisy goes 10-4, and I was worried in that 7th and final round, by the way, because Noisy was the bomb carrier, calls in the cruise missile, and there was negative space being taken on the map minus Dark. It was about to come down to the final few seconds, but Boys a Liar, they squeak on by. They'll take a series over Convoy.
Absolutely. Now, I mean, I don't think that, I was going to say, I think they're hoping for like a specific result. I don't think they are. To be honest, at this point, I don't think they know what they want. Although Strays pulling Omit down would certainly make it easier on them at 3 and 2. I think is what they now finish at, both of those two teams. So I think that would actually guarantee them a spot. Regardless, though. 3-1 here in this Search and Destroy.
Team Strays play Hotel Search and Destroy one time. They lost 4-6 to House of Aces. This is the first time this season seeing Omit play this map mode combination. But again, you look from top to bottom on this screen. Gwyn, Purge, Phantom Z's. You probably expect them to be pretty adept at Search and Destroy. Offense is going to see an A push.
That's quite good here for Fire. Aggress through Statue. Ooh, it's risky. Purge going to snipe the head off Fire. Or rather just the upper body. And gets the second as well. And Unit, I mean, he's going to have to Scarper here in this situation. Yes, he gets the regen off. Still, he's fighting an uphill battle at this point. Just completely eviscerated there with Strays in that round. That is beautiful.
He ran out of bullets there. He almost hit every single shot. If he had an extra 2 in the magazine, probably finds that kill inside of P1. But it's Gwyn through P1 is able to find the last bullet. Yeah, I mean, Gwyn was literally one shot. Unit hit every single bullet, at least was left in his magazine, but at least found that first pick. The bomb patty kicked inside of the lobby, but this Omit roster is just so good at playing the trade game. That isn't that obvious when it comes down to their Search and Destroy prowess. Strap yourselves in, because this one might be a doozy. Unit still sitting on a goose egg, by the way. 3 rounds behind. Offense for Strays is going to see this A-bomb site first.
Oh, Purge. He's been incremental. Or instrumental, excuse me. Oh my god. The Glass Onion. These early rounds. Omit. Not going to get anything off the back of these early snipes at the moment, though. And Strays, I mean, they've got full control over the A-bomb site at this point in time.
Bomb's not being planted, though. And I can't blame them. There's still so much room that you have to cover. Purge, by the way, with the sniper, has moved his way inside a single. He's not here alone, by the way.
Oh, that's... it's an angle, isn't it? You get, like, the hairs of Mock on his head. And I tell you what, got to give Purge credit for going for it. But still, does leave Gwyn and Yeez hung out to dry. The bomb should go down. Not a position that Gwyn can actually take him off it, so he's looking for an exit frag now. Might well find it. Ooh, gets the snap on towards Hollow, but denied that second. It's a win. I think Strays, not only should they absolutely get, given kind of how that early round went, but also a necessary one too.
We're going to see it here from Hollow's perspective. I want to say that the crouch and drop shot actually saved his life. That was one headshot multiplier away from Gwyn getting that snap. You know as well as I do, Brody, and most of you inside of the Twitch chat. At headshot multiplier with attack 56, it goes burr. Strays, though, able to keep themselves alive. Keep this within 2. Ox 7 and 5, by the way. Having himself a pretty good map number 5, 7 4 for Gwyn on the opposite side. Offense for Omit last round saw A. Well, Strays tried to go for the Hail Mary call, but Omit are still committing to A.
That's the right play. You've got full control over the site, and Hollow's. I put a question mark over it here for the moment. I'll have them a little bit more eager to try and clear some space through the middle of the map. And now as Mok opens up those double doors through Luggage Purge, he has 2 different directions to keep an eye on. He's also got another one coming from behind as well. Fire. Trying to look for the Derriere. Your Phantom should be his to kill.
Anticipation is killing me. Oh, man. Oh, no fire. Oh, God. Oh, there's spaghetti all over the floor. Fire cleans it up, though. Oh, my. Whew. I was getting nervous in that gunfight for some reason. I mean, Strays had numbers. They could have retaken it, and they were able to do it. But, I mean, that stun just bouncing off the door, I'm sure Fire's probably sitting there having himself a little bit of a chuckle. Probably not, but Strays winning 2 rounds in a row. Gonna keep this within 1. Omit got the quick plant here at the bomb site, but Strays on the other side, because they went all in towards that kitchen defense. They reserved their numbers, and keep in mind, that was why Hollow was playing in that position. If you're not going to put a player inside a luggage, top or bottom bedroom, you better hope that you have one player around the cubby, around Seeker, the connector, whatever you decide to call it that leads to restaurant, to watch that bomb site at A. He finds first blood, and Strays completely retake the site with numbers.
Strays have slowly creeped their way back in towards this search and destroy after a last couple of rounds. Like Omit will run away with it. And, well, that's unfortunate timing right off the back of a Purge, who has switched away from the sniper rifle, favoring the TAC-56 in this round. It's a decision that works out almost perfectly. Almost shoots Hollow right through that lower side, but not going to get that kill just yet. And as a matter of fact here, Strays, off the back of it, able to even the odds.
Phantoms was just playing bottom bedroom the entire time. Fire walks right into him. What was numbers even at 3v3, now forces out a 2v3. Mok, understanding the pressure, has to invest dead silence, has so much to clear. But amid with their numbers, the way that they're playing, Gwyn's defending the B bomb site, they might just be trying to play for full retake while Strays are trying to clear the map.
Yeah, Mok has to be careful here because you're placing down Purge. Not going to get the kill. Still, this is a lot to be doing for a player that has the bomb in hand. The wait for dead silence is over. Hollow now has it, and he has to try and carve a path through the middle of the map. Mok goes down on sight. I think with 20 seconds left, Hollow might now just have a little bit too much to do. In from behind to take down Phantoms, but the time should be enough that Omit wins this.
Hollow's not going to expect a player to be on the bomb. Crossfire was even there as well. Phantom's, he finds that kill on the Fire. He just never left. He backed up over towards the head glitch that's down here. And he just never left. It's just standardized stuff coming through, just veteran decision-making coming out from Omit's search and destroy here on Hotel, the map 5. They find that pick. They force out a 3v2, and then they just don't overextend. They have everything crossed and covered. They had Gwyn over on the B bomb side of the rotation, came through great. They forced Strays' hand. You saw both Mok, Hollow, longtime duo, trying to find these isolated gunfights. Couldn't find the pick. By the time they tried to revert back over towards an A plant, round was already dead.
There's a 5-way tie. Apparently, Boys Alive will be the team out. Apparently, that has been confirmed. Sure. So interesting. It's not what Boys Alive want anymore. One of these teams to lose. Omit 5-3 up in the search and destroy, though. That doesn't look like it's likely at this point. With Phantoms taking down Fire, Hollow now finds himself the last man left alive for Strays. The hopes and dreams of pulling off at least one victory here in Challengers Elite Season 3. He escapes their grasp.
Yeah, and again, this is something I brought up back in week 1 when they started off 0-2. These are really good players. It's just unfortunate, the hands that they were dealt for the Strays roster. Farpoint wasn't it. Search and Destroy was never really figured out. Controls were close. And honestly speaking, I mean, they just took Omit to a map 5. So, I mean, it's respectable at that. The way that they were playing didn't seem like everything was chalk. So, wonder what happens with Strays going forward for them. But Omit, they'll be able to get their map. Now it comes down to Rocker x ESG. Be able to win this map number 5 and force out that multitude of a tiebreaker situation.
Yeah, and it's worth noting now as well, because Omit have managed to get that victory. If Rocker ESG lose this, as far as I'm aware, they're done. They're out. They'll be going out, I think, in 9th, 10th place overall. So this is very important now, this search and destroy victory. It's no longer just a win and you're in situation. It's a win or you're out.
House of Aces are giving a run for their money, by the way. House of Aces, by the way, if you're just now joining us, yes, they are playing with Wardy Archives. Did have a power outage, so they were allowed to get a last-second sub in. And honestly speaking, I mean, Wardy's just playing playing lights out, just doing warty things. 4 and 3 here on the El Asilo Search and Destroy. And this is just a Paul X Zyro playground. I mean, you can see Paul with the sniper, Zyro 7 and 3 with an AR in hand. Rocker X ESG not looked the same ever since Fame got called up to the main roster on this map mode combination. Still trailing by 2.
You'll see going out here. A lot of it connecting for Rocker ESG. For Tyrael, this is bold. This is very bold. You're running straight out into the open with a sub. Unfortunately enough, he doesn't get caught off guard. Going to be brought down to 31 HP. Inside the tools he goes. A stun will throw that door wide open, and a nade to follow up as well. Tyrael was being hunted.
Inside the bomb side as well. More trades ringing across El Asilo. He's just going to decide to hit it. Oh, no! Warty. There's at least forces out a 1v1, and Pander's last known position, of course, was bottom lockers. Got a double weapon setup. Decent amount of time to play with.
Got to be careful, though, with the sprints. That sprint might well have just revealed his location to Zyro. I think Zyro is reacting with the right repositioning as well. His timing is everything. Jaws music is on. 20 seconds.
So much noise being made.
Yeah. Oh, Panna wins the 1v1 in the end. And it is that noise. Absolutely the right call there towards the end, Andy, mate. Again, I mean, neither player had dead silence in the situation. And let me tell you, bud, sprinting in this game is so loud.
Dude, I mean, it might as well be 2 elephants trying to get in a submachine gun fight in El Asilo. Because, I mean, you were just stomping around that side of the map. You hear those 10 footsteps up top. You know he's top tools. And, yeah, Pander just never really gave it up. He went back up towards top kitchen to at least look at that B cross. There was no mutual information from the game that the bomb was at least planted. So, might as well just play that angle, play bottom lockers, play for the retake in a 1v1. Pander's decision-making works out in the end. Brings us within 1.
For SG holding on at the moment. This offensive push hasn't gone any fruit just yet. Ace is quite reliant on what he can produce up top, and he's about to get 1 kill. There you go. First blood now on the board here for House of Aces. That is the bomb carrier as well.
7-4. He gets stunned, and he just doesn't give up the angle. If this is your first time watching Warty, this is just what you're in store for. 1v4, GodderX up top in the window. Can't get the kill through the fence. House of Aces. House of Warty. Good heavens. I mean, he just hits the fence line. He just doesn't give it up. Finds that first. He gets stunned up. Doesn't get pushed. Nobody's there for the trade. These are just things that you can't allow to have happen. If you are Rocker X ESG, you got to be able to at least get that trade. You got to keep your flank covered. Now things are looking dire. I don't know if it's been confirmed. I don't work permutations as well as Brody, but if Rocker do lose this, you know that their playoff chances become that much more slim.
I mean, I checked it. If they lose this, they go 2 and 3. They're the only team at 2 and 3. They're out.
Ooh, no.
That would be... I mean, we'll talk about kind of the implications for that afterwards, if it happens. Rocker ESG, they're still fighting to stop that from happening at this point. The first blood has gone their way, but House of Aces, they are determined to get in towards the A-bomb site, and they've done it.
All SMG in hand. Jin trade, the overextension through the side door, actually gives up a free kill. So 3v2. And Warty's trying to make plays on the opposite side. While it was happening, the second we swapped off a Paul, he gets gunned. So bomb drop, Warty for the 1v3.
There's no way the pickup does this. Okay. They don't do it. It's all good in the end.
It's not just any pickup. That's the 5th player for the subliners.
Oh yes, I apologize. Of course.
Challengers European extraordinaire. Warty, you put some respect on L's name, sir.
Hey, listen.
Substitute player.
All right, listen, buddy. All right, I was the only one fighting for Warty to be higher on our breaking point list. All right, at the end of last season, don't come at me. All right, Rocker ESG, need to pull 3 rounds on the bounce here to survive. If not, they go out the earliest they have ever done in any Challengers Elite season thus far. Season 1 champions, by the way, to beat Fnatic. Warty tagged up by a stun in the middle of the map, though. This is very aggressive from House of Aces. Warty, he has been absolutely insane, and he continues to be insane. Warty for 2. GodderX is now stuck behind that bar, pulling pints.
He's still alive, by the way. And Warty's still inside of Arcade. GodderX just snaking his head off. Where's the assistance? It's Pander all the way through the back door. GodderX trying to stay alive. Painter for the 1v2 gets Gun on the backside, and for the first time in Elite season history in Modern Warfare 2, Rokkr x ESG will not be a part of the bracket.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. We have to, add the asterisk on, I guess, that, this team, they come into this season with a change, right? A change that they just didn't see coming. Fame, of course, getting pulled up towards the mainline Minnesota Rokkr roster and having a last-minute pull 2Real in. I mean, both comments there to be made, right? I mean, I'm happy for Fame that he's in that position. He's done an excellent job for Rokkr so far in the CDL. 2Real, he's also done a pretty good job filling straight into this roster. And I think, right off the start, I think the very first match they played, this split was versus Strays, I think it was. And it looked smooth sailing. It looked like everything was going to be fine for Rokkr ESG, but they were right back to business as usual. Just another day in the office. Feels like the office might have just closed early, mate.
It was in that first matchup, keep in mind you versus Strays, that it started raising a whole lot more question marks around me. I always assume that the respawns, especially for this Rokkr x ESG roster, they're a very slay-heavy team. We know what Panda brings to the table. GodRx looks really good in this title. And, of course, Real has been unstoppable. And 2Real is a good slayer as well. We even saw that in the CDL with the Vegas Legion. But they went to round 11 on Embassy versus Strays. And it was at that moment of time I started really taking a laser focus as far as the duality in between Real playing along with Fame in previous seasons and even in Texas, and comparatively to playing with 2Real. Obviously, there's going to be some growing pains there. And that's why I brought up on LS Elo, especially a map mode combination that has been historically great for this Rokkr x ESG roster. It just does not look the same. Those two hits, those duo hits in between Fame and Real, no longer there. Obviously, still trying to make it work with 2Real, but it's two different players. It's just unfortunate to say commiserations to Rokkr x ESG. Gotta go back to the drawing board ahead and at the end of the season. It's even stranger to say they gotta requalify for the next season. I didn't even think about that. That's, wow.
Yeah, and like the thing is in North America, like I've got a lot of faith in this Rokkr ESG roster, right? Even with that change coming in, I mean, they've been the most consistent team in North American challenges all season long. I don't know if that statement actually holds that much weight considering we've had like the top team plucked from us twice. But still, they've been the most consistent team in North American challenges, on LAN at least. I mean, they got like third, second, I think it was the last few placements over the first 3 rounds of the season. So they should qualify. But, like, do they? Because, like, North American Challenges is nuts. I mean, like, you've got a team, I know they're not comparable entirely, but, like, you've got a team like Anarchy Gaming, who has been, like, phenomenal on LAN this season, top 6 every single LAN, more or less. I mean, I know they've had Phase 1 previously. It's not the entire same roster. Haven't been an Elite. I don't know. I just don't think that it's confirmed at all. Here's Noisy on Twitter, a little social soundboard for us. GG's to Convoy 132. We finished Season 3, 3-2. We should be qualified for playoffs. With that, never mind, Rokkr have to lose the qual. It's that moment of realization, isn't it, Andy? You're like, oh, poop.
In the middle of map 5 is what production is telling us for Noisy to go back and fact check himself to make sure that this tweet does stick. Don't worry, Tyler. You're right. Rokkr have lost the map number 5 and will no longer be a part of playoffs. Here is your Group A final standings. Strays unable to win a series. Did put Omit on the brink. Will end up at least forcing out a map number 5, but your 4 teams here from Group A, House of Aces, Convoy Gaming, Boys a Liar, and Omit off of their final day of play will see themselves inside of playoffs. Rokkr x ESG and Strays have been relegated to requalify.
I just can't believe it, mate.
It's so weird to see them that far down low.
Yeah, absolutely it is. And again, I think it's just like the stark contrast because, like, let's be honest, Season 2 did not go well for Rokkr ESG either, right? I mean, like, Season 2 back then when they were just Rokkr Academy, it was a top 8 finish for them there. That was gutting, but they bounced back over towards Texas, right? They got all the way towards finals in that event, still couldn't win, but they did it. And yet still, I think, it doesn't remove any portion of the shock to see them not here in playoffs moving forward for Season 3. They'll have a little bit of time, of course, ahead of Season 4 to get their stuff together. And shout out to House of Aces, going to be topping things at the group at 4-1. Which, by the way, I don't think we've really even touched upon it enough. House of Aces just qualified for playoffs with a sub, effectively, with Wardy coming in. Now, look, I know, I said it, all right, Wardy, he isn't just any sub. He's Wardy, for heaven's sake. But, like, still, that's pretty impressive. Like, Challenges is no slouch, however much some people would have you believe it. Like, Challenges is still something to behold. It's still very hard to make that thing happen.
I think it's just something that you have to really look at when it is House of Aces, because, again, I talked about it. in that map number 1 on Hydro that you gotta imagine that the conversation, the phone call, the text message, whatever may have you, you're just like, hey, Wardy, you just want to spawn in and just run at everybody? Because that's literally what Wardy was just doing throughout the entirety of that best of 5, and it worked out wonderfully for them. For House of Aces, for them to finish 4-1 the way that they did, it's all off the back end of some great fundamental plays, specifically from their ARs. We know what Zyro is going to be able to do. Paul X is always a pretty good AR as well, can snipe as well, is playing a lot with a submachine gun, keep in mind you. But it was that extra little ounce of aggression that just really just made everybody extremely uncomfortable in those final few moments versus Rocker X ESG. And man, I just want to see more Wardy, man. I'm upset that he's not in the elite, but I'm just excited to see more of him.
Yeah, it's yeah. I love Wardy, man. Big Wardy fan over here. And yeah, we want to see more of him. Unfortunately, yeah, we will not, because of course, well, Archive should come back. Hopefully, if all is well, he'll come back to this roster. But yeah, that's Group A done and dusted. Before we go to the break, I'm just going to do this now because we haven't done it so far. We want to hear your guys' opinions. Add us on Twitter at WeAreClutchGG. Get the hashtags. What is it? A Challengers Elite in there as well. Got the hashtag there for a second. It's all good though. It's on screen. Tell us what you think, because Group A was insane. Group B is about to be even more so, because we've got a fight for 3rd and 4th place. It's a win and you're in situation for the last 2 rematches. And of course, a enemies turned lovers arc to talk about. We'll be back with that after the break. What's up, you beautiful people? It's time for more Call of Duty Challengers Elite. We told you we wouldn't be away for long, and we promised you some beautiful storylines on the flip side of the break. Well, we're here to deliver them. If you're just joining us, my name's Infinity. Joining me in the desk, as always, is Proper. I still cannot get my directions right. It happens sometimes, mate. I live in a mirror world. Andy, mate, it's good to see you smiling. It's good to see you, beautiful haircut. We've got some good games.
In half a year, man. I mean, when are you gonna figure out that I'm on the opposite side of what you
can't do it?
It's all good. It's all good, Brody. It's all good. Look, directions are hard. Math is hard. That's why we're here to talk about words. Orbit versus WeWoo is going to be our premier matchup here in our second block. The final hurrah of Group B is underway.
Absolutely. And speaking of Group B, well, we've just seen an emphatic finish to Group A. Let's show you guys how Group B is currently shaping up. So we talked about it at the top of the day, at top of North America, kind of how things are shaking up. Regardless of what happens between Boston Academy and Millennium 7, they are through at 3-1. The worst they can do is 3-2. They can't do worse than Hive and WeWoo. Here, the best they can do is 2-3 effectively. So they're through regardless of what happens. That leaves us with two matches that do matter, one of which is Orbit versus WeWoo, and the other one is Decimate versus Hive. Now, look, there's a lot of ways this can go, but we can boil this very simply down to, despite the fact that there is a four-way tie on the cards, this is a win and you're in situation for these teams, effectively. You win your match and you are through.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't have framed it up any better. This is why you are the general of Permutation Wednesdays, Brody. Look at you go. Millennium 7, Boston Academy, yes, they're qualified. Decimate versus Hive, when you're in. Orbit versus WeWoo, when you're in. It's just crazy that it comes down to the wire. In North America Challengers is already so competitive. You don't have to make me sweat even more with these permutations. Come on.
Yeah, mate, we love it. And to be fair, I'm pretty happy that they're relatively simple this time around. That's comparatively to A, where I was just like, I'm not even going to bother. I'm just going to wait to see kind of what happens towards the end. And that turned out to be the right decision. An insane finish. Before we get there, though, I think we've got some tweets to look at. We asked for some social soundboard stuff, so I think we're just going to get right into it by seeing what's going on. We were told not to look at Twitter because we didn't know what was going on. Here's Lau showing us, apparently this is America. My electric cable's a one-shot, no stim. It's Canada, whatever. It's the same. No, I'm not going to say that. I'm about to hop on my elite matches. Wish me luck. And a tree has fallen down in what I presume to be his back garden. I hope that's not somebody else's.
Power lines are getting stress tested. That's for sure. I'm pretty sure power lines are not supposed to bend in the first place. And if they are supposed to bend, I'm pretty sure it's not supposed to be that severe. Hey, well, Godspeed, Lau, up in Canada. I mean, you could have just said North America and you would have been right for crying out loud, but
yeah.
Good luck here, buddy.
Yeah, the geography isn't my strong suit. We know this, right?
Oh,
even though America is so big. It is what it is. Anyway, here's Orbit. Here's a look at this beautiful Orbit roster. It's nice to see the organization back in Call of Duty Esports. And with pretty darn good roster as well. Gravity, Lau, Wiz, and Geo, of course, the penultimate player there in that selection. The newest addition to this roster in, or ironically enough, Wardy, who just went on a tear in that last series before the break. I mean, look, this is a superstar roster, I think, for Gravity and Lau, of course, the latter of which you guys might formerly know him as Jimbo. They are storied players within Challengers. We know what they bring to the table. But a lot of my focus, I think, is around Wiz and Geo here, actually. They're kind of relatively new players, especially Geo, who's come up, has only really been this season. And they've been bringing a lot to the table, I think, Challengers this year.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, when you're playing with such a historic veteran that is Tom Gravity, the Swiss Army knife of Challengers is what I like to call Gravity. It kind of puts a whole lot of pressure that you need to deliver on what your role actually is. And I would definitely go on a limb and say that Geo is doing that, plus some more. And it's just enabling Lau on the map entirely. 1.07 overall KD for Lau. Have not figured out for Hardpoint's sake for Orbit is concerned, but their 2-3-5s have been absolutely electric, at least through a few of their series.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the flip side of the conversation, Orbit, they're going to be facing the team so aptly known as WeWoo, which I actually got the reference. I actually watched the clip that refers to today in preparation. That was my prep this morning. If you guys are wondering what casters do, we watch YouTube clips. And WeWoo, I mean, look, this roster is not to be taken lightly, of course. Formerly, mostly Smog Alpha, and that roster back in Season 2, they got 4th place. I think for this team, they've been so highly impressive.
I always love this from Gus. That is his player photo that was taken from him. He's wearing his Oklahoma Christian jersey, his college COD jersey. God, I just love that. But yeah, I mean, like, this team is just absolutely crazy. And keep in mind, that is not Glow Frosty.
I was just thinking that. I was just like, he's had a lot of work done.
Glow Frosty changed a lot with his hair, I'll tell you that much. But As far as this team is concerned, I mean, ever since really that Boston Open, they've been upsetting people left and right and have really forced a lot of respect towards their name. As you were saying, formerly known as Smog Alpha, this was the team that actually eliminated Rocker Academy in Season 2 of the Elite at top 8. Definitely a roster you do not want to be taken lightly.
Absolutely. Well, that's a look at WeWoo then. Let's move forward here to talk about the head-to-heads as it currently stands. Show you guys kind of where things are at overall. And, immediately starting off on that left side, Orbit, technically speaking, coming off a little bit worse in Hardpoint. But it is only a little bit. Hardpoint has not been the best for either of these two teams.
No, it's, I've seen worse, but I've also seen better. Take that as you will. Both a 50% win rate as far as Search and Destroy is concerned. The Control just barely better than Orbit. But, I mean, when you look as far as their track record, right? I mean, Orbit, they win 2 map 5s, 1 versus Boston, 1 versus Hive. Then they get 0-3'd by Decimate and Millennium 7. WeWoo on the opposite side, I mean, they've gone to map 5 twice. They lost it to Hive. And then they took Decimate to a map 5, which they were also able to win. Expo was a part of that map set, Brody, and they won it 3-0 as well. Just could not win a map versus that Millennium 7 roster.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking across as well for the rest of it, I mean, S&D, they're 50-50 on that one. And Control, also another little small differentiating factor here between these two teams. This team will be technically have a little bit of a better percentage. But that just, I think it's skewed because it's 1-3 versus 2-2. Here's the map set then for this best of 5. Goodness me, you Expo lovers, you're being treated today.
I'm an Expo lover. I love being able to see teams try to figure it out. I'm not too sure how many teams are actually like even scrimming it at this point, especially if you are facing other elite teams, because it could give you your opening breaks, your setups away. I know how much all of these Challengers players love keeping their mini-map block and all of their strats under wraps. But regardless, that's why I talked about the Expo for WeWoo, that they were able to take that map 3 versus Decimate, because it is in this best of 5 series. The Embassy map 1 and map 2 are going to be interesting. Embassy Hardpoint is a 1-1 affair for WeWoo. They have not played Embassy Search and Destroy all season long. Orbit, they played it once, Embassy Search, they lost it once. Same for Embassy Hardpoint, 197-250 versus Hive.
Alrighty, well, let's get right into this shedazzle. That's not a word, but it is now. Orbit going to start things off with control of this Hardpoint. WeWoo looking to fire back here with some early control, and it will be Veilux, of course, that super fast player for WeWoo that's torn a lot, I think, of control around challenges this season so far. Not going to be able to win that particular one-on-one, though, as Weez and Lau at the moment trying to cause problems for Glowfrosty up top, and now that's a power position that has been gained here for Orbit.
Veilux has been just so good for this WeWoo roster. This season, he has a 1.19 overall in Hardpoint so far. His true engagement success rate is 62%. But no, that's starting off 0-2. But regardless of the matter, Orbit trying to at least brute force their way past Xbox. WeWoo at least conceding the space for now. It's just minuscule time at that. Mostly just want to get admin control ahead of this P2.
WeWoo, for the moment here, trying to control this back administration hill, this parking lot hardpoint. Glowfrosty around the back line here. This is the power position that you see so many ARs take up, and he's doing a good job of it so far with that one frag versus Wiz. Gio, the closest player, to try and contest, and should get shut down, I was going to say, by Pro Amar, but despite getting the first few shots, Pro Amar does not win that duel. Glowfrosty comes out on top. Now for Glowfrosty, a case of how much more damage can he do around the back line. Unfortunately for him, does get cut short of doing any more. And WeWoo now looking to get this back 30 seconds. Once again, it's trades going in their favor.
This big 25 seconds, especially through the first set. Orbit, though, understanding that it is, in fact, the first set means that they can just try to hold middle of the map, concede this 20 seconds. I mean, 2 kills do come through in quick succession, so, I mean, you can realistically hit this from the front, but you got to be careful, especially for the rotation. Clean 4 dead for Orbit, but they lost player number 8 of Geo, top AC. The Wiz has to concede middle of the map and try to reinforce this side of the map ahead of the rotation towards B3.
Yeah, that last hit, they might actually come to regret. I was quite high on it for the moment that it actually happened with Wiz getting that 3, but now it actually enables WeWoo to get in control of this next hardpoint. It is temporary control of that, of course, as Gravity and Wiz, well, they've got the high ground in that situation. Now WeWoo going to have to fight tooth and nail to get back through. For the moment, it is Gravity that is isolated. They want to try and hit this on an off timing, and that off timing works out perfectly. Glowfrosty draws the attention of Gravity by climbing up that ladder. Pro Amar will then trade things out, and would you believe it? Boom, da boom. It's going to be now WeWoo in control. For the moment, Veilux now overwhelmed. Oh my god, what a seesaw this hardpoint is. It's so back and forth.
Control was a loose term. Last player alive inside of P3. No real majority time being soaked up over by P3. This game will just remain in about 3 seconds of each other. 15 seconds left to fight over. Looks like we'll have a good old 1v1 for it. Glowfrosty holding his irons, as ARs like to do. Loud went for the jump chow, will lose it. But look at this north rotation that's being kind of put together for Weewu. They have players inside of P4, but they lack the numbers, so it comes down to some trades, of which Wiz will be the last player in. Will get that kill. His teammates are not close by.
Was unfortunately going to fall in the end there, so the trade's still on for this particular situation. In the end, it's going to be a mostly white kill feed that results in Weewu garnering control. Now the decision has to be made here for those remaining Weewu players. How do they want to handle these Orbit players starting to aggress through the middle of the map? Promar, answer that question is by going in the up angle around this stairwell. That is going to be enough to catch one player off guard that approaches, and for Gus, a two-piece around it as well. Promar, that's audacious to just fly on out like that, knowing that you're going to get that kill versus one Tom Gravity. And a lot of time now, I think, here for Orbit to give away. That's why they're going for a 50-50 split instead of just fully putting themselves over towards the next rotation. But that 50-50 split hasn't exactly been fruitful.
It needs to be said. I mean, Glowfrosty has been looking great this year so far. I mean, he didn't exactly have terrible seasons, but this 11-6 performance through the first set, this entire run so far through this this year so far, Brody, is giving me FaZe Academy vibes all the way back to Modern Warfare 2019 of Glowfrosty, but we'll look to see how that continues on. 50 points is the lead. Orbiter in the rotation for P5 first, and this is a very turtle setup. They already lost Lau inside of the toilets.
Yeah, and they're losing players in and around as well. This is not a good start. Wiz has so much to do. He picks up the first. Not going to find any more than that. It's just overwhelming. Players like ProMart try and deal with them. Luckily for them, they do actually take ProMart off that street, so not going to have to worry about a cruise missile. But the more immediate problem that they are going to have to be concerned about is the fact that Weewu do have control of the kill. They're already up by 60 points in this game. It won't be long before this game starts to snowball out of your control. Orbit, they need to get the wheels greased up right about now. Maybe Lau can be the start of that at 7-11. Hasn't had the best game so far. Looking to aggress on through for the scrap time though, and will have the final say in that flurry of kills.
10 seconds left to soak up, and you're okay to concede it if you are Weewu, because they have broken just about every single setup. Every single attempt that Orbit has really thrown at Weewu, Weewu has come out on top more often than not. 131-79 going in towards the second set. Well, Frosty is double positive, 15-7, 12-10 for Gus. Lau's on a 5 spree, 11-11, chasing down kills on a Promar. Going to be looking for that cruise missile. Could be the catalyst to a successful second set, but he will get cut down just as soon as we start talking about it. How about Weewu making the decision-making, just playing off the spawns, getting themselves top paper control, denying Orbit control if he won?
I mean, it's the leader's advantage, right? This is the big thing. We always talk about it when it comes to Hardpoint, is that is effectively what's guaranteeing Weewu the opportunity to do exactly this. You have to be careful, though, cautious. Most Geo now going to start to remove themselves from that power position, and that is exactly what happens. Now, where do we spawn? Still going to be inside administration building. Orbit do have control of the Xbox. Now, Velux. 1v1 here to try and stop Gravity from causing problems over by Ramp. Does exactly that now, but a lot of the pressure from Orbit going to start to come through the middle of the map.
Now they're from the outside looking in, 30 seconds behind. Realistically, you can almost go back to how things did look towards the end of P2 in the first set, and where they got a really good break from the front. They're committing Gravity to actually hit all the way to the backside of the main building itself, while the other three players are just flying from the front. It's a little bit of a bait play, but Glowfrosty's still alive on the Godheady, and that just allows Promar to feast along with Velux. First hit, not a good one. We will continue to soak up some time.
Yeah, Orbit, you need to break in. To be honest with you, this is 30 seconds you can't quite afford to give away. It's a bit of an awkward spot to be in. You haven't won that crucial one around the backline as well, but maybe an opportunity has opened up around the middle of the map here. It's going to be Lau trying to contest, but Glowfrosty has just been paramount at 20-8. His AR control has been sublime this game thus far, and I talked about it right, Andy. 30 seconds left on that hard point. That is so much time to give away. The leader's advantage once again has opened up.
They can choose a fair. If you are Weewu, you can afford just to really take your time as far as this break is concerned. Don't want to give up a full 60. Frosty at 20-8. You feel like that's probably going to be a really big argument. Gus finds the first. Orange control is good for Orbit. And they'll find themselves a resounding 4 dead. So the initial setup is going to be a good one. They could soak up a little more time.
Over towards our picture-in-picture. Boston Academy actually coming out on top. That is, by the way, I mean, we haven't even really had a chance to talk about that storyline. We are going to when we get back into that. That Johnny has joined that team in place of Kremp, of course, made his way up towards the mainline Boston roster. What is going on with teams of pickups today? It was Wardy, now it's Johnny coming through. I mean, I know Johnny's not a pickup, but effectively he is for kind of how long they've been with the team. Insane. Orbit, though, back towards this game, have made a brilliant comeback themselves. Full control over P3 has got them basically level here with Blue.
Yep, it's like I said, I mean, if you're Woo, you want to give yourself a couple good looks at P3, but you mostly just didn't want Orbit to get a full 60. Well, the latter happened. And Lau almost able to double on up ahead of this P4 rotation. Woo reading the room, understanding that you don't want to fight for 20 seconds, not when the full 60 is on its way for Orbit. Just go in for a full-on setup here at P4.
Orbit looking to push through, and Glowfrosty's just lining them up and knocking them down. Gravity on 5 in a row might well be the saving grace, and it's Geo towards the backline who actually finds the triple, and Orbit just barged their way without caring the world in. Now Lau starting to heat up as well. Power line down or not, he is good to go at 18 and 18. Doing a good job at the moment of just trying to keep these guys away from this hill. 25 seconds worth fighting for here for Wee. Promar gonna give this one look just from the back line as well. Should be enough to envelop Orbit, but it just isn't. Gravity and Geo each find themselves at a 6 spree there. And off the back of that, again, unless they run score streaks, that is 2 cruise missiles.
This game is just at about a dead even, but those 2 resources, like you were talking about, could just be the one benefactor. Rotation over towards 5. Get your subs out. Get inside a kitchen, but the setup isn't exactly here from Orbit, just a little bit too late, if you will. They're mostly focused around Xbox and around Laundry, and well, slap my face and call me silly because it works out wonderfully for Orbit. They win the initial gunfights. We were spawning out.
I'm glad I got permission to do that next time I see you, bud. Orbit. Now looking to not just level up this game. I absolutely would. Not just looking to level up this game, but now looking to take the lead away from WeWoo. Have something to say about it, though. A couple of kills now in the kill feed. Will isolate Wiz and Geo in towards this hard point, and, well, Geo is overwhelmed. Now just left up to Wiz, who actually picks up 2. Promar does deny a 3rd, but that 2 piece is enough, again, to keep Orbit with those close spawns back in towards this hard point. And my, oh my, what a flip of the script this has been. It wasn't that long ago that we were leading 70 to 80 points.
It was a 70-point lead going in towards P3, Brody. Orbit got a full 60 there. They have not slowed up the pace at all. 27 and 21 now for Geo is matching that presence of an AR on the map of Glowfrosty, who's still at 26 and 16. But it's the SMGs that are coming through in a massive way, and his name is Lau. 24 and 22. Dead silence pop. Going towards a 3rd set, and Orbit just need 20 points to take map 1.
Wow. Wow. It's laughable. What is that? A 2-piece that effectively clears the entirety, and Lau's still going as well. Lau is still going. Finally, he gets shut down. But that 5-6 spree ensures so much map control for Orbit here. They're just 17 points shy of victory. And I still think they've got both cruise missiles. Do they even need them, is the question.
Not when you're shooting nukes. Not when you're throwing Semtex like Geo, who finds kill number 30 on the map. Glowfrosty will cut him down. And you got to contest this if you're WeWoo. You got the rotation over towards P2, that's great. But if you don't get past Tom Gravity on the head glitch bin map, then this map is over. What an impressive second set coming through for Orbit to flip the script. They'll win by 50.
What just happened? Like, huh? They were down by, like, God, I think it was like 170 to 100 was the scoreline at the end of P2 on the second set. So WeWoo got 30 points compared to the 150 of Orbit in those last, what, 4 kills?
Yep.
Huh?
Nope, you're understanding that very correctly, my friend. Exactly what happened. It's like I said, I mean, they got that rotation inside of P2, ever since we went into P3, it was that 70-point lead. They got a full 60 there. They break P4 within the first 10 seconds. They hold on to it. And again, the setup for P5 at the end of the second set it wasn't exactly a good one. I mean, everybody from WeWoo had them pinched on all different sides, but it's the 2 players inside of Laundry that show up in such a massive way. They deal with the 2 flanking players, and then they focus inside the hardpoint itself. It's the ARs that show up in a massive way in that second set. Gravity and Geo, who finishes 30 and 24 with 3,200 damage, was just enabling Lau throughout the entirety of the map. Same with Wiz, who completely goes unnoticed. I would say 39 seconds of hill time. You wonder where Wiz was the majority of the time. He was playing routes continuously. 24 and 19, 20 of those kills not traded, keep in mind you. But, I mean, there was a flip of the switch going in towards P3 in the second set that we just simply had no answer for.
I'm speechless, mate. I mean, like, that
doesn't happen often.
Incredible. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Normally I'm a word salad, but Yeah. I just lost for words. I mean, that was incredible because the start of the comeback as well. I mean, it kind of harkens back to me, at least to like the early days of Embassy Hardpoint when it felt like pretty clear cut that like the money rotation, as it were, was P3 to P4, right? And that was consistent. If you were a team that got P3, very likely you were able to get P4. That doesn't happen that often anymore. It just happened there. So perfect from Orbit, and I think we will absolutely be kicking themselves that they allowed that to happen. But over towards one of our very important matchups as well, Decimate taking on Hive, Street Mob Gaming, and well, it's 1-1 at the moment in a Search and Destroy, but Decimate able to take away map number 1.
Yeah, Decimate won that 250-235 on Hydro. Fortress Search and Destroy isn't a bad map for Hive, but they find themselves down in a bad way. Fresh 1v3. Shoot some shots, and he's going to get immediately traded out. Yeah, this is a great thing up around. They got the bomb planted, and you just have Vehicle that is just running these routes throughout the continuous of the end of that round. This is Decimate Incarnate. It's Vehicle Incarnate, along with Estriel, just playing these angles, being very, very annoying throughout the entirety of the closing of that round. Hive, by the way, on Fortress Search and Destroy, they played it twice. They lost 0-6 to Boston Academy, and they also beat WeeWoo here 6-2. The other side for Decimate, as far as Fortress is concerned, well, they played it 3 times, and they are 2-1 on this map mode combination themselves. So definitely a lot to be stowed here. I need this map win, though.
Yeah, worth noting, by the way, I think we can talk about this right now. Vehicle has been pulled up back towards the mainline Florida Mutineers roster. That's just come in. Place of
really?
Havoc. Yeah, we've got to give Havoc a shout because I believe he's moving away for personal reasons. So we wish the best to him. Everything's all right in his camp. But this is a good look for anybody who wants to look back towards Vehicle, of course, after his short period of time away from the CDL. Currently 4-2 here in this Search and Destroy. 3v2 now here in this round. Make that a 3 versus 1 as Vehicle now just tips the odds well in favor of Decimate.
Ripper did some pretty impressive things at the end of last week, if you remember, Brody, but 1v3. Bomb in hand. No dead silence yet. The way the Decimator playing, they're just giving him absolutely nothing. Good damage. Rupert's going to hit this. The slide tell of all things. What? Finds the kill. He's rushing to B.
I mean, like, if there's any way you want to kind of tip the scales in your favor, this is probably it, to be fair. 1 versus 3, more than possible, given the kind of plethora of angles that Diamondcon and Vehicle will have to check here. Rupert going to activate that dead silence, might want to activate Fank, and this might well just happen. Do they read it? That's the question. Rupert made himself Scarpa in from behind. It's not the best angle to try and keep an eye on the bomb from, but gets Vehicle. The shot's not there enough for the frag just yet. And with 22 seconds left here, it's going to be tough for Rupert to pull this one off, and gets stuck right on the incline of that wall. That 1 versus 3, that, I mean, he played that as well as he could.
He gave himself such a good shake on it. I mean, the way that the bomb was planted, he kind of had to swing that big gate a little bit wider than I'm sure he wanted to. And, I mean, DC just doing DC things, man. Just playing up top circle the best way he possibly can is with an AR in hand. Finds the damage, drops down, and, yeah, hey, you can even see it from DC's perspective. For having himself a little bit of a chuckle, just caught on a wall. We've all been there. Rupert gave himself a real good shake at it, though. That Solon's play just did not pay dividends with how wide he had to swing, of course. And will take themselves a 2-round lead. Equal, by the way, up to 5-3. Gotta be annoying to play against this guy on this map. This guy lives inside art. Wait, he's already in there.
Yep. Snoopy, he's going to try and get himself in towards Arc. Might actually be able to catch players off guard here. I don't think... Yeah, it's just going to be Restored up top. He's keeping an eye on it. It's a bit of an odd positioning, considering sometimes you have players watching it from a different angle. As soon as Snoopy enters here, what I'm trying to say, Vehicle should have him.
Just laser focus on it. Timing? Snoopy? He's still just holding it. And Vehicle concedes the space while Estriel plants the bomb. And now you have to retake mostly from the front. This is very difficult to do if you're Hive.
And Vehicle gets taken down as well. That 1v1 finally, after the longest amount of time, does go down, and it's in favor of Snoopy. Estimate they've got the bomb advantage at the very least. Time dwindling down here in this round, but every single gunfight, every single engagement is going Hive's way. Now a 3v1. Diamondcon, he's not on his famous logs anymore, but he will survive momentarily here. Fire on the defuse, might catch Snoopy off guard, but no, he's weak. No way is that happening, and that is a retake and a half. And all of that kind of boils down to the early reposition coming out from Decimate to even get the bomb down. and Snoopy just kind of opening up proceedings with that first blood. It creates so much space for Hive to work with that retake.
It really does. And again, if this is your first time seeing this HiveX Street Mob Gaming roster, this Snoopy guy is just insane. One of the most twisted players I've seen on the sticks in quite some time. He just makes the right play happen right there in Search and Destroy. He clears away some space. He doesn't get the immediate challenge, pops Dead Silence, repositions. And the moment Dead Silence runs out top single, he's waiting for the challenge, if not the late stun to come through to confirm the information. Because nobody hard checked it, he was just able to clear all of red. Forced Decimate to play on the back of the stairs.
This is a lot of space given up by Decimate here in this round. Hive to get this bomb down, or will they? Ezreal not going to be checked there. Fortunately enough, the trades are more than good as Snoopy not just gets one, but gets the double as well. Now the bomb will go down.
Ult is mostly inside of the site. You do have some art control. Eagle doesn't have that silence, and he already throws some shots through the double stairs. Him and DC are going to try to retake this from the back.
About to see my favorite jump up, mate.
You just learned about this last week, man.
I did. Very happy about it. Beagle checks the wrong corner, though. That's unfortunate. Rupa, though, has been found out at the very least. It's Diamond Con left up once again in the 1 versus X situation. This time it's a little bit more manageable in terms of numbers, in terms of time to actually do this. Not so much. There just is not enough time to grab this defuse. And now these players, I mean, they're just toying with them, just jumping up and down like a Mario game.
Randomly heard the going down the pipe sound for some reason.
I knew that would do that to you.
Snoopy, by the way, as far as Search and Destroy is concerned, has been uncharacteristically not doing well. 0.85 Search and Destroy KD. Opening duel win percentage is at a 33%, 5 and 10. That's tough. That's not what you typically see out of this guy. He's delivering here. 7 and 4. Finds those first 2 kills. Continues to push it all the way through. Hive string together 2 rounds. Evened up going into round number 7.
Well, this early attempt towards A. Red found some fruit for Flames at least. He saw that information as Fresh jumped straight towards the middle of the map. They have to be cautious here because feels at least like Hive trying to garner some of the middle map control. That hasn't worked out so far as Beagle's already drawn first blood. Snoopy about to get caught out, turns to try and get the turn on towards DC. That's not going to happen. And with Reaper and Thresh now, it's just time to kind of send everything you've got here at this round. Reaper, I think we can see that kind of desperation out in that plate.
Not a whole lot you can do there if you're Thresh. Just throw your life at it. Maybe you can walk away with a couple kills. But still, Decimate. They finally stopped the bleeding. That was this few rounds in a row coming through from this HiveX Street Mob roster. And it's the quick A hit again that works out for Decimate. Getting that bomb planted, just covering all of the A bombs. You got art control. So long as you don't have Snoopy making that egregious jump up and getting away with highway robbery, has worked every single time. Decimate will take that 1 round lead again. 7 and 5 now for both Ezreal and Beagle.
Really valuable players here for this Decimate roster. Was formed basically brand new this season. So far, so good in terms of being a threat to the top level of North American challengers. So far, so good in this series as well. And I mean, in this particular round, things very heavily looking over towards A on the defensive side. But Hive Street Mob, they're getting some pawns over towards B.
Oh, DC made the rewrap, though. He's all the way top ring again. He's just trying to find a pick. And if you're player number 4, if you're Beagle, you are clinched in that position. Your only real help is Flames.
Yeah, they're not going to know about it, though. You have to imagine. Yeah, there you go. Finally, Beagle goes off for 1. Even if he doesn't get a second here, it's just so damaging. Looking to get the trades off. Yep. Trades are good. Rupa really the only player that can do something about this, and DC's about to take him down. Yeah, Rupa just didn't know about DC's positioning, and why would you, given the circumstances? Now Thresh in the 1 versus 3. Can he get 1? Yes, he can. There will not be an immediate trade, and he's probably going to get back up towards 100 HP as well. So this is possible. The problem is, as soon as he goes for this bomb, they're going to see it, and they're going to react.
Ezreal's already throwing some shots at Thresh. Thresh needs to find that pick. Flames isn't challenging it. Thresh is expecting it. Time of the utmost essence. And you've allowed Flames to be able to get this timing. I'm sure that he might swing through open just to check here. Yeah, he's going to see the ankles there of Thresh and take him down. And if you're Decimate there, again, you are just making the correct reads on the map. You're not seeing a full-on push over by the A bomb site. You know that because Beagle was in that 1-for-1 corner the entire time. Flames inside an open archway. So DC, who was top maps, gives up that space. It goes all the way back to defend the B bomb site because there was that small timing that you could have had a couple players go for that dive. It was just Rupert that hopped on top of the truck. Got shut down immediately by DC, who made the right wrap happen. From there on out, it's just the trade game for Decimate to put themselves up on that point.
Yeah, I love the dynamic of this Decimate Gaming roster, especially in that search and destroy round, just relying on one another. Good, healthy relationship being shown here. Beagle gonna sever the relationship between himself and Infinite here. Laying down low inside. Now Beagle doesn't have dead silence, so he's just currently just crawling about the place and now moving forward. Infinite, Beagle gets those shots off. It's not enough for the frag. Infinite now wants to keep this pace up here. Diamondcon goes to check things out in and around that munitions building. We'll trade it.
It forces all of Hive to actually play straight up. I mean, they are just isolated themselves across the map. It works out for Rupert. He finds a pick. No, Estriel is trying to still push this A bomb. Hive have the numbers.
That timing though for Estriel. Just as soon as Thresh crosses, Estriel thinks that's the time that he'll go to check open. The longest duel at the moment. Thresh gonna look over. Again, what is going on with the timing for Estriel to move away? Fortunately enough, as Estriel gets challenged by Snoopy, Diamondcon comes and helps him out. The buddy system working in effect at this point in time. And DC might be able to take out Thresh as well. If not, Estriel will get it done. And now this is full mid-map control for Decimate. They're going to fly to B.
They're going to absolutely fly to B. What's the timing look like for Rupert? His dead silence has run out. He might be able to find himself a little bit of an angle on this bomb site. And yeah, that is paper mache. The top of the bomb is not going to be good. Time running out. DC is expecting the reach out. Does not have time to plant the bomb. And Rupert gave himself the gunfight. He was red screened. He was a measly bullet from going down, but makes the play happen. Keeps Hive in the search and destroy.
Use the force, Rupert. He does. That 1v2. Beautifully done. And that's rough, isn't it? You think you're safe behind that bomb site? Rupert's like, no. Wagging the finger and all. Not safe at all. Beautiful 1v2 there from Rupert, a player that so many underestimate. I tell you, one of the better players here, not just on this Hive roster, but also in North American Challengers, has consistently been challenging teams around top 8 area of Elite this season thus far. Now keeps the minute. 5-4 here are decimating this one, and they're looking to get control of A. Early utility going out. Vickles' nade will land. DC is also starting to be thrown towards A.
This Hive squad is more or less trapped inside of A. Decimator are aware of it. Decimator are more than aware. They have numbers as well. This standardized setup is going to keep Hive trapped. And even if they do get this bomb planted, even if they do, that post plant isn't going to be as strong as if they had 4.
Yeah, I think that's what they're aware of as well. They're trying to find some way to trade this out. Everything that is going on from Decimate's side. I mean, even Estriel just put no shots in. It's threatening enough to stop them getting the bomb down. As soon as they do. Top through the stage. Oh, nice. Thresh will actually take down Estriel. Now for Decimate, that might actually be enough here to force them forward.
Beagle's going to make the play, though. Dead silence has been earned. Thresh has to commit towards the plant over at A, and Beagle's making little to no noise. He finds Rupert in towards the back. The post plant's broken up. Beagle finds 2, gets traded out. Thresh for the 1v2.
Yeah, and he's in such an open post plant position as well. Surely going to have to move, and he's not a dead silence player in this situation, so this is going to have to be the slowest move around the map you will have ever seen, and he might have just got the timing, to be fair. Just going to sit in a corner and periodically check the bomb. That is the play for Thresh here in this situation. Flames, though, he's like, you know, I'm just going to close those doors. The good news for Thresh is those doors are very small. I probably wouldn't have even opened it, to be honest, but he does do so. Now for Thresh here, the play is just to try and swing out and get the kill. Does he? Yes, he does. Through the door. It is good.
That was the most sliver of wallbang shots. Because there's also an angle through that door that not only are you wallbanging the door, you're also wallbanging like that side post on the stage, and maybe even the stage itself. And so many gunfights not go the way of this wallbang, but Thresh, fly chow now. DC almost got him. He was 1 HP. He goes down in the end, but the last bullet wallbang gets the laugh. Yeah, I was nervous the moment that door opened. I thought DC was just going to fly at him, but probably the safer the strategy just to have these Flames hop on the bomb. DC for the coverage. Doesn't work out in the end. Hive win 2 rounds in a row again. forcing out around 11.
And this would be huge for Hive, wouldn't it? You just see Flame's little fingertips on that window. Even if he didn't, he's got control for the moment. Decimate. Very heavy over towards stables for Hive. This is very heavy inside munitions.
Decimator just going to look to keep Hive trapped inside of Art. Because you can always guarantee that Flames and Ezreal, the angles that they're playing, they got that A-bomb covered. If it might be close to the site, but Flames is looking to press the issue. Snoopy was waiting for it.
Yeah, that was bold. Decision they will regret. And now I think that Decimate, I mean, they put so many chips into a pretty passive play towards the middle of the map.
What?
That's also a regrettable decision. Snoopy just gets a disgusting kill off screen versus Beagle. I mean, we don't need to see it. We saw it on the minimap. Now for Ezreal, a 1v3 to save this Search and Destroy. A Search and Destroy where they were 5-3 up and he's stunned up. Should be dead as well. Golly gosh. Hive Street Mob have just clutched up 3 rounds in a row to tie this series up, and it's individual clutches in the penultimate rounds too.
Yeah, it was. I mean, Rupert gave himself a real good look at clutching up a handful of rounds. But yeah, I mean, the AR is absolutely delivering right there. Thresh, especially for round number 10, that 1v2 clutch, playing with the clock, playing with the wall bangs itself, puts Decimate to rest in this map number 2, and we'll tie up the series. Yeah, I have no idea how Snoopy found that kill on a Beagle, by the way. Beagle was like chasing him. Snoopy was weak from a wall bang, and Beagle still gets gunned. WeWhoop find themselves 5-4 up here in the Search and Destroy.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
We have just got told the curveball of stats. Orbit was up 4-0 here in this Search and Destroy. We will have stitched together 5 rounds on the bounce to bring us to this scoreline. That is a comeback and a half. Now for Orbit, looking to get control over this B site. Just a couple of players over here.
This audio is bugging me out right now. Gio's going to be able to find First Blood. Ramar is so close to Lao. And there's coverage on both sides. Gio's going to be top AC, and you still have top admin control, Ramar. Slithery. Slithery snake.
Look how slow he is. Look how slow he is, man. Finally! Oh, just like that, the Cobra does strike. And now we 2 versus 3 here. Ramar again, he's not a dead silence player, so he's trying to be slow and steady and cautious with it, but caution needs to be thrown to the wind here. Finally, Orbit, they put a stop to the bleeding to force us into a round 11. I'm not going to lie, I don't know if you, I know America, it's not that big, but like, this audio just sounds like the TARDIS materializing in Doctor Who, and I feel like I'm about to see David Tennant around the corner.
We have Doctor Who in America, Brody, thank you.
Well, I don't know, dude. You guys don't have kettles, so
I'm not even going to entertain this because I'm pretty sure that our tech director of Seymour will more than happy to go to town.
He's not
Finally,
American.
Orbit are going to be able... What?
Seymour's not American. He's Canadian.
Yeah, whatever. Orbit are finally going to be able to break that mold of the 5 rounds in a row for WeWoo. Wiz 11-7. It's an offense for Orbit, and they're trying to storm B site once again.
Initial trade's going down now. Wiz just sat in this corner. Probably the best weapon that Orbit have here in this scenario, unless they saw him cross. I'll be able to catch Glowfrosty off guard up top. Those shots not going to materialize into anything here for Glowfrosty, so the bomb should now go down. What does the retreat look like here for Orbit? They're looking to get control of Orange. Glowfrosty's just heard one of it.
He's got 3 different things he has to watch. Top window. Here's Wiz jumping around. The stun won't connect on the Glowfrosty, but that bomb is ticking all the way down.
Gus is going to enter in and actually picks up the first blood. Time dwindling down here in this round, though. 20 seconds. Now Gus is just going to make the decision to jump on it. And oh my god, it's going to be Gus, 1 player more going down. So Wiz now the last one left alive. 1v3 can only pick up 1. The coverage is good. And just like that, WeWoo turn an unfavorable situation into a favorable one as the defuse will come through.
It was close there at the final few moments. I mean, you're almost just hoping if you're Wiz, maybe you can stay up top. I think that jump was just trying to get him on top of the railing, but probably would have been traded regardless with that immaculate coverage. Just a very slow roll retake if you are WeWoo off of what was an aggressive hit once again, back-to-back aggressive B bomb site hits for Orbit there to close things out. But I mean, we hopped in. And apparently we would just win on a 5-round win streak. We didn't get to see it, unfortunately, but I mean, that is just tippable beyond belief as WeWoo again. They probably should have won that map number 1, but it's going to be a tight affair there as far as our main focus is concerned, 1-1.
And worth noting, again, we've got to bring it back to kind of the overall context here. Both of these matches important. You win and you qualify for playoffs, you lose and you are out. That is it. That's kind of the overall story there. And both of these matches now 1-1 between the teams. So things looking pretty interesting as those matches do continue on. It's worth noting, though, we've also got another match that's going on concurrently with those ones, and that is, of course, Millennium 7 taking on Boston Academy. I think it's probably time, while we wait for the rest of the maps to get set up, that we kind of do talk about this big change that has just happened. So first and foremost, I want to start this conversation by giving a shout out to Kremp. You absolutely bloody deserve it, mate. It's nice to see you getting the credit that you deserve. Kremp is now going to get a shot at the CDL, the mainline Boston Academy. So shout out to you, Kremp. We love you, Kremp, Kywin, Volance, whatever you want to call yourself by. We love you, buddy. And you know, speaking about Boston, here is that team. Johnny's now joining the ensemble. As I said it, mate, it's the perfect love story.
Top 12 at Texas would decimate after winning Elite Stage 2 with Dooley, Dave Patty, and Prolute. Didn't qualify for Stage 3 alongside Major Maniacs, Dandy, and Wardy, but Johnny finds himself in the Elite regardless. They lost that Search and Destroy on Embassy 6-3. M7 were able to take it. This team slaying Prower do not sleep on Johnny. Finds one over by Chandelier. That A-zone is going to be chalked if you are Boston Academy, but as long as Johnny continues to find some exits, Boston should be in a pretty good spot to set themselves up for this B defense.
Yeah, you got to be careful you don't lose bedroom control, though, and that, I think, is the idea here for Millennium 7, at least, just trying to get yourself in and around this bedroom side. Prolute has cleared out that top, or as far as he is aware, he has cleared out that top, and sometimes these nades can be really janky, because it throws it just a little bit later than you might expect in other titles, and that will cause some problems for Prolute there momentarily. But as the players for Boston Academy around that back bedroom side do fall down, a lot of this is now on Shawnee to maintain this bedroom control. He is looking at a variety of different players, facing them all down, but can't do anything.
Minute 25 left on the clock, 2 life lead for M7. Got themselves that bedroom control like you were talking about, taking down Shawnee and even shutting down Pentagram over by the step. So they know this side of the map is theirs. Not a whole lot of mid-map coverage, keep in mind you. It's a big 1v1 that happens off screen. Shawnee finds 2 in the middle of the map with an SMG, keep in mind you, going to town over here. But those wave of gunfights are going to be good for Boston Academy to stabilize the push.
Boston Academy still holding on here for the moment. Pentagram trying to keep the players at bay over by A. It's a good idea, to be fair, to try and get them before they can get anywhere close towards the point. But Pentagram now dying will weaken the line of defense actually on the point. Johnny gets caught off by the smallest of margins there. Spark takes him down. Now the vast majority of kills coming through here from Millennium 7, and you get the feeling with players like Mohawk in from behind, this one might well be done. Sensor actually gets the read, though, and picks up the double towards the help desk as Spark falls down from the middle of the map as well. Somehow, Boston stabilize.
Still trying to force out bedroom control. Johnny's going to get cut down along the way, but Pentagram hits the long route. Is able to cut down Prolute top lights. And now can play inside this top bedroom position. 10 plays up against 9. Pentagram just needs to stay alive. He's going to be cut down by the Semtex. But straight trades across the board leave Millennium 7 with 24 seconds left.
Yeah, for Boston to do this, it would be huge. That Sensor 2-piece, phenomenal. But Mohawk to take down Sensor now. Boston, a lot of this on what Shawnee can achieve. Pentagram also picking up the second. Now players on the point. Neptune goes down. All of this now fully reliant on Prolute. He is just being advanced on by all sides. And Shawnee for 3 towards the end of that round. Boston, they survived the onslaught, heading in their direction. And again, I got to bring it back. I mean, like, it was all over. But somehow, Sensor comes out with the double, and they get the kills required.
Yeah, Sensor finding that double, and then Pentagram able to hit a route all the way through Rugs. Top cat, all the way to top bedroom, just cemented it truly to maintain at least that presence on the map. And albeit Boston were trying to flood in at very unique timings to get bottom bedroom, top bedroom control through luggage, whatever may have you. It was the trade game that was coming through continuously. Needs to be talked about, by the way. Johnny, throughout the entirety of the year, has majorly moved over towards more of an AR. Remember, even back when he was playing with Legion, a lot of submachine gun play. Seems that Shawnee is actually going to be picking up the mantle that Kremp left behind with the SMG in hand. Guys, looking to fly.
This has to be one of the most shocking things I think I've seen. But to be
I'm here for it.
Yeah, I'm absolutely here for it. But still, it's just the amount of roster changes that this team has been forced into, trying to put away, what was the phrase, a square peg for a round hole or something? It's been wild to see. And if it works out again, I'd be shocked. Boston, though, his attack towards B has fallen apart for the most part. Spark going to pick up the double, and that will close things out. Boston, though, they're more than happy to try and re-aggress back towards A. Those close spawns towards Kitchen were not blocked, and now A, it feels like it's a realistic goal.
Yeah, I mean, lives are even. Get a couple exits. You can see Neptune even off screen, shutting down Sensor from getting inside of Jules. That's just basically what you're going to have to do. Just let that slow tick progression happen over at A. Try to get yourself in a position to maybe try to find a couple of exits. But, I mean, Millennium 7, they've actually found themselves a certain entry point back in towards his A zone. It's just Shawnee that's inside of Wine. And again, it's only Neptune and at least Mohawk you got to deal with. Those players will fall. That should be the A zone. Mohawk gets the turn, but the more players to deal with.
I mean, they still burn a few more lives, right? I mean, the life disparity now becomes a 24 versus 20. Prelude Neptune actually stopped that point from being ticked over. I thought that was a foregone conclusion. Apparently, you need to learn some lessons here. Boston Academy, once again, sent reeling. Spark, the only trade, and it's a trophy system that does it. Now that A point should be solidified here by Boston Academy. Nobody from Millennium 7 will have anything to say about that. So, 21 versus 18. 1 minute 40 now on the clock here for Millennium 7. To hold. Boston Academy to find their way in from behind. Shawnee and Sensor now the long-distance, long-lost cousins around through Jewelry. Trying to get some favorable trade. And Sensor actually does have the final say there against Mohawk. Pentagram around the front now starting to re-aggress. And hold on for a second as Sensor picks up another. Now looking around the back line. Last two line up inside Spa. And well, that's not a relaxing day.
Nope, it's not. It becomes even more devastating when Shawnee takes down a teammate of Pentagram. Trophy Systems on the point. Never heard of it. Kills need to come through, and well, Johnny's top bedroom can't even find the player on the Godhead. He just overwhelmed with numbers. Eagle segment comes through, but Millennium 7, they barely hold on. They'll be able to stabilize the map as it so happens. 28 engagements, by the way, from Neptune through these rounds of play so far. This guy is everywhere, and Boston Academy need to deal with him.
Feels like, to be fair, that is probably the key to victory here for Boston Academy, to take down Neptune, because the rest of the roster feels like it's struggling to spin the wheels a little bit here. Still, Boston Academy, they've done enough to garner some map control. Look at the 3 arrows on the mini-map trying to make their way around the backline. The trades are good enough here to gain control of that. And now Mohawk, really the only threat to deal with in and around this point. Pentagram does exactly that, but here Neptune, we talked about him, in from behind to, again, let Boston Academy know that they're never as safe. This bedroom control is still going to be a problem, even with a player like Sensor on the other side.
Line plays up against A. Prelude finds a two-piece on the opposite side. Sensor still alive back parking lot, by the way, is getting these isolated 1v1s. Very much so might keep Boston Academy in this, but the rest of the team needs to cut through the middle of the map and touch this zone.
Yeah, Sensor just drawing the attention of Millennium 7, while the rest of the team do the damage on the other side. Again, there are still two players, Neptune and Mohawk, in and around this bedroom side. Johnny's going to slap that trophy system on the hill. Now just rely on the rest of the teammate coverage to try and get control. And they just get pinched. Stuck in a vice there. Boston Academy unable to get control of B, and this will be around here to Millennium 7. So far, through the first 2 rounds, it feels like A has been much easier to take for these two teams. B feels like they're hitting a stone wall.
Yeah, it's just the continuous player, or like 2 different times, 2 different offenses. We've had players try to get behind enemy lines through parking lot, and the rest of the team just not really finding much value on trying to break back through the front. Millennium 7 on the other side just trying to brute force their way all the way through the front continuously. Boston Academy just playing with their angles. This is what you're going to get with Johnny on the AR. Is just very aloof through the entirety of the map. Just really got to be looking at these longer lines of sight if you are both Spart and Mohawk to deal with Johnny in these very annoying positions. But Neptune's having a good time, 17 and 13. The thing is that Boston Academy, I mean, it's still a job well done. They have tied up the segments 4 apiece.
Right off the start of this defense, Boston Academy. They wanted to get control of bedroom, and I think now as Mohawk actually picks up not just one, but a second, this entire control around B might well have just fizzled right in front of their very eyes. They're going to give it one last go. Pentagram, though, initially stunned up in the middle of the map, will not be able to get any further. And as such, that mid-map control continues to prove indomitable here for Boston, for Millennium 7, and that's not good. 3 players go down. That will effectively fully solidify this B-zone capture. Boston Academy sent back towards A. I was initially concerned, actually, as that 3 kills come through, that they might have just lost full map control, but they haven't just yet.
Yeah, Boston Academy do have players in a forward positioning, mostly Johnny outside of Pantry. Just looking at the secret entrance, Neptune's going to jump back and forward across. Stun will connect. Semtex should as well. Can't find the kill, though, but kitchen control is here. Johnny is inside a kitchen. Johnny's around this cat room. Millennium 7 are trying to hit this from the Jewel side and try to flip the map.
Sentinel's got a lot to do on that side as well. He's currently baiting out 2 players. Oh my god, how has Sentinel got that kill off screen with a knife, by the way? Prelude does never see that coming. Pentagram now looking for a double of his own, and he does find it. Boston Academy, goodness gracious. From nowhere, they seem to pull these kills out. A magic trick. Now Shawnee trying to pull off some magic of his own inside kitchen. Fortunately, didn't let him cook. And his 7 take him down, and now well on their way through connector here. This is a good shot from Millennium 7. As long as they start to chain together these kills, it's going to isolate Shawnee and Pentagram around this point now. Just the latter of those 2 players, and Pentagram gets hunted down by Neptune. Millennium 7, the stack is here.
Stack is in, and you got to try to brute force your way through this narrow choke point. I don't even know if you're going to get here in time. You're walking into a certain line of fire that you just are not ready for. Millennium 7. How many times are we going to say it, Brody? It takes 1 good hit, isolating all these players. The submachine guns were everywhere. Prelude, Neptune just finding the entry damage, putting Spart and Mohawk in the best positions possible to watch these points of ingress. Just wait for Boston Academy to slowly chow it out, just understanding when it was the time to stack. And Boston really had no entry point whatsoever. The stuns, the nades, everything else in between, just so good for M7 to close out an offensive round.
Indeed. Huge round from M7. For Boston Academy now. You need to actually win your offense this time around. It got pretty close earlier on. Just could not get past the wall that was B. This time they want control of B early on, and it just hasn't happened. A 3-for-1 trade is not favorable whatsoever. Johnny, the new addition to the lineup, not going to be able to survive. And for Boston Academy, a peculiar choice from Pentagram of Spawn. Wants to continue to hit B. Not going to be allowed such a choice.
Surely it has to be some form of miscommunication.
Yeah.
I mean, Boston are just scrapping. They're reeling right now. And especially with Mohawk playing here over by Restaurant, you're still going to have players that are spawning more towards Jacuzzi and more towards Valet than anything until you deal with Mohawk in this position. And even if you try to get past Jacuzzi, well, Neptune's on an 8 spree, by the way, has a cruise missile, and is locking down that lane of the map. Spart's up top on the staircase as well. 30 seconds remaining. 10 life lead for M7.
I mean, what is this life differential, man? This is disgusting. Neptune's on 10 in a row. I say it so casually. I mean, he's been just beaten all game long. 11 in a row. 12
Trade
in a row!
this man!
What is that? Neptune, the king of the seas, is here to play. And Boston Academy, they are being drowned. What on earth is happening? 12 seconds on the clock. Boston Academy. One last hurrah, straight through towards B. Sensor can't do anything. You're hitting a wall over and over again. Millennium 7 just stomped Boston. I mean, it's 0.4 seconds. It's not over, but an 8 versus 23. Yeah, now
it's over. Yeah, it's over. Oh my great heavens. We always end up talking about how emphatic opening rips can really tell a massive story as far as the round is concerned. That's a 12 spree novel that just got written by Neptune. I mean, it took so long for Boston Academy to even get Millennium 7 in that final round, past 27 lives remaining. Just because Neptune was locking down the middle of the map. Mohawk never had to leave the restaurant. Bart was top, Valet having a chuckle. Wonderful control there for M7.
Incredible. Well, here's a look over towards the new map mode combo. Not really new anymore, I suppose. It's been in the rotation now for a week or so, 2 weeks or so. I don't know. Time is a construct. Either way, Weewoo, they seem to be pretty proficient at it. 2-0 now up here in this one. 11 versus 11 as Weewoo looking to try and win their defense. So far, so good in terms of controlling this A zone. Wiz looked like he might be able to aggress forward out that corridor, but tagged up, going to have to reposition.
Way that this defense is mostly playing just around the restaurant side, just expecting for the push to come around towards the back, and it's not working out quite wonderfully for Weewoo. Pro Omar is going to invest the cruise missile. He's also the only player that's pushed furthest up. The A zone is being tacked over. It's covered by Trophy System. First segment already on the way.
Yeah, it's a gamble. You've got to really gamble the fact that there's no Trophy Systems on the point. There's no stopping this now. Not having such a good time. Not having a ball. Lau, Wiz going to close things out surely. An 8 versus 3. They are going to see the light of day here in a potential round number 4.
At least keeping themselves in the control R orbit. Mind you, this is the second time that Weewoo have actually played a Expo control. The first time was in day 1 of competition. Caught us by surprise, I'll tell you that much. That they ended up facing Decimate on this memo combination and decimated them on it, 3-0. Third play. He's going to at least a round 4 here if you are Orbit. Came through with a very, very put-back defense for that A zone. Not a whole lot of space being taken away after Orbit were flooding all the way through the backstage. Let's see how Weeboo get on with their opening rip here.
Weewoo. Towards 8 seems likely. Promar has his way anyway, but he would have been better off, I think, if Glowfrosty was still alive. And that initial push over towards A. So a lot of it now is going to be down to a 1 versus 1 over on that point. Meanwhile, a lot of aggression now being made by Weewoo over towards B. And 1 versus 1 off screen, by the way, was won by Promar. So Weewoo, they've got options here, but a lot of those options aren't actually backed up by a solid foundation, and you're seeing it right there and then, right, because Glowfrosty goes down to B.
Yep. Great pickup there by Geo. That top glass positioning is a big one, and now he's looking to push it over by that bar area. Keep in mind, Gus is still over here by the A zone. You can contest this from the outside, and he's aware of it. Gravity will get that kill. They're just dropping like dominoes. We have no answer. It did spawn parallel over towards B. Promar looking to stop the clock.
Certainly going to be able to. And the opponent here, him, this situation is Geo on the other side of the door, so Promar has eyes on. In from behind. Comes Lau from the top ropes. Promar gets the read off. Here's him coming. And in the giving up of that corridor, Geo is able to double up. Now Promar has so much more to do. Geo has been dealt with. Now Gravity, of course, he knows where he is. He's already activated once. It's the player to deal with for Promar. The problem here is Promar is so isolated here in this situation. He has to pull off some insane heroics. His teammates are being cut off the spawn. Somehow, Promar has managed to get the second tick through. He might well do it all on his own. So finally, he goes down. Has he earned enough space here for Gus? Yes, he has. He picks up the double.
Gus timing around the back, over on stage, right, and snaps onto Geo. That's the B zone tacked over. I thought Lau made the play off screen while the rest of Weewoo were trying to get out from the spawn. Lau hit a massive flank through the spa area and was just able to clean up so many different players, but 60 seconds added on towards the board. Weeboo still trailing by 4 lives, though.
Yeah, it's very fragile, though, this A point. I think especially with the positioning that we were trying to put together here with Velux and Promar enacting an attempted flank. But, well, Orbit, they've got their numbers. Wow, just chilling up top around that bar area, making sure that nobody makes their way there. This has been sublime. Orbit, at least on the initial hit. 50 seconds on the clock, and Orbit continue to aggress here. Wiz looking for the second. Glowfrosty gets snapped on around the backline here. And Weewoo, again, they're thinking about just pushing around the flank.
Would be the right call. See Lau's positioning, though. Inside of this bar. Just waiting, licking his lips. First, Badminton. Gonna be Vale. So cozy anymore. Lau's gonna pop that sound. Promar's waiting on the opposite side. Had a good look at that gunfight. This is taking so much time for Weewoo to try to surround this A zone. 20 seconds remain.
It's enough time. We will say that much, especially as Glowfrosty and Gus now pick up their individual ones. Players still be dealt with around the ski huts, and now no longer the case. It's going to enable here Glowfrosty and Gus to double up on the point. Lau has been dealt with as he tries to make the push through. 2 stack. Not fast enough here to stop Orbit from coming off their spawn. Now, surely, Velux going to go down. Promar just going to jump on to replace Gus. Contestion now from the other side. 5 versus 10. Glowfrosty will get taken down before he can earn the 6th. For now, Promar needs to go huge on this point. He's picked up the first. Waste enough time here for the rest of the team to come and help him out around the front. But still, this has to be almost perfect from Weewoo. And Gus, well, had to slip up and a half. He'll now be down for the rest of the round. Lau and Geo from the front to pick up their individual frags. Now it is just Promar on the point once again. With 14 seconds left, the depletion of the point now starting to come through. It is just they and Velux left alive.
Promar waiting to contest this. He's hit by a nade, and yeah, Geo is just waiting prone on the opposite side. Velux, I've seen some impressive things out of you, man, but I just don't think a 1v7 was on the cards there, so. Orbit. 2 rounds in a row. Gonna force out around number 5. We hopped in here late. We don't know what the ticks of progression look like, but I mean, this Orbit roster is just playing with a certain amount of fire in the past 2 rounds. Their executes, playing off of each other, pinching, coordinating, everything else in between is just so good. The only real thing that I could really harp on them is, as far as that defense is concerned, was just how they were continuously giving, what was it, Gus, just a continuous amount of isolated 1v1s over by the B zone. allowed the 60 seconds to come all the way through, but they did a good job through the opening rip and the continuation of that round to play the trade game and keep lives in their favor. As the sides will swap, Orbit will be on offense for round 5.
Coming into this 2-0 up for WeeWee. Orbit managed to bring this all the way back here for round number 5. Things going pretty well on the offense so far as well, as Wiz and Gravity open proceedings with the respective kills. Player sitting in the corner. Promar catches Lau off guard. As Velox follows up with another one as well, there's resistance to be found from the WeeWee roster. Back and forth we go. 2-piece after 2-piece to be found by these players, and I think finally we see a player breaking serve here with Orbit getting a third in a row. But Glowfrosty just flies down from the top rope to pick up the double. Again, that 2-piece creates some space here for WeeWee to get control of A once again.
ProMR is the ring general over by that A control zone. 27-16 now for ProMR. We shift our focus over towards the B zone. Velox, I mean, he just hits the flank. He knows that there's one player around the zone. Has so many different corners to check. On the other side of the sofas, Velox gets the tracking on the Lau. There's still more players here, though.
Yeah, that's a problem. I think Velox thought he was safer than he actually was. And with that kill coming on through, that should be the point done. So now for WeeWee, they're trying to reset. Not even going to get a chance to be honest, as Orbit immediately start to aggress through. They've just abandoned the point. And that might be a decision they regret as Velox off screen picks up the triple. It leaves Gio all by his lonesome on the point. Yes, Gio stops Velox from getting any more. But that was a massive, massive risk. And that's going to waste some time off the clock now. B has not been captured.
And it allowed ProMR to be able to get in that position. And looking at him on the minimap as well, could be cutting down reinforcements off of the spawn. Might not be aware with how close he is to Wiz. Just playing in this very, very close corner. Doesn't have that silence to make a further play, but the spawn trap isn't fully on. See Lau on the minimap still trying to hit over towards the stage. Now ProMar can get activated, get smoked on the first gunfight. Presence here for Orbit today.
Yeah, now there's nobody around that restaurant area as well. Has to be all pushing through pool side now for WeeWoo. Out into the open comes Velox from the shadows. Second tick has not been confirmed just yet. Velox just going to try and contest this one from the front, but you have to be careful. Pinstripe kill feed now. 1 versus 2 on the point for Velox. Gets shut down. Now Orbit will be spawning close, and this one feels like it's done. The stack should confirm it as well. Gio all he needs to do, probably get one more frag. Doesn't even really need to do that. It's a massive risk, but A is gone. They did not confirm B earlier on, though. Just 1 tick required.
Lives is even. You just need that one segment. So this defense now for WeeWoo is mostly just going to have to be pressed around the B zone, but Wiz finds one. He's on a force spree, goes unnoticed, pops that silence. The play's still active.
Now Wiz now on 5 in a row as well, as Lau picks up another one. All of this falls on the shoulders of Velox. He got a clutch 3-piece earlier on. Now looking for a double, cannot produce. Can Lau pick up a double of his own? Yes, he can. Looking to just keep these guys away from the kill. The shots in the Promar should be enough. The zoning from Lau, so good. Promar slips by though. He's now coming into the contest. Gravity gets overwhelmed by a Promar 2-piece Gio. Now next up to try and slip this one through, and he can't get it done. WeeWoo, they refuse to die.
No respawns remaining for WeeWoo. 6 plays up against 4. If you're WeeWoo, look at how much respect they have to give towards this B zone. They are all turtled in the back.
Orbit gonna do this from the spawn of WeeWoo. How long they're taking, Spidey senses might tingle sooner rather than later for WeeWoo here in the play. I think Gus is probably the closest, the best positioned player to deal with this. The question becomes, how synchronized is this hit? Has to be perfectly timed here by Orbit. Gravity checking every single corner to make sure he doesn't get caught off guard now. Knows that nobody's around the front of this control zone. They're all just sat around the back of that stage. The contestant is through now. Try and stop this clock with 28 seconds. Gravity now looking to do it. Here we go. Has not been found just yet. There's the first now looking for more. Can just rely on his teammates as well. Unfortunately for him, will line up alongside his teammate for Velox to pick up the double. And now 2 versus 3.
Spawning parallel to the zone. You can just play the trade game if you are Gravity, Lau, Gio, but you got to be able to touch the zone. Clock is ticking down. Lau's making the dead silence play around the back. Finds the first. ProMar for the 1v3. Finds the first, but Gio's on the zone.
Yeah, you don't have many choices here for Promar in this 1 versus 2. Flies out, checks the corner. Right decision to make there to try and get that one done. Orbit, though, it's 3 rounds in a row. A reverse sweep here on Expo to take down WeeWoo on a map that they've looked really comfortable on. To be fair, in the past, I know it's early doors here on Expo, but still, like, it felt like early on WeeWoo, they looked good on it.
That's early doors at that. I mean, especially for WeeWoo, the last time that we had any sort of data on them was in the first day of play. Who honestly knows how much practice they got ahead of that matchup versus Decimate, but I mean, reverse sweep and control is no easy feat, especially on the new map that is Expo. That map will rage on, or that match, excuse me. Orbit have a 2-1 lead in that series. They'll play a Fortress Hardpoint next. Here in Boston Academy versus Millennium 7, though, very much so could be the final map here on Hydroelectric.
Yeah, worth noting as well, guys, by the way, this map is not as instrumental, excuse me, as the other two that we had today, because both of these teams have qualified regardless of what happens. So for Boston Academy, if they lose this, the worst thing that happens, I think, is they get like second seed. Not entirely sure what seed they finish with, but they're through either way. Millennium 7, though, they want to finish this series in 4. Mohawk at the moment just trying to provide some coverage on this heady. I'm going to get challenged by Johnny and Pentagram on the other side of the market. However, Johnny actually going to pick up 2 of those kills, so it makes the players of Millennium 7 feel a little bit more uncomfortable. They haven't quite accounted, though, for those spawns, unfortunately, with Johnny pushing all the way forward. And, well, now those spawns will go.
Bard always finds a way to perform on Zark while Hydroelectric has not died yet. He has been tasked just to anchor out those spawns and to ensure that the flank is secure for Millennium 7. Will finally be cut down via Johnny's AR. So now the push through P1 inside of Dome. Prolute looking for a multitude of kills. Just information right now.
Millennium 7 doing a good job at the moment. Prolute, as you say, looking to reaggress through Market Square. Shawnee's not going to expect him that far removed from the hard point again. Being much more expecting a close quarter combat towards the backline. Sparta's providing that, to be honest, but the kill feed is completely wiped at this point in time. Every single attempt that Boston Academy are going for here, they're being shut down at every avenue. Neptune is covering this middle lane. First 2 shots looking pretty good, and the second set as well. Millennium 7, they're not exactly on a 4 spree. It's a 6 spree between Prolute, Neptune, and Mohawk, but nonetheless, I mean, it is indomitable enough here. The Boston really haven't had a touch on this hill.
No, not at all. You're going to be frustrated by that if you are Boston Academy. So claw your way back from it, though. Are you going to expect that Sparta's already up top, trying to be that route man? Nades won't get through the back door. You should be more than aware that Boston Academy are still spawning in the back, though.
Boston Academy, I mean, they look terrified to touch it, to be honest. They know that as soon as they do, Millennium 7 will pounce, and Johnny, well, he'll pounce onto a player, apparently doing it all. What was that, Max Payne style around the stairwell, finally takes him down. Nice little slow-mo kill for the first, and fast and nice for the second on towards Spark. Now looking for more, as Boston Academy doing a wonderful job at the moment of covering this. But of the first 20 seconds or so, I mean, I know there's still a wealth of time still to get here on the spring that is this hard point. They don't actually get a lot there.
No, not a lot at all. And that's, again, going to be another one of those moments that might just frustrate Boston Academy. Especially with Johnny, though, trying to find an answer up top. Goes on a massive spree. Can't get the 6, at least for the cruise missile. Boston Academy have found themselves at least back in for 20 seconds. A big 20 seconds at that. But you look at the rotation from 3 to 4. Isn't exactly a skip away. You have to cross the entirety of the map. Millennium 7, I mean, they spawn in essentially over by P5. They're going to be quite okay just to concede the scrap time there at 3. Set themselves up down here at 4.
Yeah, this is fine, but we'll all say, generally speaking, here in this game, that Boston Academy have managed to close the gap between themselves and M7 off the back of that insatiable hill hold. Now for Boston Academy, traversing the middle of the map. They've got players to deal with on both sides. It's going to be Neptune on the left, Mohawk here on the right towards Dome. Question becomes, do they actually spot him? I think he's about to run his back in towards center. Not before taking out to the north. Almost gets that turn on towards center. It's okay, because Neptune will finish that off. So the first wave looking pretty good here for Millennium 7. But now, as they've been pushed back slightly, Boston Academy will get spawns towards the middle. Prolute getting aggressive out towards the middle of that and just doubles up, making it look so easy. Now wants to find the third up top, and I'm not going to lie. Oh! Prolute gets all 4. And that slow-mo was kind of cool,
that was
to be
sick.
honest.
Yeah. I felt like that was intended. A cool game mechanic. Just to slow down for a little highlight reel of 4-piece. Coming out from Prolute, finding all 4 dead. Scrap time even being soaked up from Millennium 7. 124 to 56. Pentagram is 0-9, by the way. You feel like that a lot of pressure, especially on Zark while Hydroelectric. Not the easiest map mode combination for an SMG to thrive. The ARs are absolutely delivering. Mohawk, 12-5.
Yep, Sparta around the back line as well. Trying to create the coverage to isolate players currently sitting inside Jenny's, and now it all falls on the shoulders of Pentagram, who, well, is just overwhelmed there by Prolute, Sparta, Neptune. all of the names here on Millennium 7 as they break in for the back 40 seconds or so. This would be a real dagger here in this game for Boston Academy to lose. They know it as well. Now trying to regress around the back line. Mohawk providing the coverage. Only able to pick up one before falling. Now it's Spark starting to heat up here on 4 in a row. Does get shut down there by Johnny. And Boston Academy, a real good chance here at breaking in for the back 20 seconds or so. But they're not done with the fights just yet. Shawnee, though, as he picks up the double, well, he thinks he's done.
I mean, just look at the stat lines from top to bottom across the top part of your screen. I mean, Millennium 7 are slaying out. The only one that's really giving a solid effort for it is Johnny on this 4 spree. Long-range shots versus Prelude. Can't find him inside of P3. Johnny's 14, now 15 and 11. But there's really been no answer through the first set, especially with how well Millennium 7 are manipulating this map. Just catching Boston Academy off guard. Neptune hits the flank, finds one, conveys that information to Prelude for the second.
Yeah, I mean, like, you talk about the stats, right? It's like Sensor and Pentagram at the moment are just not having a good game whatsoever. I will say it's kind of miraculous that they're keeping it this close, given that scoreline is in effect, right? So, something to be said about that for Boston Academy. They're not out of the game just yet as well, considering they are on the better side of the map for P2. And they get a couple of kills as well. Neptune is going to get aggressed by Johnny in the middle of the map. Goes down to 26 HP for more gunfights, but for Neptune, the way that he has been piecing up this game, I don't think he gives a damn. Just flying across the map on 4 in a row. Makes it number 5, now looking for number 6. Knows exactly where Shawnee is located, but Shawnee going to punish him there for his insolence as he will not get that 6th kill required. Down 80 points or so here going into the next hard point. This is a crucial money kill for Boston.
Oh man, Prelude just hits it, finds one player top dome. So there's one player on the zone itself. Pentagram, he gets inside the water. 16 and 8 for Neptune, 13 and 8 for Spart. Crying out loud. Need an answer here if you are Boston Academy. It's almost like a full 6-year bust here, buddy.
Feels like it. Sure. So far, so good for Boston. Spark flying across. Does get doubled up there by Sensor. Nicely done as he finds himself on 3-0. Make it 4. Goodness gracious me. Sensor has just basically doubled his kills off the back of this one hill. Incredibly done by Doug there. And now needs to do a little bit more. Prelude finally goes down. Shawnee going to be responsible for that one. And Boston Academy, we said they needed to do it, basically get a full 60. It feels like a Center finds his 5th in a row now. Might well be looking for the 6th and the spree, and the streak, I should say. They did it. They get all the time basically off the back of this hill, and they keep themselves in the game.
Yeah, it'll just be about, like a 40, 35-point lead that M7 have, and that's leader's advantage. That's a great decision coming out from M7. They just completely chalk the last little bit of P2, just go all in for this P3 rotation. Setup's not a bad one. Prelude's trying to at least watch the spawns, but Shawnee found a little bit of an opportunity to get him from the back.
I don't know why I feel this is the first time I've ever seen this from Shawnee. Oh my god, Shawnee just made the route. That's why it's the first time I've ever seen it, because it's out of bounds, and he makes it happen. Shawnee from behind. Surely not 3. Mohawk will deny that 3rd and put himself on 5 in a row. Now Sensor on the other side, though, has also got the 6th. Put that kill on towards Spark. So a streak has now been accrued in the back pocket in the arsenal now for Boston Academy. As they look to re-aggress through. It's Pentagram now from up top who will pick up 2. Boston Academy fighting tooth and nail here to take time away from Millennium 7, considering they were the ones with rotation. They only, have gotten 20 points of it so far. This has been a relatively successful hardpoint for Boston, but it's not done yet. Pentagram, he wants the scrap time, and Pentagram, when he wants it, he will get it.
203 to about 162. Going into the rotation down towards P4. Prelude is down here. Spart is up top dome, just cutting down reinforcements. Will inevitably be traded out. Johnny actually spawns in. Prelude, not too sure if he's going to be aware of it. Might just catch Johnny off guard, but it's a little bit of a foot race to see whose reinforcements are going to get here first. Might not matter. Millennium 7 just find a quick 3 dead. Should be the rotation over towards New.
Yeah, this feels like really one of those moments in the game where it really could decide everything. If Boston Academy are not able to break sooner rather than later, Millennium 7 can't finish it regardless of what happens. But at this point in time, Boston cannot get through. There comes that streak down. I believe that's probably Sensor who brought it down. Not going to be able to get anything. Mohawk still has his in the back pocket from the earlier spree as well. Here comes Boston Academy, though. 25 seconds still away from victory here. Millennium 7, you want to remove them from their kill, but the kill's not in your favor. Prelude, or maybe you're going to be able to catch a couple of players off guard. Does at least get one. On the other side, though, Boston Academy, they do enough to flip, but it's 10 seconds left, and I don't think that's exactly what they wanted.
It's 10 seconds left, and it's 18 seconds required for Millennium 7, who are more than happy to get those Jenny spawns. Trying to cut through the middle of the map. Boston Academy need to find these trades, but Mohawk continuously showing up in the kill feed. 22 and 14. M7 will be set up here. Just 10 seconds needed.
M7 look like they're about to get it done here, folks. Prolute watching up top. Players aggressing around that backline. Johnny's actually going to pick up 2. Mogork, the only response, and it's from a trophy system. Neptune, the closest player left alive, will be taken down. So M7 going to be starved of that final 8 points here for the moment. Boston Academy will have a grace period, if you will. M7 continue to spawn up with these wayward spawns, of course. Prolute in that backline and the rest of the squad on the other side.
You even try to hit this one more time. You got to be careful if you are Millennium 7. Careful is a very loose term. You even saw right there, Prolute spawns in essentially back red and thought about hitting for the old time, but just set yourself up, spread the map, and try to close it out here on 1.
Yeah, I think Neptune's about to catch at least one player off guard in the middle of the map. Center off screen does check it, but it's not enough. The kills are good here from Millennium 7. Mohawk now going to finally bring the hammer down, the streak down, if you will, to close out this game. That is it. Millennium 7. They have to fight for it, I think, a lot more than they initially did, especially after those early performances from Sensor and Pentagram. But even that is not enough to stop them as a Millennium 7 close this series in 4.
No Boston Academy. They got heart, they got soul, tenacity, other words in between, but they do not have a massive hardpoint comeback on Zarqwa Hydroelectric. It was just such a big lead grown for Millennium 7 just too early on. And I mean, Pentagram, you left the lobby, but we got to talk about the unfortunate elephant in the room. I mean, this guy drops a stinker of a map number 4 there, loses the series versus M7. Asterix to Boston Academy, some growing pains, obviously getting a new pickup of Johnny this week, but man, you felt like it was just a few moments away. Pentagram can stay alive in the hard point to be able to finesse for some more time. That map could have been different.
Looking over towards this series, a reminder, folks, if Orbit win this, they are through. WeWoo, they will be eliminated. And, well, I think Orbit having a stellar time here on this hard point thus far. 100 points up over WeWoo. They need to make sure they hold this P3 rotation. Gus and Velox going to do a good job of watching both sides of P3 for the moment, and they should be the first team to touch.
So Orbit looking to at least close this in 4, and I mean, I would say they're in a pretty good seat to be able to do it, Brody. 206 to 98. Rotation over towards P3 has already been more or less gifted for WeWoo, but they can't get anybody on the time. Geo's still in the big archway, finally gets taken down. Gus is able to go on a 3 spree and hops on the time.
Yeah, these players will just continue to spawn around the back line as well, so no matter how many times Orbit hit this, it is just effectively hitting a brick wall. And you've got to be careful as well, because you don't want to feed any potential streaks. Orbit are actually going to go a little bit late here for the last 20 seconds. I think Glowfrosty will realize it, but I think it's kind of one of those moments where you realize how stuffed you are in that situation. He does realize it. And scrap time going the way of Orbit. Over towards the new rotation, though. ProMar trying to get control of some early rotations. It's not to be just yet. On the other side, WeWoo actually relying on Velox, who once again produces a 3-piece. He did this last game, and it gives WeWoo that rotation towards new.
Up inside hard early. How do you try to break this if you are Orbit? Velox, 24-19, up on a 4 spree. He's just guarding top boat, which means that most of these plays are going to be from 2 different sides of the map. Velox knows that something crazy is going on underneath him, and he completely deals with the flank, which means that Glowfrosty can take a look at the front and has Gus's support. Quick 4 dead. WeWoo get the initial time.
Yeah, and off of Velox's heroics, right, at 5 in a row. He is on a stellar job at the moment of keeping control of this hill alongside Glowfrosty. Now he's going to get the 6th required for that cruise missile. This has been an all-white kill feed, basically the entirety of this hill ever since Velox started streaking out. Orbit now trying to get their way around the back line here. It's going to be Geo and Wiz combining for 3 from now the last one left alive inside the hard point, and it's 14 seconds that Orbit are happy to take. Yes, you give up so much time to WeWoo there, but again, it teaches you ever closer to that 250-point mark. I mean, look at the kill feed, man, as well. They've just got mid-map control.
Yep, and they are also taking a look at Geo. Top boat finds 2, has number 3 underneath them. For kill number 6, Glowfrosty sneezes on him. It was quite literally one shot. I'd be flying at everybody at this point as well, because Orbit have essentially put WeWoo to rest. ProMar, last to contest, doesn't even get there in time to find the kills. Orbit, do it in 4.
And congratulations to Orbit. They have officially qualified, or say officially, they've officially qualified by Brody's permutations in towards playoffs with that 3-1 victory. Unfortunately for WeWoo, a roster that have impressed us, of course, formerly known as Smog Alpha, top 4 last season. They will only have to settle for top 10 this season, perhaps even top 12. I'm not too sure kind of where they finished yet, because the 12th place hasn't.
I mean, top 10 to top 12, I mean, you know, the pricing discrepancy isn't exactly a big one. You still have to qualify regardless. But, you know, hey, we out here. Congratulations to Orbit being able to turn around that series. Keep in mind, that map number 1 on Embassy, they probably still had no business winning, but they were able to still do it and win in 250 to 200. It's just a search and destroy. It went round 11. This was a very competitive best of 5 series that went to map number 4, but we obviously didn't get to see too much of it, but we hopped in. It was like 200 to 89 on a map like Fortress. You feel like that it's more than difficult to try to string together all of those different hard points with the slang that needs to be delivered. And well, Veloxy really tried his best to make a big argument for it. You even saw there at the end between Gus and Glowfrosty as well. Just was not enough to put Orbit to rest.
Alrighty, well, one more map to decide everything today. It's Decimate versus Hive. It's gone all the way to Game 5. It's all to decide which team will make it towards playoffs. Decimate going to start things off in this round by getting the bomb down, but look at the surge of players from Hive on the flank.
Ezreal is aware of it. Going to have a lot to do. Eagle's going to be over here top balcony to try to help him out as well, but this is all going to be a play from the back. Rupert's just waiting for the confirmation to start pushing through Banana.
Yeah, Ezreal already with the first blood again. You already talked about that additional coverage provided by Beakle and Flames as well. And it's just not going well, is it? Hive on this particular retake. Ezreal picks up another one. Yeah, that is perfect. And it's really tough because I think just like you get around that backline and that back alley is just like you forget sometimes just how thin that alley is. It is literally just one small lane that you end up just kind of just lining yourselves up down.
It's like 2.5 operators wide when you get over towards that half wall. It's very, very narrow. And I love that adaptation coming through, especially for Decimate in the post plan, right? I mean, you got the bomb down. You get one player of Flames up top in Cantina just to watch that cross from the backside of Hedges and Banana, knowing that there could be a contest from the opposite side, but nobody was coming through the middle of the map just to fully embellish on the flank and shut it down. Decimate win round 1.
Stop. Decimate. Good coverage as well. Now good coverage over towards B. Great read coming out from DC, and, well, Beakle's there to back up to Hive. Looking for the trades on out. They do take down Diamondcon, and they still feel like they're resolved to get this bomb down over towards B. But with Decimate pulling back all the way over towards B as well, they might be inclined to rotate back around.
Shots actually came through from Thresh, or on screen, and it kind of caused a certain amount of honesty from Flames to say, hey, they could still rotate over towards A realistically, and they're just going to leave Snoopy behind for the play. But Beagle is so aware of it. He is just watching this like a hawk.
Yeah, Decimate, they're not a silly team at all. They've got all their angles covered at the moment. Flames now going to have to bring that trophy system down. It's a little bit too late here. Going to have to get back up towards the rejump. Well, Hive progress onto him, and, well, Flames is looking in the complete wrong direction here. While Infinite flies over the top, he actually didn't take down Flames. He was going for Beakle instead. Doesn't matter how you get it done, if you get it done. Now it's a 1v1 here between Thresh and Ezreal.
That's the favor to plant the bomb. Ezreal, he's going to chow this late. He sees Thresh pop up. Thresh, snake in the head. Glitch is going to get the better of Ezreal. And keep in mind, you again, that little top flap on the bomb, that might as well not be there. That is paper mache. We'll see it from Thresh's perspective. It's quite literally one shot at the end of the gunfight. Gets the bomb planted in the better of Ezreal in the 1v1.
And the decision there as well, it just goes to show, like, the split-second decision-making by Ezreal to actually aggress, right? It is literally COD timing there in that final moment. But Thresh peeks up and goes for the kill, just as Ezreal starts to move forward and go for the jump shot himself. Like, that is such a massive 1v1 coming out from Thresh. And this team, Hive Extreme, again, they won this earlier Search and Destroy off the back of clutch plays like that. They're no strangers to it. In towards this round, though, and it feels like Decimate, I mean, well, it felt like they solidly had this round in control, but oh my god, this is completely flipped on its head so fast! And in the end, in that entire duel, it is Beakle who closes things out with an aggressive two-piece.
Welcome to Mercado Las Almas, round number 3, a Michael Bay film. For all the nades, stuns, one shot, Beakle just hits it all the way through Hedges. Find the last 2 kills in the round. It was a scuffle and a half over here by the A-bomb, but Decimate eke on through. Be able to win themselves yet another offensive round. 3 rounds in, all offensive favored. Hive going through some antics, playing around with the B-bomb site, rotating back over towards A. Decimate just brute forcing their way over towards the A-bomb. It seems that Hive want a little bit of taste of what they got in the previous offense. The nades will tag over here by the Hedges, but unbeknownst to Decimate, they're hitting over towards B quickly. I say unbeknownst, but DC still finds first.
DC's now been tagged up. That should be enough to dissuade him from challenging anymore. It's enough for Hive to get the bomb down. DC doesn't get Rupert. The call is going to be made that, hey, at least 2 players are going to be hanging around silos. Might think it's 3. Of course, Fresh has been in that position before, so a lot to do here, especially for Rupert up top. Here they go. They try and pinch us at the right time in a 4 versus 2 on site. There we go. Beagle for the first. Infinite actually manages to get 1 on the trade, and still sitting up top was Rupert. Finally, he goes down, and now Thresh in a 1 versus 3. Beagle just flies out towards the middle of the map and slaps Thresh down.
That's the Beagle special right there. And is feeling himself up on a 4 spree. 6-1, by the way. And he will just continue to run at you until it doesn't work. That retake was mostly just brute force around the big door of 10. And immediately refocus over through the middle of the map. Just decimate. Fully understanding the task at hand. They get bombarded with nades over by hedges. They try to hold on for the A defense, Brody. And then once that bomb gets planted over at B, they understood the task at hand. Gotta get 10 back in your favor. Get that player out from that top window. It all goes up in flames for Hive X Street Mob. They thought themselves to have a pretty good post-plan situation. Just not the case when Beagle's frying like this.
Decimate. You have some control over the site, and I think this might be one of those classic situations here, Andy, where the trophy systems were not there to cover them to get on towards the site, and now Hive kind of have to rethink their strategy.
By the time they try to rethink their strategy, Estriel's already on the flank. He's in an elongated 1v1 versus Rupert, but, I mean, there's more numbers over here if you are Hive, and there's nobody in a tradable position, or in a position, excuse me, to try to get that trade on to Estriel, so interesting decision coming through from Estriel, but it still gets the bomb planted here for Decimate.
DC, gonna be the player to watch the entirety of this mid-map as they aggress through. There's one flying across. DC, he knows it's bait. Actually going to survive here momentarily. Down to 6 HP is he. Beagle also down to 2. This is going to create a lot of space here for Hive to make this retake happen. Snoopy, fast as ever. His teammates dying around him. Snoopy and Thresh actually combined for 2. 20 seconds now. Going to reduce this down to a 2 versus 1 against Diamondcom.
Well, the trophy system gets some damage. That bomb's being defused, and DC has to slowly crab walk around this corner. The jump challenge, he can't see the bomb, and Thresh just sticks the defuse. Oh, man. Love to see some stretch plants coming through, but DC's going to be thinking otherwise about that positioning. Snoopy for the coverage will get that final kill. But man, Snoopy just hits that so fast from behind. This is why we keep on highlighting this guy. He doesn't exactly have the sexiest KD ratio to kind of bounce off of what I'm about to say, but he is just, at any point in time, feel like that the chain link is just cut off his angles, and he just flies and finds all of these different timings and angles when Dead Silence is popped.
Definitely a player to watch out for, I think, for the future of the CDL. You'd be coming out to play in those situations. For now, though, here in this round, as Hive want to try and even the odds versus Decimate, things going pretty swimmingly. Enough utility is thrown over the Cantina, but they bully the trophy system out, get a kill off the back of it, and it gets, well, goes from good to even better, you could say. Diamondcon now left up in a 1 versus 4, and it would have to be a phase reel to pull off this off. And we guess 1.
That gives DC a weapon. Secondary weapon to work with. It's not like to pick it up. He's just looking to go fast, and I thought for a second there, if he just gets like that drag hip fire shot, if there would have been any time for it to happen while I'm casting a game, it would have been right there in the hands of DC. Numbers advantage in a nutshell, y'all. Bomb goes down. I mean, you lost that 1 kill over by the yellow van, but you know DC's got a sniper, so you just play for these angles and you wait for the challenge to come to you. That in mind, Hive X Street Mob. Able to win 2 rounds in a row, tie things up, and in round 7 we go.
So tense here. The fight for qualification for playoffs. Back over towards A we go. The jewels are back on. Tag. Stun will tag. Game's gonna have to slow up. It is Snoopy once again who's getting aggressive here for Hive. Doesn't feel confident enough yet to go for it, and for good reason, because Diamondcon is watching it. Fresh putting out a load of shots though. None of them resulting in a kill just yet.
Fresh needs to be careful here. He's got the assistance of Snoopy, who finds the first, but Beagle's there for the trade. It is a pinstripe kill feed across the AS&D site, favoring the numbers that of Hive until Estriel takes down Thresh 2v2.
That's huge. Hive don't have control of the bomb site now. Stretch plant should be good. Not. Flames has the coverage of mid. Now it's going to be all about Call of Duty timing. Infinite from behind gets the first. Oh, 1v2 for Flames. Dead silence now going to be popped, so they're not going to hear him coming. Player on the defuse, though. Flames, you've got to go now, buddy. You've got to check it right about now, and it's just too late. The defusal comes through.
Hey, that's just Hive, man. Back-to-back. They're in a 2v1, back-to-back defense rounds, and it is just a Old Testament strategy. 2v1, you hop on the bomb, I got your coverage, and then Flames just can't get down to be able to take care of Infinite, who gets that defuse. Inside a top cantina, had to go for the wide chow, was being watched the entire time by Infinite's teammates, so 3 rounds in a row now for Hive. Have a 1-round lead.
Decimate. Trophy system is there this time around on the defense. First Blood is not. This is aggressive from Hive. Now they know where Infinite is located, but Estriel has more problems than that. Got 99 problems, and Infinite is most certainly one of them, as are the rest of the squad. And Estriel actually picks up that kill, but again, the positioning doesn't exactly favor Estriel there in that scenario, as the trade should be good for Hive.
Sniper hand to DC. Can work this angle. No! Through the tarp. Not going to be able to get the kill. Now they know DC's watching this cross. Thresh jumps across. Going to be able to get the stretch plant.
And Nate's going to get cooked a little bit late for DC. He realizes it. Going to get the tag, to be fair, and that might encourage a push with a pistol. The pistol is pretty powerful in this situation, but you've got to make sure that initial push is correct, and it just is not good enough. This has been 3 rounds in a row here from Hive. SG. So they're now just 1 S&D round away, mate, from qualifying for playoffs.
Some massive, massive moment for the LATAMs. Give them all your vamos. If you are a fan of Hive x Street Mob, they are putting on an electric show. They won the Fortress Search and Destroy in round 11. They have now won 4 rounds in a row. And this tempered aggression from Hive x Street Mob is just catching Decimate off guard. I mean, Beagle hasn't really found much value in the past few rounds. You're just going to snipe to open up this defense. Rest of Decimate are flooding towards A.
Good enough for Decimate to get control, but not enough control. Certainly not. Beagle now. The last one left alive, a 1 versus 4 look. Harvey's pulled off. So many beautiful plays, but not this one. Hive SG going to be sending Decimate packing here as they take the Search and Destroy and they take the final playoff spot in Group B.
Insane scenes. The amount of times that this Hive roster has been in a map 5, just, I mean, even this season alone, this would be the 4th. The only time they didn't go map 5 was versus M7 in their opening matchup that they lost 1-3. But I want to say every single season that we've seen these 4 players, Thresh, Rupert, Snoopy, and Infinite, in Elite, they have more map 5s than anybody. It was Reverse Sweep Central in Season 1, Continuous Affairs in map number 5 through Season 2 of the Elite, that they lost quite a bit. But here in Season 3, they've really come to play. They won that round, or that map number 5 versus Weewoo to end out their week last week. And now here versus Decimate, a very, very tough and trying Decimate roster at that. 5x Street Mob. Seeing you in playoffs.
Yeah, phenomenal. Phenomenal. I think just a story for this team. Obviously, I mean, what this season thus far, it's been tumultuous, I think, for sure, right? Because Hive has always been a roster that's been able to challenge the upper echelon of North American challenges, right? And I think, again, when we can kind of compare North American and European challenges, what that means is a little bit different. Hive have been like a top 8 bubble team, I think it's fair to say, right? And they have kind of struggled sometimes, I think, to beat the top tier teams. Apparently no more. I mean, coming up clutch, as you said, during the Search and Destroys has been a staple for this Hive roster. To beat Decimate Gaming, not a slouch at all, this Decimate Gaming team is huge. And I'm looking forward to seeing kind of what this Hive roster is going to be able to do in playoffs.
I always ask myself this when, you know, they were originally Smog Alpha, and then they were Omid Mexico in Texas, now playing underneath this Hive banner. What does the skill ceiling for this team honestly look like? Because this is a 4-player roster out of the LATAM region that have been sticking together all year long, and they have just been getting progressively better and better, whether it was their hardpoint prowess of just slaying out everybody from Snoopy, reeling it back, turning that into S&D prowess, I mean, Soupy's out here playing with like the some of the S&D greats like Tupac almost every other night as well in a lot of these different tournaments. He's been getting better and better. It just piecing it all together versus these top teams. And I think this is a good step in the right direction for this Hive x SG roster to potentially get some good VOD in, especially ahead of playoffs, because you only have less than 24 hours before that starts.
It's a lot, isn't it? This is where the real grind starts, the real gauntlet, because we've shaved our field down now from 12 teams in each region to just 8 as we get into the playoffs. Just very briefly here before we talk about kind of what the final Group B standings actually look like. Just like a small word here on Decimate Gaming. I mean, look, this roster, I think coming into Season 3, we had high hopes for them. It is worth noting, of course, that we're basically newly put together for this season, so they're not quite they don't have the veteranship maybe as a squad that other teams would have. For Beacon, I don't think he cares at this point. He's going back to the CDL, at least temporarily. So he's all good. He's all good. Looking forward to seeing Beagle back in the CDL. But here's a look over towards those Group B standings that we promised, and to show you guys kind of how everything has basically broken down. So Millennium 7, starting the conversation with them. Their victory over Boston Academy, and it puts them at 4-1 and at top.
Number 1 seed out of Group B at 3-1. 4-1, excuse me, 13-5 map count overall. Just insane scenes coming through. Their first matchup will be Omit, I believe, on the opposite side, especially for the bracket. But that team looks great. This M7 squad, honestly speaking, I talked about it the first time that we had them on broadcast. It is just so lovely to see those 3 boys playing together again. Let me tell you, Mohawks, Spart, and Prolip back together again. Challengers, champions. Missing you, Nato. Just missing Saints out there. But Neptune's a great fort to have because that guy has absolutely been slaying out down here in Challengers. Boston Academy will also be there as well. Have some time to piece things together off the new pickup today.
Yeah, and we actually get a look at the bracket here for North America. Ooh, I mean, like, the thing is with North America is there are no bad matches, like, ever. It's just, it's going to be such an interesting thing. Any immediate, like, I mean, I know you just said M7 versus the boys, versus Boys of Liar, excuse me, the boys. But is that the one that stands out to you immediately when you look at this?
Not, kind of, but, like, not really. I mean, that if anything, this Orbit versus the Omit team might honestly just take the cake, especially for a winners round 1 match. But, I mean... Like, I mean, the match is over. I can be slightly biased at this point. I want to see this Hive squad do well. I think that this, again, was a really good test versus Decimate. They obviously have some VOD they can go back and relearn, because if S&D was going to be the way for them to be able to win the series versus Decimate, they're going to have their hands tied and full at that versus their winners round 1 matchup versus House of Aces. That'll probably be a banger of a winners round 1 match. But as like I said, Brody, there's no bad matchups. All 4 of these are going to be a banger.
Yeah, we do love a little look at the North American bracket. I believe we said as well, I'm not too sure if we were going to have a little look at the European bracket at the end of the day. Not too sure if that's the case or not. If it's not, excuse me for being a dummy, because I am a dummy sometimes. But if not, it's all Gucci. We got a good day of Call of Duty action coming tomorrow, mate. I think, yeah, here we go. We are going to have a look at the European bracket, as we said, just guys, if you guys weren't aware of it, kind of what's going on with that as well. I mean, like, I think the best situation to take away from this, Andy, mate, is that we've got a banger day of playoffs ahead of us.
Yeah, we do. I mean, you and I are going to be strapped in for Europe tomorrow. My eyes are on that Notorious versus Atlas Lions, because, I mean, any matchup that has Super versus Maple, as far as sniping is concerned, you can go ahead and sign me right the heck up. I want to bottle it, and I want to drink it up later, because that matchup is going to be an absolute banger, and the potential for a Wobble Bobs versus Notorious, or even Atlas Lions, as far as winners round 2 is concerned, is going to be a big one at that. I think that Clutch Rain might have their work cut out for them versus Unnamed. They didn't look too bad earlier today, and the same could be said about VVV versus that Defiance roster. Again, a roster for Defiance, if you're unaware, with Gizmo and Brezzy on it as well, have been seemingly shutting a lot of haters up as far as a potential for 3 ARs on one team. Darn good.
Absolutely. Well, that's day number 3 of Season 3. A lot of 3s there here in Call of Duty Challengers Elite, done and dusted. And tomorrow we bring our field down, as we said, to our final 8 teams here in both North America and Europe. It's going to be a good day of action. Addy, any thoughts before we close things out here, bud?
I mean, if you're not watching Challengers all day tomorrow for round 1 of playoffs and then soon after as well, I don't know what the heck you're doing. If you're only watching CDL and you're asking yourself, well, who's Odan Gosi? Who's Yuli? Who's Kevin Fame? Where are all these guys coming from? Well, it's right here. You buffoons. Watch Challengers. The playoffs are going to absolutely deliver some great matches.
There you go. You heard it here first, folks. Watch Challengers because tomorrow is going to be a great day of action, as is always the case. I believe we're going to be live from about 2 p.m. Eastern, I want to say, tomorrow. Might even be a little bit earlier, actually, because I think it's 3 matches tomorrow per region. So we'll keep you guys posted. Just make sure you go follow us on Twitter at WeAreClutchGG. And, of course, keep your eyes on Challengers for all the information over there. We'll see you guys tomorrow for more playoffs action. We can't wait.